Man, ain't that straight on? Man, type of stuff. That's crazy. I said what I said. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. That ain't tested. Oh, there we go. Wait, Gucci. Wait, Gucci. Gotta make sure something real quick. Dog. Come on. Mm, 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 mm. It is said. Let me see. Everybody room stacked up at the moment. Get it started. Get it started. Didn't I spill it on myself? Wow. Ain't that something? There's something about. I agree with the top part. Uh, okay. Yeah, I feel you. But for a certain situation, which part? You think men should only check men and women should only check women? Or do you believe everybody should check everybody? Uh, Miss Kayla. I've been hearing it so much though, man. I hear it a lot. Think a man need to check a man. Men need to be holding men accountable. Women need to hold women accountable. But how's that working though? It's weird. How is it working? First off, we need to know the definition of accountability. So I don't know where in accountability being accountable says blame. Blame something else when you're accountable. Like things that pertain to man issues only men can check about man because then, but not check, but advise better ways to go about things. Well, people still be checking people. I mean, that's why people be fighting, right? So, I mean, it's on both ends. Some people, some situations you got to go to war about. You know, somebody over there messing, bullying somebody, what they call it. I'm gonna have to hold them accountable. Holding accountable happens many different ways. It's basically letting somebody know that you shouldn't get away with what you're doing, something like that, or you need to be aware of what you're doing. It's not right. You know, policemen hold men accountable all day. They ain't advising them. They checking them. They checking them right inside that the jail cell. There are certain things that man and woman can have a conversation. It's most definitely. I think it's a lot of stuff. I think what I notice when people say that they feel like, and I'm gonna explain a little bit more. Actually, I can do it. Yeah, I talk about it now. That's the reason why I say everybody should tell everybody, because what people do is they always talk about. It's like no different from everybody like talking about their differences. That's how I can tell a lot about a person by how you got. It's a lot of people that look for differences rather than similarities. I think the reason why I say what I say is I look for similarities more than differences. Because if you ever notice that we don't get far in life with differences, we like, oh, different. You didn't struggle the way I struggle, and all this other stuff. The thing is, that's another way of saying that I'm not gonna change the way I am. You know what I'm saying? We're not gonna change. I like being this way or separation stuff like that. I don't know, but I think it's a lot of similarities and stuff. We never talk about this stuff because I'm pretty sure it's things that it's a bunch of things that men and women have in common. So I had used before, right? If we talk about accountable, right? And that's how I know that a man can check a woman, a woman can check a man, or I say check. A woman can make a man aware of a certain behavior, and a man can make a woman aware of a certain behavior because we're all humans, you know. All of us is humans. Um, I used this before. I used this before. I used it before. Like this, how I know that both sides can check each other because it's like it's not like somebody's going to when you raise your kid. If I have a girl, I'm not going to be like, okay, I can't hold you accountable because I am a man. That's just weird. People don't be really thinking about this though. So I'm like, I'm gonna wait till your mom get here before I hold you accountable. We got to think about what we saying. But we be thinking, feel like that because you an adult that make you perfect. That mean you can't get held accountable, but a kid can get held accountable, but you can't. But all of us is just big kids most of the time. That's all it is. Nothing changed. I was trying so hard. Nope. You almost got me that one day though. I ain't gonna lie. That delay one, that was a good one. You got to teach me how you do that one. I like she done came with some new tricks. Some new tricks up her sleeve. I was like, wow. Of course, right? But behaviors are similar. That's why I say we keep talking about differences. That's why we'll never get anywhere. We always talk about differences. You can never find a solution by talking about differences. Of course, we know things is different, but if you talk about you want things to work out with one another, you got to look for similarities too. So it's no different from how people be trying to hold people accountable for throwing bricks in people's faces and all that silly stuff. Nope. Go ahead and do it. I'm about to say nope. I'm looking right at it. I seen the whole peacock coming this way. She is too funny, man. She going. She really signing out, going to the other. But I take it that he's showing that love, man. That's what I'm gonna say. Cause you ain't getting me. You're not getting me. She changed that boy fast too, but you can't compare a kid to an adult, in my opinion. No, what I'm
All right.
saying, I think the point of me saying that though is humans has behaviors, you know, just like we make judgment on. Oh, dang that, what she did was wrong or what, I'm saying, stuff like that. I missed it. No, I didn't. Did I? No, I didn't miss it. I
No,
did it. I think I did it. I
I'm
think.
not gonna get on here that long because usually when I've sit on here too long, we start clashing. So I'm gonna just say this, and then I'm gonna go. I do not feel like we can continuously use the kids and adult situations because just like we've been saying, or you've heard probably your whole entire life, and they're gonna hear it uh, for the rest of their life and the next generation, is that a kid is a kid, an adult is an adult. Just because a kid is going about a certain way, don't mean they could go about it the same way as we do. Simply because it's a thing of like respecting your elders. Like kids, a kid can't check a grown adult. Like
Of course.
that's just not something that's gonna happen. But an adult can check a kid. Why? Because it's like you're their elder. It's unfortunate. A lot of the times we have a gang of double standards, and I think that a lot of the time we be trying to like remove double standards, and double standards is just a way, a part of life. It's like I said before, like
Yeah.
it's gonna always be men can do this and women can do and can't women can't do that, and women can't do that but men can do this. So it's
Yeah.
just something that people have to kind of like. It's unfortunate to say, if you spend your whole life fighting double standards, you're gonna be fighting it forever. Like you're gonna
Oh yeah.
fight. You'll never find peace in that realm. So when you say like men holding men accountable, and I don't like to use the word check because check is like a little bit of belittling. Like when you check somebody, that's like you forcing some type of narrative for them to see it. Like if you was to go, like we can't, like the police officers can check people because they have the government behind them. Us as civilians, we can't check another person because we don't even have the amount of power that government officials have. Like the police could check you, right? And you can say, well, I don't want to hear it. And they can take you to jail, right? They have that power. But like you don't have no power as a civilian. And that's why whenever you say checking somebody, it's like, it's a little bit of belittling, right? Like you could check your kids. You could check a child, right?
Hmm.
Because they're kids and you're guiding them. You're an adult and you're telling it was always that saying when we were younger, like you got to listen to adults. So adults was always able to check kids, but kids is never going to be able to check an adult. And as a grown adult, I don't like to use the word check because like I said, you can advise somebody or you can hold your political party or whatever the case may be, and whatever the case may be, you could do that. But I don't see nobody sitting here checking people. Like checking people is crazy.
I think. Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Um, I actually kind of disagree. I think a child, depending on their age, can actually definitely check an adult.
Yeah.
When you get to a certain age, you know right
Anybody
from
can be
wrong.
checked.
Yeah, I mean, like you know right from wrong, and
Facts.
kids have an intuition, and an innocence that a lot of adults lose as they get older. And adults have this. My dog is over here scratching her neck, making all this noise. Um, and damn, she just made me lose my train of thought. And adults kind of have this mentality with children where it's like, I'm big, you're small, I'm right, you're wrong, and there's nothing that you can do about it. But kids have their own autonomy, bodily and mentally.
Oh, we get. Oh, that's what it
And
is. It's the words. It's the words. I think we get the meaning of it though. I see why they got a problem with the word checking. I
yeah,
guess whatever. That's
so
just in
like,
my lingo. I be saying it a lot. So I mean,
so I think very much like if your child feels like you're out of line for something, they should have the floor to be like, I don't agree with what you're saying. I don't agree with, how we're going about a situation.
hmm
Um, and I think it really just comes down to the relationship that you have with your child. Because a lot of times, I mean, I don't know about anybody else, but a lot of times growing up, my mom, my family, people that raised me, they would say certain things, but because of the culture, I couldn't like correct them and say, actually, no, like I don't agree with this, or no, this is not what I was trying to get at. But because, there's a mentality with adults where it's like, the child is to be seen but not heard. You think that your child doesn't it isn't capable of taking the floor and giving their stance on something when they are.
hmm
I you a little bit on that. I just think that the reason why we grew up a certain way is because it was like kids stay in a kid's place, right? So I agree. A lot
But
of
what exactly is a child's place? Because a child could still be a child while still being a, a member of the family and still engaging with, appropriate conversations with a family member.
well, I like I said, maybe it's on maybe it's on your
What's the
demographic.
deal,
I just
twin?
know that I just know for me and for what I grew up around, and my family was very old school, that they would be like, a child stays in a child place. Unfortunately, yes, that saying that you said from Matilda, I'm big, you're small, I'm right, like that's how
Right.
they were. And now we're in a generation to where, okay, you let your kid take the floor and say certain stuff, and now your kid feel like they can say whatever they want, which is where the pushback in parenting comes in. Now these kids don't want to listen. So
Well,
yeah,
I think you have to have conversations with with your children first and let them know like there's a time and a place for their, not for their opinions to matter, but for them to be a part of the conversation. Of course, if it's grown folk conversation, they should not be in the mix. But if it's something pertaining to them specifically, I feel like if, you as a parent or as an uncle or whatever, if you're, you know, if they feel as though that what you're saying to them is not correct, they should be comfortable enough to say like actually no and
yeah, no, that's
not receive any backlash for it because at
but
the end of the day
that's
it's them, this
I
is their experience.
no, I get that, but that's once again, like King just said, no child should take an adult tone with an adult. That is an
Yeah.
adult matter when you
It's not a, are you talking about like an actual tone or just like the
when
tone of
you
their voice or what they're
if a
saying?
kid sit back here and talks back to their parent in front of me, I'm immediately looking at them like they don't have no respect
Yeah,
for
But
their
it's
so
parent.
not
I'm
always talking back though,
yeah, so
and I
I'm
think that's the issue that we have is that
Okay, so
when a
I
child
think we on
disagrees
two
with
different
us.
pages.
yeah,
I
y'all on two different pages though. That's
Yeah,
what I'm about to
we
say.
on two
I'm gonna
different pages.
change that word because I do say that a lot. That's what it is. But we all the way off the topic of what I was talking about. I wasn't meaning about. I'm just saying the whole thing is the whole world can be checked, no matter if you're an adult or a kid. You know what I'm saying? Because all nobody's perfect. And my point in saying it is that even adults can make mistakes just like kids. And then have you ever seen there's plenty of adults that act like kids to this day. That was my whole point of me just saying that. I know you were saying I was comparing kids to adults, but it's still adults that act like teenagers to this day.
King,
So
I don't know who has kids in here, King. I think probably you like more people like elderly, or I mean not elderly. I don't want to say that. Wrong verbiage. Sorry. Um, I don't know who has kids in here, King. I'm sorry. I
yeah.
don't.
But no, I would never recommend no kid talking because that's be the problem nowadays. It's kids that's doing that.
And talking
That's
back,
that
they don't have
soft
no respect for
parenting
their
and all that
parents.
stuff. Talking back.
And again, like I said, I think you just need to have a conversation with your child. I think if you start early and have those open discussions with your children early, and you set the tone of your household, and you invite a conversational environment with your children, they're not gonna the way that you're thinking about how children are acting. That's not going to be your child. If you have conversations, your child is going to know how to approach you
Yeah, of
properly. They're going to know how to have a
course.
conversation with you properly, and they're going to learn how to have intellectual conversations with you.
Yeah, y'all talking about two different things. We already said that.
Yeah.
He not wrong what he's saying, and you not wrong
So
what you saying. Y'all talking about two
I,
different things.
No, I'm going off of what
I
you
have a
said
question.
about children and children's business. I was just
What about?
reiterating
I
the
never
point.
said nothing about no children's bit. What are you talking about?
The last point that you just made, I was just piggybacking off of that again.
Mm. All right, I must be lost. What you were saying, Tex?
Pearl was about trying to talk.
I was just gonna ask this one question. So, they say that every generation has a purpose, right? So it's like, when do kids come in and play their part? You understand what I'm saying? So it's like you're saying that kids have to stay in their place or whatever, but what if it's something that needs to be said or done while they're
Mm.
young? You know what I'm saying? I feel like a lot of parents do need to be checked and they go unchecked and then they
Oh
become
yeah,
old fools eventually.
I'm gonna
it
be
just
honest with y'all.
depends. It's case by case. It's
I
case by
mean,
case, but
it,
I
it,
think it's a problem nowadays because kids are checking their parents, but it's on like a whole nother level, as in talking back and thinking that they friends.
mhm.
I know we see this.
No,
Yeah,
You
I
know what
know.
I'm
because
You
saying?
know what? I know it's a difference between bringing awareness and being disrespectful.
Yeah, most definitely, right.
That's what I'm
So
trying to say.
yeah,
I don't think kids mind is developed from the difference between bringing awareness
they
and check.
can.
Like, I think it's possible, but I don't think most kids have that down.
So I would say just listen to your kids. You know what I'm saying? You could do that, but they don't have to be like I get what even what King's saying. It's like no kid should be talking to you like they an adult or something like that. And
That's why when you say, but that's what I'm saying, Kev. That's why when you said checking,
yeah, I know.
the
I'm gonna
verbiage
watch.
in
I
it.
guess I gotta watch that word because that get took out of context though. But that ain't what I be
But
meaning.
that's a
And then
lot
when
of
you
words
say
that we
talking,
use.
Somebody in the comments said somebody was lost. Who's lost?
and when you say talking like an adult, that can also be taken kind of out of context because it's like, are you talking like within the tone of voice that they're using or within the conversation that they're trying to have? Like, do you mean like talking like an adult, like trying to have an adult conversation, or talking to them to their parent as if they're grown, like an adult?
I don't know. It's whatever you think it is. Have you ever heard of that term? Talking to them like an adult or acting like an adult?
I have because I mean,
I was to say I thought we are. I know we in this space. The
well,
heck?
no, I'm not gonna say I heard that. Like I said, I'm raised old school where
Me too.
you you mind your business as a kid. Like I didn't
Yeah.
start finally like jumping in adult conversations until I was an adult and I was
Until I was 18, right?
yeah,
And my
like when I
dad was
was
actually
18
talking to
is
me.
when I was able to get into conversations and I was able to be heard. And then that's when I vocalized certain stuff. I vocalized a lot of stuff for my little cousins and stuff like that because I'm an adult. They're listening to me
Okay.
because I am an adult now.
So you guys are talking about adult conversations. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And, and I feel like I mean kids are gonna tell you what they tell you. Like if a kid want to tell you that they're getting bullied in school, of course they're gonna that's something that they should communicate with you on. But when we say adult conversation, when I mean adult conversations, I mean like you able to sit at the table and have a conversation with the adults. And most of the kids in my family can't do that.
Right. I
Oh
was
yeah,
just about to
for
say
sure.
that. I feel you on
Mine
that.
can't either. Yeah, absolutely not.
Like
I feel
they can't
exactly
do
what
that.
you're talking
But
about. Yeah.
I
You
think
shouldn't be in
even
here talking with my friends and stuff.
yeah,
Go
like I
mess with
think
your kids. Mess with the
and I think
kids, not
too
me.
And I think too is levels, right? So of course it's a
Yeah.
kid, it's a teenager, and then it's like a young adult, which I want to say is like 18, right? So of course I may listen to my little cousin who's a teenager, and my little cousin may listen to the kids because that's how I go. But like I said, it's always in this day and age, the verbiage has to be presented correctly because if the verbiage is off, the conversation is off. So that's
Yeah.
why when you say checking somebody, Kev, and I'm just letting you know, I'm not just trying, I'm just saying when you say checking somebody, like the verbiage is off on that. Now you can advise or bring awareness, and then that's different. But if somebody feel like you being checked, they're immediately not unless they are
I feel
close
you
to
though.
you, they're
I'm
not
gonna
gonna
watch
listen to
that. I
you.
gotta watch that though. I do say that a lot.
I mean, but is checking considered as negative though?
It can
Is it
be
always
because
negative?
it is
It
like a
can be.
because you can't just say that, especially saying that to somebody in the streets and stuff and all that stuff. That's some fighting
Kind of
words
comes
dang there.
across as like somebody putting you in your
I can
place
say
almost.
checking on. You can say checking on. I'm checking on you.
Yeah, because even if you hear somebody and y'all have a conversation, you be like, "Yeah, I had to check
You
them."
in Detroit, you already know. Somebody say checking somebody, you already know the deal on that. What the
But
heck?
that's what I'm saying. Like if we sitting there having a conversation and we in a group of friends and you be like, yeah, I checked so and so.
Right, I
I'm
feel
thinking
you.
you punked him now. I'm like, whoa, you
You
did
right.
what? And if somebody else get wind of that and they like, hey man, I heard you got checked by what's the name? That person's not gonna sit there and be like, oh yeah, he advised me or brought
Right.
awareness to that. He's gonna be
They're
like,
not gonna
you
take it
punked me.
lightly.
Like you
Yeah,
think you punked me? So I mean, we can like always bring awareness to people
yeah, most
about stuff, but once again, too, um, you can bring awareness to like as a man. Yeah, I will bring awareness to certain to fellow men, but I'm not gonna say I'm not checking them. Hey, bro, I don't think that's cool. Maybe you shouldn't do that like that, or if I'm around, could you not do that? Like that's me, kind of like it like I'm telling you, like this makes me like I'm not cool with this. But if I be like, hey, bro, check this out, and that's kind of like, oh, you trying to check somebody, and I'm grown.
I
definitely.
think if the person is not open to receive it, they probably still going to consider that to be a check, even if you're nice about it.
Facts. Yeah,
That's
you
Yeah.
just
right.
how some people are.
Yeah,
They'd be
some
like,
people
"Who you
take it as
talking
that.
to? Don't tell me what to do. I'm grown and this and that." So they
Right.
would still consider that to be a check, even if you're nice about it. I've met people like that, and you
Yeah.
like, "Well, damn, I didn't even say it like that. I just said it like this." But you just got some people that are
LP.
not open to change, or you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? They don't
The,
Yeah.
want it.
the
Those
number
type
one
of
Yeah.
thing.
people, you kind of got to start with a disclaimer and let them know, like, listen, I'm
Yeah.
not trying to check you or step on your toes or anything like that, but I've been noticing X, Y, and Z, and I just want to let you know, like, not cool, whatever it is, or
And
like
that's what.
offer a way to, rectify the situation.
Or if you're
And Kev,
setting a boundary or something, you might have to.
and Kev, that's the
Can I
thing
say check
that
that situation on it?
no, but
Shit,
Kev,
I
that's
want
the
to
Depending,
thing.
squeeze. I
depending
want to
on what
squeeze
the
that word in
boundary
so
is.
I
bad. So
think
much.
you know what,
Right.
Kev. I think it's all about tone. To be honest with you, I think it's all about tone.
I
If it
said that.
isn't,
I said
if it
that.
isn't
I
him,
said that.
I knew who was in the room.
I said that. I said that a long time ago. I'm like, it's not what you say, it's
Say
how
it's
you
how you
say it.
say it.
Yep.
Yeah,
Like,
Always say
okay,
that.
so okay, like say for instance, if somebody did say, "Oh, I had to check such and such," what if they didn't say it nasty? What if they were very calm, but when they came to you, they turned it up a little bit and made it seem like they were going off
Oh,
on
now
this
you now
person?
you beating
Da
up.
da da da
So
da.
now you beating
nah.
on your chest. But
Anybody
even
that
when
say it like that, yeah, I don't know. I don't think nobody
I
gonna take that,
believe people
especially if
be
that person
trying
heard it.
to.
You ain't checked nothing over here. What you telling people get mad instantly when they hear that?
yeah,
People be
but
hyping stuff up.
that'll cause a
People
fight.
hype stuff up, you know,
That like
and
At the same time, you have to realize that a lot of people like to test you as a person. They
Yeah.
will see if you weak or whatever, if you a person that speak up or not speak up. And that is like them testing your energy to see how far can they go with you. How
They,
far could the disrespect go
they
with you?
checking your blood temperature.
yeah,
Mhm.
they checking your, and that's
Exactly.
the thing that we. That's unfortunately that's the thing that I think. Like that's why I said a long time ago, Kev, when we talked about holding people accountable and having boundaries. Like I can have boundaries for people I don't know, but I can hold my people and my party accountable because you are part of my party. Now that's why I'm like, as men, it's hard to check other men too. You know how it's very hard to check men that you don't know because the first thing a
Yeah.
man gonna say is, "Why you in my business?"
Yeah.
And I've heard women do it before too. Like, you in my business and I wasn't even talking to you. Mind your
Right.
business.
And they
You
even
in my
posted it and
business,
stuff and
don't
still
do
say it's
it.
their business. Make no sense.
But that's the
I'm
but
not
thing.
gonna lie.
but at the end of the day, I still feel like it'll fall on us, even though we don't know each other like that personally. But I still feel like it's going to somehow be a domino effect.
Mm.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like it, as much as I would love for us to all be able to kind of like hold each other accountable, it's kind of hard holding a man that I never knew nothing about accountable. I don't know nothing about you.
It's hard to
Yeah.
hold any adult accountable because
I think we
again,
do
people
it
feel like when they hit a certain age, they grown. You can't tell them anything.
right.
Right.
I think we do it unintentionally too sometimes, especially if somebody like even like simple debate sometimes, or we be like, say if like, bro, you got a straight up attitude. Probably like, see if you hear somebody yelling or something, it just be like it might sound a little light though, but that's still like making them aware, and AKA like kind of holding them accountable when you say something like that. Like, bro, you gotta
I'm
you
not.
you you a
I just
mad
want to
person,
say.
ain't you? So, I
I want
don't
to
know how
say,
I
to
King.
explain
believe
it.
I
most
don't
people just don't like to be called out on their bullshit.
That's what. Yeah,
like.
right.
I
Exactly.
agree.
I'm gonna agree with. I'm gonna say this, King. I mind my business when it's strangers and it ain't not nothing to do with me. And the reason why is because I have seen it go bad when you jump into people's business. I have
Mm.
seen I have seen couples get into it and somebody jump in and now you knocked out bleeding. For what? Like you
I'm
should
not
have
gonna lie. I just lost a
call authorities.
friend.
Call somebody, but don't put yourself in harm's way. Like I'm
Yeah.
not putting myself in harm's way. I gotta get home to
I've
my people.
I've seen something where I seen two incidents. I was at the gas station one day, and it was this lady pulling out in a busy street, and her baby was hanging out the window. And I had to
Mm.
scream and say, "Hey, your baby is hanging out the window!" Because if she would have whipped into the street, the baby could have fell out the window. So if I
Well,
see
she like,
stuff
mind
like
your
that,
business. Let my baby fall
I
out.
am going to say something. I'm going to say something. I don't give a
Hey,
damn. And
listen.
then there was another time I seen
Unsolicited
four
advice.
kids
That's
crossing
messed
in the
up.
middle of the street, and I had to stop my car and tell them to stay on the sidewalk because if I didn't, somebody else probably would have hit them.
Now
So
that
yeah,
ain't different. That's
I
the
am going
same,
to say
King. Nope.
something.
I'm not gonna
Girl,
I'm
you
not gonna
probably
lie
was
to
a
y'all.
blessing. You never
Listen,
know.
That's still
if I
hold
tell
somebody
somebody
accountable.
that
Why your
baby,
kid out there? I know. Let me do it on myself.
hey, listen, and
No, she didn't even act like that. She was thankful, actually.
if she would have said something like that to me, then I said, well, I hope you fishtail up out of here and he somersault then, since that's how you feel, and I'm trying to help you out.
No, I'm gonna be real. I just lost a homeboy. It's all because he was in a relationship, a domestic violence type of relationship, and
Oh my.
you know, his girl, uncle tried to come out and help her, and the uncle ended up killing him. And I
Unalive,
was
unalive,
like,
stay unalive.
oh, oh, I'm sorry.
Unalive.
Well,
Or
taking
deleted.
him, yeah,
Delete it. Yeah,
she,
let's delete it is the new
yeah,
word.
yeah.
Control Alt.
Control
So
or
in my
delete is
eyes,
undo.
I'll say men shouldn't risk their lives for people who aren't who isn't in their household or isn't close to them, because people actually, you have somebody who actually care for you, you feel me? You got
Mm-hmm.
kids, you have wives, you have mothers and grandmothers who care about your life. So it's like, why
Yeah.
would they want you to go risk it for someone else?
Yeah, because all they go and then this is gonna sound very selfish, but would they risk it for you?
Probably
And
not.
that is
Facts.
the question.
Um,
That is the main
But
question.
should we? But
yeah.
should we operate in a way, in a sense where it's like we don't do anything entirely, or or should we be doing things anonymously? Because we don't have to physically get in
Right.
between a stranger
No, you
when
can
there's
call
an
the police.
altercation, but you can always call the non-emergency.
Fact.
You
Now
can
what?
always contact
Yeah.
Now
security.
if we want
It's your
Sure.
choice. Nobody's entitled to anything. That's why I try to tell people that
if
entitlement mentality get us in trouble. I must do this. This got to
if
happen.
we
You know what I'm
want,
saying? No, we
Better
all
stop.
got
People
choices.
better stop putting on
Hmm.
hey,
Superman
I have a
capes and
question
people
for you.
out
Word.
here got kryptonite. Y'all better chill out.
Facts.
Y'all
I have
got
a
people to
question
But
get
I
for
don't
you.
home
even
Do
think
to.
it's
you
about. I don't even think it's
do
about
you think
kryptonite or Superman or whatever you're talking about. But I think if we're gonna hold men
And
accountable,
hold up. Don't
well,
ever, whoa, don't ever say whatever around my boy Superman. Nobody never
Mm.
about to say that about Superman.
do you
You gotta
think
say his name right.
simply? I have a question. Do you think simply holding people accountable will work when they're continuously being rewarded for bad behavior? The ultimate way to change behavior is through a reward and punishment system. And if you apply that reward and punishment system, they're going to hate it. They're going to be triggered. You know why? Because they know it's going to really change their behavior. Now, I'm going to give you some example. If all men got together and said, if we want to stop women from being reckless, avoid single
I knew that
moms.
was coming.
Avoid all. I guarantee you, if men got together and said, "Don't even touch single moms. Don't give them no play. Don't give them no action," that they're going to start getting miserable, and they're going to tell their daughters, "Girl, you do not want to be a single mom because no man is going to want you." They're going to go through a state of depression, and they're going to tell your daughters, "You do not want to suffer like me." But they don't want this because they know it'll work. They know it'll work.
I don't want to put nobody mentally
If you
in that
stop,
depression.
this is why we get on simps, because we tell simps stop rewarding bad behavior, because when you reward
I
bad
actually agree
behavior,
with that.
it
well,
continues. If you
okay.
punish bad behavior, it
I
stops.
agree.
As long as you simps
Yeah, I agree with that.
continue rewarding bad behavior, they want all this accountability shit. It's not going to be nothing. You're rewarding the behavior. Why the hell would they stop?
So
I
It's
ain't
is
gonna
been
lie
They
to you.
rewarded.
say if you let a person slide once, they gonna feel like they can ice skate.
Yeah.
I definitely agree with
Facts.
not rewarding bad behavior, but when you use single moms, that you're putting all single moms in a box, and not all single moms became single moms because they had a
See, there's
child
the pushback. But
illegitimately. Single moms could be single moms because they
Here we
lost their
go.
spouse,
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
they were
that's all right. That's
divorced.
like let's just dodge that. We ain't trying to make
whatever
it
the
on
case
this
may
topic.
be,
There's a spectrum of
whatever the
single
case may
motherhood.
be, I guarantee you, if we stigmatize single moms and avoid all of them, I
But
guarantee
why
you
would
that
you?
their
But
behavior
why
is
would
going
you
to.
avoid all
This
I
of
dude
them?
about to
But
guarantee
turn the
hold
you
whole day
that
or
it will
something.
cause a lot of.
hold
It
on.
will cause
I want.
a
I want.
lot
I
of
want to know
women to
why you
stop
would.
being reckless
I want to know why you would
Kayla,
stigmatize all single
Kayla,
mothers when all single mothers did not become single mothers by having a child pre-marriage
because
or,
you
or
know what?
something like that.
Kayla, here we. I'm about to just
I
Change.
think he's
forewarn you,
speaking about
Kayla.
majority.
Don't fall
Yeah,
for it.
the majority
Don't get
All right,
they
sucked
don't
need to
into
fall
it.
You
stop
said
what
don't fall for it.
like
Kayla, do
for
not get sucked
example.
into this. I promise you,
Okay.
don't do it.
If
Okay.
gangbangers if gangbangers
I'm gonna
were
fall back. Give me
stigmatized,
in.
I'm just warning
If street gangs got no poom poom, if street gangs got the guys that are unalive other guys for dumb reasons, if they got no poom poom and they got no action and they were outcasted in society, they would change their ways.
They will.
So
I said that. I
it's
They
said that
actually
before.
did that in Chicago. I think it was like a little test, or it was like during a movie, but they did do that
Yeah, if they
where
didn't
the
tell them
women
to spend a
wasn't
40
I
ball on
think
it,
the
it
I know
wasn't
what
crime
easy
rate
to
y'all
has
get,
talking
decreased.
and
about.
they had to get a degree and
The
all that
crime
stuff.
rate has
Yeah, all
decreased
dudes
in
would have
Chicago.
degrees. They're like, oh man, I gotta get to
Because
that.
if they rewarded men for speaking proper English and being polite and respectful, but instead that they are literally saying the men who are the black men who are intelligent and speak well, they are literally getting punished
Lame.
for
Yeah,
it.
yeah, they lame
Yeah,
and all that stuff.
exactly.
But it's the world we
Lame is
live in,
another
man.
word for respectful black man. So you are literally in rewarding bad behavior and punishing good behavior. I
Yeah,
mean,
we
that
got,
is just
and women
complete.
got to stop
That is
sleeping with
complete
single fathers
self-destruction.
too. Ain't no we start.
you. Don't.
But
I'm not with you on that, Kev. I disagree because if a single mama is has a good life going on, we could both be good together. I'm going.
And it's crazy.
it's
but
kind of, I
yeah,
would say this, it's kind of hard to keep up with all this mess because you got people, like you say, you got people that supporting the messed up stuff. So we can't keep up
facts.
with everybody. We
Yeah,
cannot
yeah,
hold everybody accountable. It's impossible. It really
yeah,
is.
yeah.
Like they
It
say,
makes no
you
sense
need
to
a
hold them
village to
accountable.
raise kids. I feel like you need a village to hold these people
Okay,
accountable
first of all,
consistently.
their families not even holding them responsible in cultures to
Facts.
where their behavior is better. Their family won't even hold them responsible. The mother won't even
Somebody
hold them
said if you're
responsible.
not, somebody said if you aren't
The
building,
father
it
won't
doesn't
even
matter anyway.
the
I
father don't
disagree
even
with that.
punish them for getting ran through. The family don't even do it. So the families has to do it first, and then the
My
friends
thing
has to
is,
do it.
I understand that a lot of people don't like to people to tell them about their kid because it's triggering for them.
Oh yeah,
It's like, okay, if you feel
Right.
this way
right.
about my kid, then I don't fuck with you. I don't mess with you. I don't want to be around you. I don't want to. It just like that's what I see happening now. Like I have cousins who's going through that with
My
their
wife
own
told
family.
me.
There,
My wife told me if I don't marry her, her family's going to give her hell. Hell. She said they said you would not be a
but
single
you have to
parent.
marry on
You
your
would
own
not
terms.
be they would not I had to marry her. She was crying. That her family gave her hell. Right? And I was thinking this should have worked in America.
Hmm.
Yeah,
These
these
mothers
girls ain't
are
crying if you
telling
don't
women to be
marry
single
them.
moms.
They'll find somebody else.
They're telling women to be single
Right.
moms.
That
They're
part,
rewarding women for
These
being
girls
single
is not
moms.
crying over nobody not marrying them. They not crying over relationships.
they is
Look,
moving.
they are moving forward.
Yeah, they don't
They
take
moving
that
like
serious no more.
doorknobs,
So
Hey, bro,
before we gonna take
like
a quick
we had a
little
busting.
break real
conversation
quick
about
because
that
these
too.
these likes is looking a little nasty,
I
man.
mean, we had a
Touch.
conversation about that too. Like people,
I try to
it's
get you
just,
to a
I
thousand.
don't know, man.
Hold on real
Hey,
quick, y'all. Hold
hey,
on one
Vara.
second. I just want to do a quick little thing real quick, man. But people in the box, I want to see if y'all can share and hit them FYPs in there for me, man. Also, we got Rick in the building. What's the deal up there? I see you, my brother.
What's happening? Hey,
And
question. If you're taking a
uh,
break, can I do a little commercial thing here?
Go
yeah,
ahead,
so
Rick.
I gotta say what I'm doing the break about real quick. So I
All
need
right,
y'all
no
to
worries.
share. Everybody that in here, try to share to 10 people if y'all can. We trying to make it big because I just started it tonight. And then hit them likes. Don't be in the box hitting the likes. 'Cause I heard that junk don't work.
They don't.
Um
I just
and
I wanted to tell you that like not too long ago. Like if you hitting that like in the box, it don't really count.
yeah,
That's
no count. Yeah. Hold up, is
Why
that?
don't it count?
that's just how TikTok has it set up,
Yeah,
and
they done told me for the 20th time, so I had to believe them after that. I'm like,
it's just how it's just a weird way of TikTok doing some weird stuff.
yeah, weird
But
stuff.
Kayla, thank you so much. I just want to give you praise real quick because you was finna dive into the rabbit hole and you was finna never get off.
Oh, that's who live.
Oh no, I was ready to go to war because I was raised by a single mother and
That's
she
why
did
I
not
stopped
choose
you.
to do
That's
so.
why
Don't do it.
that's why
So
you see that's exactly why I stepped in front of you and said, Kayla, let it let it
Yeah,
you'll
stay
be
out of those Alice in Wonderland
Kayla.
facades.
Listen, you would definitely be
If it
fighting
don't
that
apply,
battle
let it
until
fly, sis.
you'll be fighting
Got
that
to,
battle for
yeah.
2
And
weeks straight.
that's a person that's gonna teach you
wow.
that. You
Well,
ain't one of them
thank you for
single
saving
mothers.
me.
You ain't got to do that. If they talking about some pookies and Ray Rays here, I'm not one of them. So I'm not about to say anything.
Hey Rick,
I know what I'm doing. My thing is, if you confident in
Exactly.
your life, and that's you.
Yeah, I
You ain't
share
got
with
no
eight
reason,
people.
huh?
I share with eight people. I think five or eight, one of the two.
it's a
Oh,
five.
okay, for
We
sure.
take
Good
that
looks,
though.
tax.
You know
Good
what?
looks.
Some people be acting funny. They really don't want to be bothered. That's why I really don't like to share people's lives. I pick certain people that I know will be interested in the conversation. Other than that, I try not to bother other people.
I think
I
Tax,
feel
people.
I
you.
I
feel
think
you.
people tap
Totally
into.
agree.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Rick. My bad.
Oh, just saying, yeah, tax. I totally agree with what you're saying here.
I don't know why he make me so happy every time he come in here. This is-
Yeah, some people be funny acting like Kev. I send you stuff that I think you will like, but I can't do it for everybody because I feel like people might be frowning like, what she want now? What she sending to me now?
Well,
Begging for my
Like I'm
money and I
actually
need
knocking
it
on their
now.
door or something.
right, like you a Jehovah or
I was
something, the
just about to
witness.
say.
hey, so Rick, what was you about to say? Because I know you said wanted to say something.
Oh no, just totally agreeing with what tax was saying. But
Oh,
it's
okay.
yeah,
I had a
that's
question,
it.
but I missed my question. Okay, so people say don't worry about other people, but do you guys believe that everybody is somehow connected to your life or a blessing?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
absolutely.
Every
I wouldn't
last
say a blessing per se.
lesson and lessons.
I would
Yeah.
say we all have a web that and don't mind the Spider-Man pun if that's where your mind goes, but I feel like we all are connected by a web, right? And some
Right.
of us
Yeah.
are closer to each other than others. So
Mm-hmm.
you may connect very well with Kev, right? But you may be so far out of connection with
It's
me,
me in
which is
Detroit.
why we don't have the same type of like thought processing. Like me and
Yeah.
Kev agree on certain things, right? So that's where my web and his web kind of like continues to go forward, and other people webs is like attached in that situation. But I think some of us are closer to being attached than others. That's the frequency conversation. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, King. So yeah, that's like for instance, I could tell Kayla was finna go in, right? And
Mhm.
Kev
Me
has been
too.
a part of this live. We've been a part of this live where I have also went in on the same person. That's
Me
why I
too.
immediately stepped in. That's why I immediately stepped in when Kayla was like, "Well, what do you?" I said, "Kayla, let's not do
Don't
that.
do it. Don't
We will
do it.
not make it
You
out of
know
this
what?
one."
It's like some days he be making sense, and some days you be like,
He
okay,
do.
where is he
He do.
coming from?
That's
Like
why I ain't
today he
blocking
actually
you.
made sense, and then
His
he was actually on
verbiage.
another live that I was on, and he was actually patient. He was
Yeah.
asking questions. It was very interesting. I
Yeah.
was like, okay, so he's I don't know, he's fickle. He
That's
changes.
why I ain't block him.
Hey, touche.
Kev loves for him to come in here because he immediately
I
wasn't
know.
controversial.
Touche.
Yeah.
For the sake of your Spider-Man analogies here, do we happen to have any Peter Parkers or Uncle Bens in the
I'm
audience
Peter
tonight?
Parker on Earth 223, and
Two, two,
I'm
three.
Uncle Ben.
I
They
Oh,
am
don't want
Los
to hear
Angeles'
me.
very own Spider-Man.
all
I
right,
tell them with
awesome.
great power comes great responsibility. They be trying to cuss me out. Who are you to tell me that?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
what they hit me
exactly.
with.
Who is they? Come on, don't be trying to cuss us out here.
King said, "Oh, see, and that's another thing. Like King said, me and King connect on a lot of stuff. King kind of we connect. Like I feel like our frequencies are flowing or will flow. But like I said, I'm not against. Back to on the subject, I'm not against
Helping people.
bringing awareness to fellow people, but I
Yeah.
do think
Right.
the way you bring certain awareness and then how you bring it with like your verbiage of it can always make it. Now, if somebody immediately tells me mind my business, okay, all I did was say this and let me continue on about my day.
Hmm.
It's a two-way street though. It ain't always the verbiage too. Sometimes it's the receptor too. We got to be fair and say it's two sides of everything. Because you can. I'm pretty sure you done talk to plenty of people. But everybody's not gonna take it the same exact way.
Of
Some people
course,
just don't want to hear you today, or they just not in the
bro.
mood. So
I know that being a gang member, and you know how many
yeah,
times I tell my homies that certain stuff that they do is stupid, and they be like, oh, I be like, bro, we from the same area, and I always one of my OGs had to pull me to the side because he don't hang out like that no more. He was like, I just want to let you know.
I see you, Nyla. You ain't got to do
He
it
told me
twice. I
straight
see.
up. He said, I want to let you know, little homie, everybody from the hood is not your homie.
Yeah.
I'd
And when he
write
said
twice,
that,
only wrote one.
I see that junk twice. I'm like,
Yeah, it
dang,
did pop
okay,
up
dang,
twice.
we get you yelling at us and stuff. Change your tone. It's like, dog.
But go ahead. But go ahead. Nah, I'm sorry. I just
My
Go,
wanted to
bad,
explain.
my bad. I was
don't
in,
say,
I guess sometimes you may have to read a person first before addressing them to see if
yeah,
they're
Uh-huh.
approachable. Because you got some people you be like, no, never mind. I just let her suffer. Like you just don't even want to touch that dial. You like, nah, I'm just let her go on about her business.
yeah. I feel you. You got to know who you're talking to sometimes. Some people, it's a gamble with anything. But go ahead,
Yeah. Yeah.
Nyla. I know you was trying
I
to
think
go.
she got a phone call. Did she get a phone
Did you?
call?
Okay, so would you guys agree that
um
Wait, wait,
lately people
wait,
have
Pat.
been talking about accountability and people use different
Hold,
definitions,
hold
which
up,
kind of
Tax.
makes
Wait,
Nyla's
sense to
been
me.
trying to say something
wait.
for the
Nah,
longest.
nah,
no, it's cool, it's cool. She can go, she can rock. She
we
rocking it.
waiting on you to
Go
talk
girl, girl.
now. Go ahead, Nyla. We cleared the floor for you, sweetheart.
um on my thoughts on the accountability thing, I believe, like it says, everyone should hold everyone accountable because everyone has a voice. And everyone don't I don't think a man, when he's approaching a woman, he's coming with bad intentions. He's just trying to look out or give you a, a view from his perspective
Mm,
and mindset. It's like another way of thinking. Just don't be one-sided when it comes to a conversation, because everything has two sides or more sides. You never know. And I think with women feel like, oh well, a man shouldn't be in a woman's space or a woman's space. I feel
mm,
like if you, that woman, don't want a man in your face or your space, don't put yourself in spaces of those people.
mm-hmm.
It's just to make you a lesser target, or to or put your energy in a space where you don't want it to be. You get what I'm saying?
Right, right. Just like I think some girl
That
had
my
made an
sister
announcement
sneaking up in here
and
on me and stuff. My bad, y'all. I got excited. I'm sorry.
she was
Go ahead.
basically telling women to be careful about their surroundings, and I think some women got upset because they felt like she had no right to say that. Like, don't try to like control me or tell me what to do. I'm grown, I got this. But at the same time, you're still asking for protection and help.
Right.
Do agree.
What the heck?
I think that's the craziest thing to me is if you're not gonna listen to nobody, you don't need to be asking for nobody help. Um, I have a friend. I mean, I don't even say that. I have an associate.
Oops.
She, I would call her associate. She has her own business, right? And but yet she always says, "I don't like nobody, and everybody's weird," and and she be like, "Nobody support me," in the same voice, and they be like, "Girl, pick pick a side.
Pick a
Do you want
side.
people like do you want people to support you or do you want people to not like talk to you? Oh, I don't know why y'all be talking to me and I be at work all day long, but you be like, but look at my nail page. Like ain't nobody about to sit there and support that. So
People are like that. Fickle.
I think your energy has to definitely become correct when you talk to people. Like that's
Yeah.
something that Kev will tell y'all I stress over all the time. Like please come with the correct energy because if you come with the wrong energy, the message is not it's gonna fall on deaf ears. And that's just how you want to better your society, you want to better your community, you want to better the people around you. Make sure you learn the people around you and make sure you communicate with them effectively. You could get the message across, but you have to find a way to get it across to them. Some people are the like motivational speakers. You hear who Kev, what's the guy that used to lift weight? CT Fletcher. CT Fletcher talks to all his people a certain way, right? But these people that are now going to CT Fletcher know that's how he talk, which is why they
Right.
going to him. But I'm
Exactly.
pretty sure before he got to the way he was, he had to learn a certain way to talk to the people around him. He had to see what was acceptable. He had to see what was, oh, this go drive him. They go do. You just have to learn your audience.
Some people don't care. Some people them they
Yeah.
like, shoot, you need help from me. So,
Some people
Yeah,
dive straight in, but then they eventually learn, like, oh, I should never said that.
yeah.
yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I respect a brutally honest type of person. I'm not even gonna lie.
Okay.
Because I rather you I rather respect you as who you are and you standing on what you believe in your opinion. And I can be okay with not agreeing with it. But from my perspective is when I'm mixing energy with someone who I consider a bad energy, I simply remove myself in silence because I'm not a back and forth type of person. I'm real calm. So I don't like to argue. So if you try to put
Just
me in an
Charles coming here.
argumentative space or position, you're gonna be standing there talking to yourself.
I got a question.
Cause yes,
What was your longest relationship?
9 years. I'm still in
Okay.
it.
There you
How
go.
many times? That's good. No, I love that. I love that for you. I'm not gonna even. That's not me being funny enough. I really genuinely love, so I love that for you. But how
Nice.
many times have y'all got into arguments and y'all both been stubborn?
You saying we both been what?
Been stubborn.
Stubborn?
Yeah, like y'all one of y'all refuses to yield the argument.
I'm gonna be so truthful.
Here we go.
Sorry.
When me and my dude when me and my dude argue, I literally silence myself and he does the same thing. Like he literally isolate, meaning
How long did it take for y'all to get that? Did y'all get that right away, or did y'all get that down the road of being with each other? Did she get a phone call?
I hear something. It sounds like her stuff delaying. I hear
Yeah,
a weird noise.
I think her thing is she probably got a phone call. Nala, I think you delayed a little bit.
Yeah, something up.
Did you get a phone call?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. What the heck?
no.
Okay.
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say on my part, it took a lot of maturing because he's already in a stage where his mind already knew how to handle a situation like that. I think I was more emotional than logical because I'll let my feelings get the best of me and not completely hear what he's saying. So once I actually had to take time to actually sit down and comprehend what he's saying to me, that's when we had to start getting on the same page more, or I had to get a deeper understanding of where he's coming from because I'll be so triggered, like, no, you're wrong, you're like, I'm literally in this mindset. And he pulled me out of that.
Okay. So did it take you about 6 months, a year, couple of years?
I'm gonna be real. It probably took me like no more than 4 months. 4 months.
Okay.
Because
That's a short period of time.
from my perspective, I didn't have real relationships. I felt like if I didn't live with you, you wasn't my man. That's how I seen it. Because I felt like a boyfriend who stays with his mama, he can bring over different women. The mama could meet all the women and these could be all
Boy.
her
A
daughters
really
and
nice
all that
mom.
stuff.
I'm not gonna lie.
What type of boyfriend that is? What the
My mama's so old school.
That
So
already
it
sound like
was
a
a
red flag.
difference. It was a difference between learning a man who stays with his mother and a man who has his own. So
I mean, I get it. I get it. The reason I asked that, right? I kind of lost the reason that oh damn it.
Well,
I
I
Because
didn't
would
know.
say
no,
I didn't
that's
know
you
that.
really
had
good
you
of
had asked
you.
me how long did it take for me to I guess
no, I lost. I should have wrote this down. This is why I be telling people to write stuff down when we be talking.
you said how
Um,
long did it get to take for me to get to a
no,
point
I got that.
where
I got that part. It was
okay.
the core reason of me asking that, and I lost it.
Yeah.
I lost the core reason. I'm not gonna lie to you. I lost the core reason, but
And she was talking about y'all was getting to know each other after
no,
so
you
many
gotta go back
years or
further,
under.
Kev. You gotta go back further.
Dang.
The
I don't know
core
what to do
reason.
then. It's
Damn.
over.
I
Yeah,
forget.
yeah.
Was it dealing
I'm
with
not gonna lie to y'all.
accountability?
Listen, I'm very.
I have a
I should
question.
have wrote it down. I should have wrote it down. That's my fault. But
Somebody said that a question.
Yeah, me.
okay, go ahead, Kayla. I'm sorry.
So it's
Thank you,
about
Nyla.
the
I'm so sorry I lost the core reason for that question.
I do that all the time. We in
We
our
was
30s and I'm gonna
digging
blame
it.
it
I
on
was
that.
digging it, and I was like, "Ooh, we gonna get to the point." And then I was like, I forgot what the point was. I was trying to get at. Damn it.
when you stop thinking looking for it, it's gonna pop back up in a minute.
Yep.
Yeah.
Um, so
That
my
mean my wife
question is
coming soon.
towards sorry, my question is towards the second part of the what do you call the thing? I forget what it's called. Touche is like messing up my thought process right now.
Oh,
He's
it's
transferring his
trickling down.
forgetfulness.
He's rubbing off. He's
He's
rubbing
rubbing off
off.
on me. But
All right, don't put this blame on me. Don't put this blame on me. I didn't want to be here. I wanted to go to the strip club.
I don't even go here. So the question that I
Go get
have, so
him, Miss
it
Loretta.
says I believe everyone should hold everyone accountable. My question to that is that if we're holding everyone accountable, how often are we doing that? And what would the parameters be to holding everybody? Like, is that like once a day you see somebody out of line, or you see something that should be brought to the attention of the other person, and you're like, hey, like I noticed this, like what would that look like if we all held everybody accountable? Like, or is it like just within our circle? Like, are we going out into the world and doing that, or
I
would that
would
be within our
say,
circle?
I would say,
I would say probably within the.
if you strongly feel like you have to step up for someone, or you feel like you want to be in this protective mode of someone, to me that is your personal choice. Whether you feel like, all right, I can't take this, I can't watch this, so either you're going to remove yourself or you're going to sit up here and speak up for that person.
That's it. Yep, Campbell. So Campbell.
Brother.
Boston, what's the deal?
Good. To me, these types of arenas is a space where you can hold people accountable that you don't know. You know what I'm saying? This is a good way to reach a lot of people about a lot of different topics. So like today, bro, I was in Wolfgang's live and I was disgusted, bro. I was
Mm,
so disgusted because I'm like, man, the topic that he had was
mhm.
real, but it was geared towards women, right?
Yeah,
And I was so disgusted how the women were in there taking, like, I mean, being real combative about the topic. When I'm like, do y'all really, like, seriously agree with this, or are you just being combative because it's coming from him? And
that's
he
what it is.
has he have content that strikes, and they don't necessarily say it in the right way all the time. So I get what Touche saying, because I'm like, I wonder if it wasn't him that had this topic and somebody else had it, would they be able to receive it better, right? Because he was right. He was absolutely right. But he was
Yeah.
getting so much pushback, it was unbelievable. And it was kind of making me upset because at the end of the day, this is how I feel. Regardless of the messenger, if the message is real, why are we being combative?
That's why we sisters and brothers.
Right.
Yeah.
Verbiage.
Exactly, Boston.
Verbiage.
Exactly.
People don't.
Boston.
But look, even with
Verbiage.
but Kanal was in there too, right? I mean, it don't matter who is coming out of whoever mouth it is, they just don't want to hear it. That's what it is.
And,
People don't
and
like
then
the truth.
and then I said some things because I'm very fair. I'm
Mhm.
very fair. I don't criticize either side. I just say what I say. I'm on the side of what's right.
Yeah,
And I even came in with some logic, I thought, and they just didn't want to hear it. I'm like,
nope.
we got a lost generation of people. And I notice I
Yeah,
didn't say gender specific, like men
right.
or lost generation of women. We got a lost generation of people
People,
because
yeah,
when
most
you are
definitely.
unable to accept the truth, period, for what it looks like, then it's some real live issues in the world. Like
I
for real.
think some women are super overly opinionated, and
Oh my God. Yes, they are.
Yeah.
What's that?
And
Somebody tell
that's
me what
why a
that
lot
means.
of them come off very combative or triggered or offended because they cannot handle spaces where people are calm. People actually
Mm,
get along with men. Because I have brothers, I have nephews, I have like male figures or people in my life that I actually care about and love. So it's like I can't have the mindset of, oh, down talking them or making them feel less as a person or just a male. So
I think people have a problem with people getting off and telling them what they should do and all that stuff, because then it comes like it's that old that saying y'all done probably heard. I probably done heard it, and I mean people probably said it in real world, but I've heard it on me. It'd be like, where do you get off telling me how to live my life, and you don't know nothing about me, and you don't know that. So everybody is living on that rock, right? Where do you get off telling me that I'm like, or you trying to make me feel like I'm less than because I don't do this, yo? Like people minds is warped. Like I asked a friend recently that, like, dog, why you don't want to be in love? I don't want to be in love because this, that, and the third, and this is gonna happen. I'm like, this is you guys are traumatized. Like y'all gotta
Like,
let that go.
right. Like, are
It's
you
Yeah,
okay?
some people already got
it's some
super
people.
damaged.
It makes sense why some people are still suffering because it's like they don't want to change. They're not open
They
for,
scared. They not
new
courageous.
information. They're stubborn.
You're right, stubborn. People know how to hold a grudge.
Oh
People
Yeah,
yeah,
for a long time. But it's
they
like
love holding
it could be
grudges.
it could have been a self-inflicted experience that they was going through, meaning something that they manifested. It's nobody's fault but theirs. But then they didn't get the lesson that they needed to get within that experience. Now they mad at everybody else, like everybody else did it, but it was something that they missed or didn't do.
Right.
The deepest thing that I say to people is this, right? Love is a courageous act. Love takes courage. Being vulnerable takes courage.
Hmm.
And
It's a sacrifice.
a lot of people are genuinely traumatized, and they don't see that they don't have the courage to do it again, right? They don't have it. So that's why I
Right.
always preach to people like, we all learn the value of $1. But
I
Hmm.
just think
nobody
people just need to learn to heal from the people and the things that really hurt you, and know what really hurt you, and
Right.
learn to really accept it and move on from it.
Right.
Yeah, but a lot of people
Even if
don't
it's
want to sit
even if
within
it's not
themselves.
everything that you want it to be, just accept the little that is given and move on.
Yeah,
And
people.
then even if you go through it again, it may not be as bad as you think it is. Because I done went through some tough things, and I'm like, oh, it wasn't that bad.
Well,
Right.
that's
Like
the thing.
nobody's exempt from experiences. I just wanted to say that.
When you get your feelings hurt, sometimes you gotta look at it like this. Okay, it happened. So what? Like it
Right.
ain't your first and it ain't gonna be your last. But
Right.
what
Hmm.
you do is you move when you move with pure intent in this day and age, you never really lose.
Yep. Never.
I don't lose if I come at you and I was being 100 and being honest and being loving and being caring. I don't lose.
Right.
You lose that. And when the moment that people take that in their head and they start to move on that, then it's different. But a lot of people don't have pure intent, which is why they can't maneuver on that, which is why they're still scared and they're still stuck in a traumatized mindset. It's very much
Hmm.
people that need to go to therapy, and it's just the truth. You can't run fast
Amen.
like the Flash and change the past. It happened. Unfortunately, we're sorry that it happened to you, but you got to get up and move. Old movie that as an adult now that I look at is Lion King. When he hit him in the back of the head, he said that hurt. He said, "Oh yeah, the past can't hurt, but you can either learn from it or you can run from it." And he swung again. He
Right.
said, "Ha! You see, you learned, right? You got
Right.
it." So what people need is advisors, because like I said, advisors to remind them that, hey, we know it hurt, but we know that this is not it. You have to release the ball and chain around your ankle, because while you dragging that ball and chain around, you missing up on all these good people that could have been in your life.
And
Because
another thing, I
Fit to the
also think
situation as
that
well.
once men and women start to get to a place where they realize, like I'm talking about the ones that's coming after our grandmothers, and our grandfathers. People got to understand you are the new leader of the generation. Like
Exactly.
literally, you can't be Nana who twerk and smoke weed at every fucking event or club or function. Like you have to put in your mind that you are someone's grandmother. Like a lot of people still want to be young, wild, and free, and nothing wrong with it, but
You need a little
it's
bit of class. You need to have
it's
some
not it's not
you just
decorum.
meant
need
for
to know that
everybody.
everything
Like
you have to pay for
everybody's trying
everything.
to be the same way.
Who do traumatized people hold accountable other traumatized people? Yeah, that's exactly who hold. That's exactly what traumatized people do. Like it, like I'm gonna put myself on a vulnerable state, right? About being and I'm gonna be accountable. When me and my ex broke up, I had to be accountable. Why? Because I didn't know how to love her on a level that she needed to be loved on. I didn't know how to love her on the level that she required to be loved on. I loved her on a level that I thought was best. And that's not
If
that
you
was
don't mind me asking, what level,
what you mean?
like what level did she want to see love from
Oh,
you from?
we never got to talk about that. I just know that I didn't love her the way that she probably wanted to be loved. I just loved her with what I had. You get what I'm saying?
So did that wake something up within you where you know what to do now?
Yeah, like now when I date, I take my time. I try to
Okay.
really learn a person. Try to ask them stuff, and I try to like not just what's your favorite color and what do you like to eat. It's like no, I don't ask you that. I ask you stuff like, hey, when you are going through something, how do you get through it? Oh, okay. Well,
Right.
sometimes I do this and I do that, or these are things that I like usually like, or whatever the case. Okay, now I know that. Hey, if my girl is going through something, my girl might need some space. Let me do something to give her like this space that she can have, but let me still show her that I'm there. Like you learn different ways when you date people, and like I said, when I lost my relationship, that's something that I learned is that I loved her with what I had, which is why I felt drained because I was loving her with something that she didn't even need. I needed to learn her and love her in the manner that she needed to be loved on. You get what I'm saying?
I'm gonna be real. The best way for a relationship to last, if you and that person become genuine best friends, like literally, you gotta love your partner and love being their friend before the relationship. You
Yeah,
just
no,
gotta love to enjoy them.
and I feel like this too. And I'm glad you said that. We did not spend a very long time as friends. We were friends for a short time. I knew I liked her. I pursued her, and we moved kind of fast. We didn't spend a long time of being friends. We didn't. And like I said, I learned that at the end of the relationship. When I did my self work and my self healing and my journey, I learned that. I said, dang,
I have a question.
go
Do
ahead.
you do you think it's wise to start a relationship off of friendship or find friendship within the relationship? Because I hear a lot of people all the time talking about how you should be friends with this person before you start dating, but if I'm friends with I have a an idea of friendship in my mind, and so if I'm your friend, I'm not thinking about
Well,
you in a
and they
romantic
relate.
way.
And I agree with you on that. I think you have to find a
Well,
friendship within the relationship.
Okay.
You have
Yeah.
to find that because
I'm gonna
once
say,
again,
I feel
wait,
like it's levels to it.
wait, give me,
I'm
yeah,
I'm
it's
gonna
level.
say, before me and my dude got together, we was literally cool. We was like literally just going out bowling to watch the mountains, listen to music, smoke, whatever case may be. Um,
Did you guys
we
call each other
decided
friends or were you guys dating? Like going as in going on dates?
I'll say I wanted to get to know him on a friendship level first because I
Hmm.
wanted to see how you treated the people around you. I wanted to see how did you communicate when you was in a room full of women or, you know, or
Okay,
around your family.
so y'all were cool. When we said when you say cool, and let me just give you a man perspective, and maybe Kev can agree with me or disagree with me on this. If you put me in the friend zone, right? If you put me in the friend zone, I'm your friend. And once I
Yeah.
find out enough stuff about you being
Well, I'm
friends,
gonna say we was friends based on the simple fact of we was
thank you, Angel.
seeing each other, if that makes sense. Like
Okay,
he
so you
would pick
guys were
me up and
talking.
I would stay a night at his house after
Oh,
going
girl,
out
y'all
on a
wasn't
date.
friends.
Oh,
Y'all was
y'all were
talking.
y'all were not friends. Listen, if somebody wants to be my friend, there's a film that goes over my eyes. There's a new set of lenses that come over my eyes that I don't see you. I'm like, okay, friends. Okay, what's up, buddy? How you doing, pal?
I feel like if we start off and that's the thing too. I'm big on as a man.
I
I'm gonna
mean,
tell you
some
this.
girls could see some men as friends or little brother like friends. Like
Oh
No,
no.
I don't see anybody that's not my brother as my brother.
Okay, I just want to say this as a man, and I'm just giving
Mhm.
y'all a man's perspective. My perspective as a man. If we start out as friends, we're not getting out of this friend zone.
Agree.
Why? Why? Let me tell you why. Because now I have learned you. I have gained a love for you, and the risk of my friendship is not worth me trying a relationship.
Mm.
You get what I'm
But
saying?
that's how you build a relationship. Like a relationship is a friendship. You gotta. Why do you think people be married to people and all of a sudden they be like, "Damn, I hate this motherfucker. I don't like this motherfucker." You don't like them because you
Because they
grew
didn't
in the
find the friendship
space.
within
Because
the
they didn't find a
relationship.
friendship in the
and
relationship.
and and
Right,
most
right.
times if
You
they're
didn't find
married
a
and they
friendship
end up
in a
not
relationship,
liking each
right?
other, if you have a married couple and they end up not liking each other, it's usually one because they didn't find a friendship within the relationship, and two, they stopped dating. A lot of married couples stop dating.
They
the
become
third
complacent.
the third thing is that also if there's kids that come into play, they paid way too much attention to the children and not enough attention to each other. And so once the children grow up and leave the house, now they're looking at a stranger.
And I'm gonna say this as this too. When you have kids, y'all both, and when you guys are in a relationship and you have kids, y'all relationship is like it does not matter no more until that kid is able to kind of like go to school and do stuff, and then now y'all have to rebuild. It's a rebuilding process. It's a
Well,
oh
it
let's
should matter. There needs to be a new balance. That I hear a lot of times when somebody has from people that I know that have kids, for some reason their life just stops, and it doesn't have to stop.
no, it's
Like,
not. It's not. It. I don't want to say stop completely, but the relation, like the just you and her aspect in a relationship, does take the back seat of the child,
right, there needs to be a new balance, and I think a lot of people don't
and
don't
that's
create that new balance.
and
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. And when the kid is able to like kind of like go to school and certain stuff like that, then they begin to rebuild again. I've seen
Right.
people do that. I've seen people like they have a kid and everything is about that kid. And they like not doing anything because they're so much into being a parent, and then now they start going back on dates and they start learning each other again because now it's time that's passed, and I was like, okay, let me get back to this. You feel me? I think
Hmm.
it's open. Communication is very much of a key, right? But understanding and comprehending is well, I want to say that's the same thing, but comprehending is a major part of the relationship. People will communicate with each other, but they won't comprehend.
Right. Yep.
You get what
Right.
I'm saying?
Yep.
So that's why I'm saying I'm not saying that the relationship ends when you have the kid, but what I'm saying y'all relationship takes the back seat while y'all
Hmm.
raise that kid for a while, and then y'all have to rebuild and redate each other.
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. The person I'm dating, they got a kid. They have a child by someone else. So um to me, children, it takes a lot of patience. And one thing I like about the person I'm dating, I never, not once out of my 9 years, seen this man place hands on his daughter. Not once. And he talks to her. That's what I like. I like that he uses his voice with her because she's still a person and he's letting her be heard. And he wants to understand who she is and why she does the things that she does or want to do things that she wants to do. And I think that's important. Like, and at the same time, I like that he don't got like the baby mama problems or issues or anything like that. Like people be claiming. Well, I'm not gonna say people be claiming because people really be going through shit with their baby fathers and baby moms.
Yeah. I mean, baby mama drama and baby daddy drama is definitely a thing. I just think, but like I said, they gotta we to furthermore string this back into what we saying is
I'm
when
back.
you wasn't even gone. We seen you.
I don't. I
I was on
yeah,
the
I wanted to
phone.
get back on the. I wanted to say
Yeah.
something. I don't believe that you're going to hold everybody accountable because again, we just said that everybody is not even open to communication. You know
No.
what I'm saying? Some people don't
Right.
even know what the hell is going on. So how can you how can you hold somebody accountable when they don't even know what's going on? They have no
Well,
clue.
You gotta talk to them to let them know what's going
you
on
gotta
so they
explain it just
can
like a
have that
kid.
No,
understanding.
some people are off. Some people are brainwashed. Some people
Yeah.
are sick in the head. It's
Some
so
people don't
many
have the
aspects to
same
I
it.
level
think
of
Remove yourself
education
from
that you
those
do.
people.
I think As
That's
at one
easier said
point,
than
some of
done.
us was like that too, though. But sometimes you got to chip away at some people. It depends on how much you feel whatever. Because sometimes
Right.
it do
I
take
guess
another point of
it
view.
will take time or whatever.
Yeah,
But
it
yeah,
take
I just
time.
wanted to add that because when you said, because I read this on somebody else's live, but they keep saying everyone. You can hold some people, but not all, because some
No,
people
you
don't
can't.
even feel like they should be responsible for whatever you're telling them they should be responsible for. They don't get it.
Yeah, I think you
Yeah.
even hold people accountable by like when somebody try to break your boundary. Even if they don't like it or something like that. You
Right.
not
That's the
letting them
thing.
in
A
your
lot of
space
people
and
Look
hold
don't
at
them
you,
set
accountable.
Kev. I
boundaries
agree with
either.
you.
Some people don't set boundaries. Some people expect adults to automatically understand things and apply it all at the same
Yeah.
time.
I
I'm not
yeah,
gonna
I think
And
lie.
some
another
I
way
people,
was
I'm
the
meaning
type
about it is
person.
like people would have to be literally yes people or something like that because everybody been had their toes stepped on by somebody or something. So that's why I said some of the times we hold the people accountable and don't realize it. Just like we not gonna let nobody disrespect us. You know what I'm saying? That's still holding us accountable.
No
Even if
boundaries.
we know them or
Boundaries.
not, a stranger.
Bound-
So we do that
Boundary check.
randomly. You know what I'm saying?
That's
Boundary.
another thing I had to be taught in my relationship is having boundaries. Like when it came to like certain situations or people in my life, like my mom is a very outspoken, strong type of woman. And I felt like it was a point in time where I was at her house and my cousin, she asked me a question. My mom, she instantly, oh, shut up. I don't want to hear that. I ain't trying to hear that. And I'm like, I instantly told my mom, I said, hey, I said, that's not cool. I said, don't talk to me like that, mom. I was like, that's very disrespectful of you. I said to just cut me off. I said she asked me a question. I said, it's understanding that I'm not a child no more. I don't live in your house. I'm not under your rules. So show me respect as if I was one of your homegirls or the people out there that you show respect to because you don't talk to them any kind of way.
Yeah, I
But
think.
But you are my
you feel like because
child.
I'm your child, you have the right to talk to me like this. And it doesn't give you the right.
I'm gonna be honest with y'all. This is gonna sound very bad that I say this. I set boundaries. I want to say I started really setting my boundaries 2-3 years ago, right? With me setting my boundaries, it's been a lot of times where I'll be like, you know what? I don't like the way you're talking to me. You're gonna get off this phone. You gonna hang up the phone? Yes, I paid the bill. And guess
Mm-hmm.
what? You either like it or you don't. That's a part of your boundaries. When you set boundaries, you got to be prepared for people to not like it, and you got to you got to understand the emotion.
Prepare for them to cut you off.
Yeah, be prepared for it because they set their
yeah.
boundaries, and their boundaries are what they are. And like I said, that's why I'm big on telling people like I can I get like I guess like Kev said, I guess you can say I am holding somebody accountable by the boundaries that I uphold, but that's kind of weird to say. I don't know. That's
Because that's you
I
standing
was going
on
to
what
say,
you believe in, what you feel. Like nobody can make you feel no type of way for you feeling like you're standing up for yourself. Like it's like, okay, if you have a problem with me standing up for myself over something I don't like, then you can remove yourself. Like that's how I feel.
yeah. Now, I agree with you. I had an issue with my mom and my sister where I told them that they were not allowed to come to my place because they were being disrespectful. It's like, yeah, we stayed in a house at one time all together, but I'm an adult and you will respect me. If you can't do that, you're not allowed to come over here. And they would
Mm-hmm.
get upset. And then me and my mom, we stopped talking to each other because she just kept calling me while I was over there. You know how your mom be like, go to my room and get this and get that. I'm like, no, I don't feel like keep getting up and down. And she got mad, and I said, "Stop calling my name." And she was like, "Get out." I was like, "Okay, I ain't gotta come back to no more. We just didn't talk to each other no more. You're not about to run
That
me.
sounds
I will
just
Resource,
go
like
I
me and
see
my
you.
home."
mama.
man. My mom. I don't even live with my mom. She told me one day like. I said, I'm about to move to Atlanta. She said, well, go ahead, son. If you don't like it, you can always move back home. Move back home where? With you? That's not
Mm,
going to work. That's not going to work.
Mama.
And like I said, I think like I think Kev has given me a new way to see that because I feel like when you set your boundaries, that is you holding people accountable. Listen, this is
Yeah,
my program and you
it's
don't like
holding
it.
people accountable only if they agree to the boundary that you set in place.
No, you can hold them
Right.
accountable. You can't make nobody be accountable. That's two different things, though.
Me
Say that
holding you
again.
That's
accountable
like
means
holding
is
somebody
if
to their
you.
word. You know what I'm saying? I'm holding you to your word. You can't make them take their word, but you can hold them to their word.
I think the way I'm looking at it is,
It's like awareness.
if I'm holding you accountable with my boundaries, that's now like you don't have no access no more. Like your access has been like
Mm-hmm.
officially like denied. It's nothing you
Yes.
can say to me no more.
Because accountability is
Right. So if
That's
you're
another way of saying that something is not acceptable.
so if you're accepting somebody's boundary and you cross it, you can be held accountable for that
Yeah.
because you accepted the boundary, and now I have to let you know, like, hey, you're crossing the line here.
so. I have a question. When you don't set boundaries and somebody crosses over a boundary that you never set, who should be held accountable, you or that person?
You,
You,
because you didn't set that
because
boundary.
you didn't set the boundary, and I'm actually really happy that you said that, because that's something that I had to sit down with
So do
myself.
I.
Um,
I gotta let somebody know what disrespect is, even though
I
it's
had
subjective though.
I had to sit down
Yes.
with
I don't
myself.
want you calling me no B.
So when I was in a relationship, my ex cheated, and I in no way, shape, or form give him a pass. But I did have to sit down with myself and examine the relationship to see maybe if there was, although I know now after, going through the receipts, I know that there was nothing that I could have done to prevent that, and I was in no way, shape, or form at fault for his actions. But I do feel like had I maybe communicated one of my boundaries better, he might have moved different. And there really is no way to tell because he made a choice, so there really is no way to tell. But I think that, had I expressed a boundary that I had that I never fully expressed to him, or never fully locked in with him, that could have possibly changed the outcome of the relationship. No way to tell, but
Hey,
I
I
do
was just about to say that. So you saying it's my fault because I told a person not to cheat? I mean, they cheated, and I ain't need to tell them that they ain't supposed to
Wait,
cheat.
who
That
who
sounds
was
funny.
talking, Nyla or Kayla?
No, it was me. No, so
Kayla.
I'm not
Oh,
giving him a
okay.
pass for cheating, but when I was examining the
Their voices
relationship,
sound the same.
when I was
A cheater
examining
is
the
gonna cheat,
relationship,
girl. Yes.
and I was trying to see if there was anything that I did wrong, because I never been cheated on. So how, like, I that was my first relationship, never been cheated on, didn't really know what to do in that situation. So I had to examine the relationship and see where I could have gone wrong. And I did remember that there was a boundary that I had that he crossed, and I thought to myself, maybe if I did
So can I
express
ask you,
that
did you feel
better.
like it was your fault?
No, absolutely not. I know it wasn't my fault, but just piggybacking off of Tax's question, um, if you don't express a boundary and somebody crosses it, is it you that you hold yourself accountable, or you hold them accountable? That's just what I was, you know, a real life experience I was giving, is that, in my personal life, I did have a boundary that I did not speak up on, and it was crossed, and it wasn't my fault. But I do realize now that, next time I need to speak up, and I need to let it be known that, like,
So
this is not what I like.
Hold on, though. So the thing is, right, somebody crosses a boundary that you have not set yet, then you're essentially just setting the boundary there, right? Because I can't sit there
Mm.
and set a boundary that you can't cross with me, right? There's gonna be some that I may not have spoken about because I didn't even know it was a boundary for me.
hmm
Right.
So if I'm just setting that and then somebody crosses that, it ain't nothing to just be like, hey, can you not do this? This upsets me. I'm setting the boundary there. We have to adapt and understand that boundaries are going to change. The boundaries I had when I was 20 are not the same that I have now at 31. And they're not
Amen.
going to be
Oh,
the same when I'm
absolutely.
41.
But I
They're
mean, I
going to
already I
change.
had already broken up with him, so I really didn't care.
Yeah.
So I got a
Yeah,
big
yes,
question.
at that point, but still.
Hmm.
Here we go, Kev. Here you go. You got that creepy
You
smile.
already know.
Pamela smile.
I'm finna
So I'm gonna
look.
go
Hold
back to
on.
what
Wait. Before you go,
what's it called?
Kev,
It
hold
said, she
on.
said a cheater's gonna cheat. So that means you should never date a cheater, right?
Who
How would
knows
you
that
Yeah.
a
know if they
person's a
cheated,
cheater?
though?
Who knows
Huh?
a person's a cheater without knowing?
That's what I'm trying to see. Because I'm trying to see this. I'm just trying to see
Listen,
something. I'm about to get
And
somewhere
I
with
listen.
said,
this though. So I want questions. I mean, I
I'm
want
gonna say,
answers
you
real quick.
know, if a person cheating on you, you don't know if someone's stepping out on you or if they're
You
have
finna fall into
deceitful
the trap.
ways because
Not this
no, I'm not.
mine.
Hey, I should
um,
not have said nothing. I should have let her
Right.
fall in that
You're
trap.
right.
What was your question? Can you ask your question again?
So for everybody in the room, the thing was at the
how do you
bottom
know a
said a
cheater
cheater
is
is going to cheat. So should we not never
how you
date
know
a
a cheater
person that
gonna
cheat?
cheat?
A cheater
Huh?
is gonna cheat, so should we not date a person that cheats?
Yes.
What is that? Like a brain teaser?
Remember,
I
Kayla.
just want to
Remember
see
when
what y'all got, man.
Kayla? Remember
Because
when
I'm about to
a
get
boy
somewhere
was
with this
in
after
here,
this.
and I was like, Kayla, you going into the dark hole?
Here playing mind
That's
games.
why I had to ask it. Listen,
It
this
ain't
is
no
why I
mind
haven't
game. He
said
make you
nothing
think too
yet.
hard. It's
No,
just because I got
listen.
another question
What
behind
made?
this, though.
All right, I'm telling y'all why.
This
Y'all gonna
this
be
is
like,
why I just asked
oh,
him to repeat the
Yeah,
question.
I
This is
guess
why
if
I'm
you
still
want an open
quiet because I'm like,
relationship, I
where is
guess
he going
yeah.
with this? Where are
If
you
you,
going with
it,
this?
Because
it all
again,
depends on what your intentions are. I would say some women may be cool with that. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
Shit.
it's not
Go ahead,
about
AJ.
that. At the end of the day, you got to
You
think
don't know a
about.
person's intention. I'm gonna just leave it at that. You don't know a person's intention. They can be a
People have
serial cheater.
weird
But
You
she
won't
said the
know
cheater is
that.
going
Let's.
to cheat, so I'm trying to see what
So
people are going
here's
to
the
say.
thing, right? You
Yeah,
have to one
a cheater
understand
is
one.
gonna cheat.
wait, go ahead, AJ.
You got to understand one. There's situations, right? There's a lot of the time. I'm not gonna sit there and say that everybody who's ever cheated is gonna cheat on everybody. No, there's situations and circumstances that fall into that,
Mm.
right? At the end of the day. Like, and I'm just talking real talk. Like, that's just what it is. So, again, have I dated somebody who has cheated before? Yeah. Did they cheat on me? No, that's not why we broke up. They never cheated on me,
Mm.
right? The reason for them cheating on me or them cheating on their previous partner had nothing, that was a whole other situation at the end of the day, right? And it could be like somebody's just being young and dumb. It could just be whatever it is. So at the end of the day, it's just when it comes to dating, we talk about all the time we have to have vetting questions, and everybody can seem to articulate this on here, but then when it comes to being in an actual relationship, people just don't ask these damn questions. We just assume everything's
So can
hunky
I
dory
say, do
because
y'all
it's
think that
about money and
people,
sex.
do y'all think that men cheat just for sex and women cheat out of
Wait,
spite?
can we not make this a gender war?
Let's go. We can do that then, too. I think
Say
most
that
of the
one more
time,
time.
yeah.
No,
Because we built different. Man and woman is different, though.
I
So,
think
yes.
men cheat for sport.
For a sport, yeah. Basically.
Like how, and I'm sorry, AJ, but I did want to piggyback off of that. Um,
Explain.
I feel like this men cheat for sport, right? Men just like in a relationship. This is gonna sound fucking crazy. I can't, and I hate saying this because this is gonna sound fucking
Come
insane.
on.
All right, men cheat for sport. So look at sport as in hunting, right? Men will sit there and hunt just to see if they can get. Can I say the word KIL? Can I
No,
say it? I can't. Okay. Will men cheat for
delete
sport,
it.
which is what I gotta let the dog. All right, men cheat for sport, right? If y'all ever notice, most men don't cheat with women that look better than they women. They just want to see if they still got that young juice that they had once upon a time, right? But I think the difference between men cheating and women cheating is you guys are more emotional. So you
Mm.
guys are emotionally attached to who y'all lay down with in most cases. I'm not gonna say all cases. Yeah, the young juice, y'all know what I'm saying. Um men, y'all will only lay down with a person that y'all are really genuinely interested in, attracted to, or whatever. It's something that is filling a hole. Men will cheat, like I said, for sport. Is it okay? No. And some men do get out of do get to a point in their life where they become more mature adult men, and they just say, "Well, the sport of cheating is boring now. I don't even want to do that."
I'm gonna say I believe some men cheat, like you said, for sports. Some cheat because the woman that they're with lacking something or somewhere in the
That is
relationship.
true. You can lack a relationship ending can be a two-way street. Like I said, I looked at the same thing. Like Kayla said, she looked into certain stuff. I was like, well, maybe I wasn't affectionate enough or attentive enough.
Maybe if I was a little bit more attentive, and I wasn't making an excuse, it's just stuff that I was like, you know what? Let me learn. That's why, once again, I go back to let me learn my woman to find out what she needs other than what I'm going to give her. You get what I'm saying? But men cheat for a sport or the lack of.
I'm not
Yeah.
gonna lie. I had a married man in my family say that he basically stepped out on his relationship because his wife wasn't doing her duty as in, being intimate.
Lack of. Yeah. The lack of.
Yes, lacking intimacy.
Yeah. That is true. That could be the reason.
It's because he was explaining like, she would just do it probably once every couple months or, two times every couple months, and that was him feeling like, okay, she's not into me, she's not feeling
Oh,
me.
wait. I'm sorry. Oh, Kev. Kev. That's why I'm not in a relationship right now. Because if we not, I may feel like you don't like me. Do you like me? Once your mind start running, it's too late. Once your mind start running, it's too late. I'm
Hey, give
sorry.
me 1 second, y'all. Give me 1 second.
I'm sorry, y'all. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. That's if I sit back here, she'll be back. Like I feel like this. If I sit back here and I make you the top dog, right? You everything in my life. I don't have no extra women or nothing. You are everything. We should be satisfying each other. It's and I get it. Some people be like, "Well, man, listen, that is a key part of your. It may not be the main thing that holds your relationship together, but in most people's situations, intimacy is definitely a key point of a relationship. Just saying.
Intimacy and clarity.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't be having clarity in their situation. They be thinking, oh, I'm gonna just lay down with this person. All of a sudden, we gonna wake up and we gonna be happy. We gonna be all kisses and lovey-dovey and
You know,
rainbows. Like that shit
you
only
want me to give
lasts
you
for a certain moment.
Nala, you want me to give you some game? Men are debit, women are credit.
That was dope.
Women are credit and men are debit. Men can only give you what they have. Women don't mind investing and worrying about the payback later.
Period.
Oh,
So the best way to understand human beings, men are debit, women are credit. Women can sit there and you guys will be like
What I miss?
emotionally, huh?
What I miss?
What happened?
Oh,
Women are credit.
I
women
heard
are
you said something. You said Kev something.
no. I said women are credit and men are debit.
Uh-oh.
So
not oh.
what I'm
Right.
getting at once again is because you guys are like more emotionally built. Not saying y'all don't have logic, but because you are emotionally built, you don't mind investing in certain things and getting the payback later. Men will only give you what they have, which is why you probably hear a woman say, I love you, probably before a man. Or if a man really genuinely say he love you sometime and he means it, it's because he actually feels that he can only give it to you when he
Or
means it.
he can't get nothing else, so he got to say it real fast. Baby, I
Okay,
love
yeah.
you.
And then
You
it's
gave me
gonna
that bomb blast.
and then the thing is too, you gotta learn
You guys
what
gotta
type of
do
men that you deal with, right? Because some men will pretend
Or
with the
manipulate you with it too.
they'll manipulate you with the scammer card. Yeah, I'm gonna just tell her this because
Yeah, I
I don't have
love
the
you.
money right again.
Now
You
give
get
me
what I'm
that.
saying? So
So,
whenever
so my thing is, I got another
That's why
question. Why do you think that there are people who will sit up here and lay down with someone for 15 years or 10 years and waste all that time with that person
complacency,
knowing that they was never
Because you said it
serious with that
laying down
person
with him.
to begin with?
complacency, complacency,
No, no, I'm saying like you know that you wasn't gonna marry this person. This wasn't gonna be a long
complacency.
term thing.
I'm giving you the
Why
key
be with this
word.
That's
person?
something men do, though.
Complacency. Complacency. Why? Because now they have officially got comfortable with something and they do not want to go back out there and find something new. Nobody wants to hit the restart button after 4 or 5 years of a relationship. Why? Because now, how many times have you seen a post and it be like, "Oh, we was just doing the do, and now I gotta ask a new girl what her favorite color is and all this stuff." And like,
Mhm.
don't nobody want to have to relearn. They don't want to learn no one new.
And they not good
Complacency.
enough to marry yet because they pretty sure there's some
Exactly.
reason
They're
why they don't want to
lacking in
get on that
certain
knee yet.
areas. That's
Yeah,
why they're not gonna go nowhere.
the complacency. And
Yep.
complacency is why people sit back there and they 10 years in a relationship and be so upset with each other, but they won't break up. Complacency.
Right. You're
It's
right.
like one of them is being complacent and then the other one is not doing anything to better themselves, and
Better the
therefore they
situation.
know that if they go out into the world to date, they're not going to catch anything because
That's a that's a
they
two
don't.
way.
Yeah.
That's why
Mm.
Both of
I
them got to be
encourage
doing the
people
same
to.
exact thing.
This is what I
Right.
encourage to have a healthy relationship. Every 6 months, sit down and ask your partner
Dang is hobo talking about.
what
That's
do
my
they
biggest
need
fear.
from
So
you.
what?
Complacency.
I guess starting over.
I
I
ain't got
don't
to
know.
worry about that. You married.
I'm not even
Man.
gonna lie, touche. That's what me and my dude do. We sit down there and we
Yeah.
still ask each other, do you still like me? Like,
Okay, now
You
y'all
like
said
answering
every
a little
6 months,
bit.
so that should be a conversation that you have like every 2 weeks. Like you need to check in
No.
with your partner
Okay, listen.
every
Every two.
Okay, wait.
Okay,
I got a
listen.
question.
Kayla.
Can
Every two.
remember the girl, the guest that you had on, and we were talking about what you bring to the table conversation. Are you
Ah,
guys
that
okay
girl, the
with that
headache.
topic, or do you
what
think
topic?
something other? What
Say
What
that
do
one
you
more time.
bring
It
to the
was,
table?
I
Huh?
mean,
say
we
it one more
could.
time because somebody was talking at the same time. I couldn't hear you.
Oh, okay. So we were in a conversation, I think about a month ago, and he had a guest on, and she was saying that the men don't ask her questions like that, and I was like, but I thought that was an opportunity for you to open up and tell him what your needs are and what you can't do, and what you expect.
Right.
And she was like,
Right.
no, I don't have those type of conversations. So I was confused. So I'm like, well, when do you have those conversations?
I'm
Mm.
asking you, what do you add to my
That
life
is weird.
before we get too in deep
Facts.
into this
Facts.
relationship? Why am
Okay,
I
cause
adding?
period.
Let me
Yeah.
ask you why
Right.
I'm asking you, what do
Making
you
sure
add to
we
my
don't
life?
waste each other's time.
Yeah,
Right. No,
because
Right. So
it's
listen,
important
So
to
I
ask
didn't know if it was a bad thing
wait.
or a good thing.
No,
No, that's
listen.
just
I
that
was
person you was
confused.
talking
People
to.
who
Cause
can't answer a question for you usually have
that's
an
that person that want
a
control.
hidden motive. Listen, a person if you ask somebody that and they cannot answer you, it is because they have a hidden motive.
Facts.
It should not
Mhm.
Facts.
be a problem on why I ask you what you add to my life. If me and Kayla are dating and Kayla says, "What are you going to add to my life?" Well, a sense of security,
These. Oh.
affection, love. I will provide. I'm gonna help you do this. I'm gonna have because you got to look at it like this. In this generation, we got a lot of people who already got their own stuff handled. If I have my own house decorated, decor correct, I wash clothes, I iron clothes, if I already have that, I'm asking you what you adding, because if I already have it and you can't bring nothing, then what are you gonna do? How
Mhm.
are we
Bring that.
building?
Do the men, I'm gonna say do the men in the panel. Do y'all
Let's get it.
believe a woman add a special touch to a man's life?
Yeah.
Um, here and there,
Yeah.
yeah.
If you got the right one. Not every
I
woman
mean,
though.
yeah.
I have a question for Touche.
Yes, Kayla.
Piggybacking off of what you were saying about what somebody brings in, what
To the
would
table.
you what would you expect somebody to bring in, just based off of what you said, for, like, you have your own house, you have decor, which is great
Oh,
because
I got a list.
not a lot of
Mm.
men decorate their their
Well,
houses
listen,
properly. But you do the whole nine, right? So let's say you do the whole nine, and then I have those same things. I have my own. I own property.
mhm.
I cook, I clean, I work.
Men don't care.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so what would you expect a woman to be doing to bring?
Okay, listen.
Did you
Can
say
we?
men don't care?
I would say that a couple should have goals, and then you guys can I guess discuss it right then and
It's
there.
crazy.
Whatever your
So it would be
goals
the
are.
goals that
Well,
you're looking
let
for.
me say this, Kayla.
Uh-huh.
If me and you
Meaning
are
like
dating,
meaning within a relationship, like if you guys set a goal and be like, okay, we want to start our own business or whatever you want to do within your relationship, and then I guess that's when you might split up the tasks or whatever it may be, so you guys can reach that goal. That's what I'm trying to say.
okay,
Okay.
Whether you
so
want a happy relationship, a peaceful relationship, you want to travel, whatever you want to do, it
okay,
needs to be a plan set.
Okay, Touche. What do
so
you?
Kayla, let me say this, right? If me and you are dating and we both have our own thing, what would be the real reason for me and you to move in together?
The real to move in together. If we're dating, we're not living together until we're married.
Oh,
My
okay.
Hello. There
Well,
you go. Preach
I
that
mean
stuff.
that's cool. But I feel like a
Oh,
lot of people will move in together,
I
right?
like
To
her.
alleviate the stress.
nope.
No, you may not be. You may not be. That's
she
fine.
said
If
I
no.
you want to
love it.
stay, listen, if you want to
Nope.
stay in your own house, that's cool. But what most people, when you move in with somebody, you guys are sincerely moving in to build with each other and to alleviate certain stresses in each other's life. Like if you're
Right.
like, that's just what I feel like is that like if my girl had a long day at work, right? Something
Hmm.
that I would do to alleviate some stress is probably run her a bath if I know she's been at work all day, right?
Run that bath
Hmm.
water
You get what I'm
whenever you
saying?
desire.
No,
But
I get what you're saying. I guess for me, for that example, that wouldn't really work for me because I have boundaries in that sense because I'm Christian, and so there are certain things that I would have to set in place in order to make the relationship work. But I definitely understand what you're saying. Um, with the examples that you
So,
gave.
so question, Kayla, do you feel like if you move in with a guy that he'll probably get comfortable where he would not propose to you?
Oh
Mm,
yeah, yeah.
facts.
I
I
believe that
definitely
I
too.
get
think
everything
that.
I want.
So hold up, let me sit up for this one.
Oh, it's serious. Watch out, y'all.
So
She done stretched and everything.
Taylor
I
Kev is a nice Christian man and he's single and he loves puppies and touching grass.
okay. That's very good to know because my side
Okay,
hustle
why
is
you keep
dog
looking in the
sitting.
camera like that?
My
What? Look.
my side
I
hustle
was,
is dog sitting, so that's very good. That's very good. No, so when it comes to living with somebody before you're married, my views on that are yes, I think that, the couple does get pretty comfortable in the situation in the sense where it's like, you're living together, so what's the point of getting married? And then it kind of ventures off into the idea that now marriage is just a piece of paper when it's so much more than that. It's so much bigger than
Can
that.
I ask y'all
And
something?
Right.
hold on, wait, let me finish my thought, please. And then also, I think that a lot of times, my personal belief is that people use, well, not belief, but what I hear a lot is that people say, oh, I want to move in with my partner because I want to see how they live. That is a cop out.
mm,
Love is sacrificial. So if you are not willing to die to yourself for your partner, you should not be with that person. I'll give you an
mm.
example. When I was with my ex, this is before the whole cheating thing, right? This is really gross, but he drools. He would drool. And for me personally, that's a no for me, dog. Okay? But I loved him. And I knew that I loved him because even though that was gross, I was like, you know what? I'll make it work. Might have to change the bed sheets a little bit more than usual, but it's a sacrifice that
Who
I was
made it
willing
wetter
to
in the
make.
bed? Say them stop.
It was a sacrifice that I was willing to make, and I think a lot of times, I think a lot. It's natural for many people, yeah. And so I think a lot of times when you have couples that want to move in together, they want to nitpick and find a reason to not marry you and to not be with you long term. And so they won't give you a ring. They won't commit to you. Staying boyfriend and girlfriend for 10 years is easy because once the relationship is done, you pack your stuff, I pack my stuff, we
Hmm.
terminate this lease and we go our separate ways. Now, if we're married, there's a lot more to lose when you're married.
For men.
I
For
agree.
women
You made a
too.
really good point. Are you in your 20s, may
I just
I
want
ask?
to say,
I'm 29, I'm turning
I just want
30
to
January
understand
1st.
something.
Oh, okay.
What you say, Darla?
Hmm?
My question is, what changes in your relationship when you get married? Like, because people be making it seem like, oh, you get the ring once you had a wedding. It's just like, oh, she become this new woman and
Yeah,
she's
because
superwoman and he's superman and
you have to
they can
completely
do,
learn your
and they're
partner.
so happy. It's like, did you get a new level of
So I don't believe in the
happiness? Did you
paper.
get a new level of happiness? Did you get a new, did your life just change to rainbows and unicorns all of a sudden? I'm just
That's
I
trying to
don't
fake.
figure it
I
out.
don't
That's
Yeah,
fake.
I don't think
some
that's
people
what
be
happens.
expecting the. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, I don't think that's what happens. I don't think marriage is this, la la land of, constant happiness. No, I think it's two people that love each other, that are willing to die to themselves for each other. There's going to be pushback, there's going to be tension in situations. It's two people deciding that you are my person for the rest of my life, and I'm going to learn to love you over and over and over and over again, and grow with you. Because the person that you marry 5 years from the day that you say I do, they're not going to be the same person. And then 5 years from that day, not going to be the same person. So you are
Right.
literally growing with somebody, literally going through life with that person. It's not sunshines and butterflies and rainbows and unicorns. It might feel that way in the
No.
beginning. You're excited, but you're excited because you get to do life with somebody. That's
Mm.
exciting.
That's. I'm okay. I
Uh,
guess I got it. I'm about to try to get there then.
Wait, Kev, let me get
So
5 seconds. Let me get 5 seconds real quick.
Yeah.
Let me get 5 seconds because I'm about to leave it at this. The reason why I encourage people that are dating for a while to move in with each other is to see to see who you are about to be talking about getting married with. Because you never know a person until you see them day in and day out and see their habits. You
You
never
don't.
know them.
but
Okay.
you having
well,
sex with
I,
I would say, well, can you get that experience even if you spend a night often? You can
yes.
still see. I
You
mean,
can.
you can still see stuff.
No,
No.
no,
Yes. Here's
her?
No.
I
no.
here's
never
here's
And
why.
understood
Here's
that.
why I
I'm
say.
gonna be real. I'm gonna say no based on the simple fact is when you dealing with someone and you don't see them often, that person could be sent out here. This why I feel like I wasn't comfortable when I just had boyfriends who was just living with their mom and I was living with my mom. Like to me it was a different understanding of level of man. Like I had to understand some of these dudes I'm dealing with, they are adult children. They are literally
We
adult
was talking about
like
that
grown
earlier.
children.
Here's the thing.
You said what?
Here's why I say yes to that question, Touche. Because you don't have to live with the person to see them in all lights. You just need to
Mm.
you just need to see them in all lights. Get out in different environments, right?
Facts.
Hmm.
Travel with that person.
Who was this talking? They preaching, whoever this
Go on
is.
a vacation.
Kayla.
Yeah.
But this is where I agree with you at. Vacation with somebody and they could be a certain person in a certain way for those couple of days and their habits could be something totally different.
But
Like
what
when
you're
you
seeing is you're seeing how they handle pressure. How are they
She's good.
navigating getting through an airport? How are they navigating, being in another
That's that
country?
vetting.
The stresses of that. How do they treat
To me
you?
a
How do they
person could
make sure
put
that
on a
you are
facade.
safe?
yeah,
There are so many things to
Right.
look for. And then also, like, if you don't live with the person, and you could just make plans to see them,
but what
schedule
I'm
dates,
saying is
That's why
schedule
you wait
times.
for sex.
but
That's
this
why
is
you
what
wait
I'm
for
I would
marriage
saying.
for
say if
sex.
if if if, if
People
they
can
if they acting good for 2 days, they must be a really good actor. Can't nobody stay on a straight line that
yeah, some
long.
people can.
Listen,
Like
That's
Right.
what I'm
You
saying.
feel
you
Some
me?
gonna
here's the
see
people
thing.
something.
and
Here's the
that's what
You
I'm
thing.
missed
getting
some
at.
flags.
Some
That's what it
people
90
is.
can act.
days. 90 days. It takes 3 months for a person for you to see a person's true colors.
And that's
It
why
takes
you wait 3 months to get them buns up. People be in a rush of doing that too, and then want to ask, "Do I really know the person that
No,
we
what
oh
got
I'm
the
getting
Doonies
at
in? What the freak?"
what I'm
the
getting
It's
men
at
the
the,
is
face
the
this.
men
expressions
the
for
men
me,
don't
Kev.
like me
Like
because I'm waiting until marriage, so the men really don't.
But I mean,
They
What?
don't like me. Yeah.
Preaching like me.
Yeah, they
well,
don't they
But I
don't like
got you by
me.
3 years. Celebrate. But I want to get on the marriage thing, right?
Mhm.
So me myself, that's some fake stuff, man. Talking about a piece of paper, right? Because I believe marriage is it should be the same thing. I actually talked to another married person, which I figured is like that. I be feeling like it's fake all of a sudden you sign a paper and stuff. Now, oh my goodness, we are the best of it. I don't think it worked like it's more of a spiritual thing. Even back then, if we was going based off the Bible, right?
Mhm.
It wasn't no third guy coming out of nowhere like, you know what? Y'all may now kiss the bride. They wasn't doing that. There was no such thing as proposing and putting a ring that give you a superpower of commitment all of a sudden. All this stuff was something that you all this stuff was something that's and that's why, and I like how you asked that question. What's the difference? It shouldn't be a difference. If you already doing the main thing, having sex and doing all this stuff, and you don't still know the person you with, you already messing up. That's your problem already. You know what I'm saying? So you supposed to wait it out. You supposed to be able to vet right. That's the exact reason why that's why I say I'm gonna keep mentioning that. That's why I'm celibate now, because I really do want to know who I'm talking to, because a lot of
Right.
people is ran by sex. A lot of people's relationship is held up by sex. It's really a
And sex
powerful thing.
alters
People
the
really just don't notice it.
yeah.
So
Hmm.
just my
Sex
thing
alters
is
your brain
like it
chemistry.
should, huh?
This when you have sex with a person, it alters your brain chemistry, and
Yeah.
so it puts kind of like a film over your eyes when you look at that person, and it doesn't
Hmm.
allow you to really see who they
Nope.
are because
And
you've already given yourself to them, they,
yeah.
and them to you,
I
and
believe
so
that's
now
why
they're
men be wanting.
spiritually attached to you, and you can't see they do no wrong. You won't see it for
Hmm.
a while, and then they'll do something like after a few months, and then you'll be like, what did I just get myself into?
It's a blinder.
Yeah.
It's a blinder.
I just
And I was the thing with that is
I
like
agree.
people don't know it's affecting them really because when you just so deep into it, that's why when you your sex drive is just so, it's like if your decisions start revolving around it. Even with when if you did say, oh, this might be the one of that, you're gonna make decisions based off of if somebody done, based off the sex, it's gonna revolve around that. You're gonna start looking at the little things. You're gonna dodge all the red flags. You're gonna look at the little thing. Well, they did make breakfast 4 months ago or something. It's gonna be some petty stuff just because they stuff is it depending on how good it is. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna make some stuff up. That's why it's
Right.
good to make decisions and vet and get to know your person because that don't
Be
make
sober
sense to say that
minded.
I don't know who I'm and people might be putting a facade on. If they doing all that, then why are you sleeping with them? That makes no
I'm gonna be
sense to me.
100 with y'all. I'm gonna be 100 with
That
y'all. I understand what y'all saying,
With the
but as
respectables.
long as y'all sit back here and say that people cannot wear a mask for longer than 90 days, you guys have not been in this world. I've met people who put on a mask for years and they have not been that person. So it's
mm,
very much
But maybe you need to
possible.
wait years then.
No. It's not even about it's not even nothing about being intimate. I'm just saying in a relationship period, even without the intimacy, you don't know no one until you actually are in the same space with this person day in and day out. Because
But you're
now
never
they have
really in
no
the same
eh,
space with them
Well,
day
stop
in, day
giving them
out unless
hey,
it's
sex.
COVID.
listen what I'm saying. Because it's not nothing with sex. I
Hey,
keep taking sex
all
out
I'm
of the
saying, you
equation. I
you
keep taking
don't
sex
see what
out
I'm
of the
talking
equation.
about. Nobody gonna hold off that long. Like, all right, let me
Bro,
see.
people definitely hold off longer than
They
that,
gonna
bro.
pop. Well, they
If
gonna
pe-
hit it and act
if
different out of
people,
that. Like, got your ass. Ain't
Kev, are
nothing.
you listening?
Okay.
People can hold off, bro, for a long time. You want to know
Not
why?
the average.
Not, yeah, but the average person could not be having sex with a girl, but be having sex with somebody totally different and hiding
That's what
it.
I'm saying.
But
Right.
they're hiding that from the person. That's what I'm getting at. When you live with somebody, they can't hide nothing because after a while, they either slip up and get caught, or they a show mask, or they are who they are.
I mean, you
It's
can't be with
just the
nobody
truth.
then, if that's the case. I mean, that can be happening with a person you having sex
But the
with
thing
too.
is that like that's not your problem at that
Right.
point. You know what I'm saying? Like you're not responsible for the actions of another person. If you're in a relationship with somebody and you choose not to live with them and they go out and do some shisty stuff behind your back, that says more about who they are as a person
I
than what
like
it
her,
says
man.
about you.
And I agree with
I'm
you
at
on
the
that,
head
but
her.
that's why I'm
Like,
saying
she spit.
when in order for you and like I said, when you live with somebody and you're with that person day in and day out, and it ain't like they can just immediately, bro. They you
But you
see
could
them
live
that
with somebody and they can bring somebody to the crib while you at work.
yeah,
So,
but then don't you think sooner or later
Ooh,
people
she's
will get
good.
caught?
She a mini
huh?
version of me.
Don't you think people sooner or later will get people caught that will get people caught?
Yeah, but again, like,
Exactly, but that's what I'm
but
getting
again,
at.
it says
You
more about
don't.
them than me. I'm gonna stand my ground. I'm gonna stick to my boundary.
Boundaries. Let's
I'm gonna
go.
let you
That's
know straight up.
understandable, but
I'm not
you
living
can
with you. I'm not living with you until we're married. Like
and that's
Facts.
cool.
two or three
I'm
months,
not
two or
taking.
3 months. Hold on, wait. 2 or 3 months before we get married, we can start apartment hunting, or we can put down on a house, or we can buy a house, we can buy a home together, and we can decide who moves in prior to marriage, or if we want to Airbnb it out until we come back from our honeymoon, whatever the case may be, we can do that. But until then, I'm not living with you until I'm married to you,
And that's
and I'm and
understandable.
I'll
Right. You make the
explain to
standards
you X,
more
Y,
when
and
you
Z
run into stuff
why,
like that.
Yeah,
Right.
but
and
that's understand that I'm not taking that. I'm not taking that from you, right? I'm
hmm
not. That's your way of maneuvering. That's cool. But what I'm telling you is you don't know nobody until you live in a space with them. You do not know them. It does not matter how
Even
much.
but even if you do
But
live in a
you could
space
say
with them,
that.
like I was
Okay, what
saying
about this?
earlier,
Wait, before you go, I got another one then. Since you said you don't know nobody, right? You ain't gonna know them when they have a kid because they gonna change on that too, right? So what, you gonna pop a
Yeah, but
kid
then
in them
that's
to
why
make sure
you
that
spend
they
it. But that's what y'all consistently spending day in and day out. You
Right.
learn them.
the thing is that you and your partner are forever evolving. So you know what I'm saying? Even living with them, you're only going to know that person for a certain amount of time before they evolve into
next?
the next being of themselves.
Okay.
So it doesn't even matter whether I
Right.
live with you now or later. You're still not going to be the same person that I know now.
I give her a couple bears or
I
something.
mean, okay.
Preacher.
Well, I'm not telling you. I'm
Oh,
listen.
what the
I'm not
oh,
telling you.
fair.
I'm not telling you how to do
I
it.
would
You
say
do it.
that I agree. It's half and half with Kayla and Touche. I agree both.
I'm
I'm
not gonna lie
whole and
to
whole with
y'all
Kayla. Look,
because
get that?
I rather watch you grow in my face than we sit here and live in separate houses and now I don't know
We can
what you doing behind
FaceTime
my
if you
back.
But
want.
this what he's saying though. I do
We can go
understand
on
what he's saying,
live,
right?
so we're always together.
Of course, think people gonna change, right? I understand that though, but I'm saying based off that logic, what you're saying, it don't change from when, like I said, people gonna change. People change when you move in with them. People
Mm-hmm.
change when they have a baby, and they
Mm-hmm.
change when you start that like a serious commitment or something like that. Or it's just something. It's like a I don't know, but it's a way of life. That's just how
It's
it
a test.
is.
Yeah, it's a test, and the test
It
is
ain't even a
are
test.
you
It's just something that's natural. Like once you got that in your mind, like I'm
but
about to
it
be with this person forever. That's gonna be
but
like you're gonna have a whole
But then
different
that's what I'm
attitude.
saying. You know how many people said they wanted to be with somebody forever and they live with them and they be like, oh my God, their habits are just horrible. Oh my God, they just that changes
So then
Yeah, I
you
feel
have
everything.
you on that though.
conversations. You
I
have
feel you.
conversations with them and
But
say like, listen, like when we move in together, this is something that I cannot handle. So how are we going to go forward?
But that's what I'm saying.
Like if
And
I
what
go to
we
my
you gotta pay
boyfriend's
attention
house,
to the
right?
actions. It ain't even
exactly because
about
they
what's
you can
saying.
yeah, that's what you
Yeah.
got to pay attention to the actions and you got to understand. Yeah, you may have had that conversation with them, right? But that same person, you're gonna have to have another conversation with them about something later down the road because guess what? Their habits are their habits. That's why
Right.
you
And
have to
Then
learn
so
if
somebody.
you
I
can't
make the
change that.
choice to
So that
like
means
them,
either you gotta make you an early choice, or because you ain't gonna change nobody. That's why
right.
you gotta. That's
But
why
that's
you
what I'm
have to
saying. You
vet
will only
right and vet early.
but that's
You know
what
what I'm
I'm
saying? A
saying.
lot of that stuff when people be talking about people change and all this stuff or whatever. No, you missed the main major red flags because you must was either blinded by what they were saying at the moment or what they because like if you really pay attention and listen to people, they'll tell on themselves eventually. You'll be able to tell somebody about to cheat on you or something like that because if they just always looking for attention and all that stuff, that type of lifestyle, or if they materialistic or something like this, a
Or
high
you can
chance
just
that
see
stuff
people
like that's going to
habits.
happen.
Well,
It's
I
just
would
you got to
say
pay attention to the signs.
if somebody is disrespectful, if their car is not clean, if they lie, if they a
All right, you're doing too
slacker,
much because you said car not clean.
procrastinator,
My car not clean.
Right, I'm
all
about to
that.
say,
My
you
car
I
is
kind of
not
got a
clean.
hit,
It's
hit
like
dog holler for a
it's
minute.
like
What
you
you
don't
trying to
even have
say?
to move in
I'm
with
not
them to
military no more.
realize that they have all these
I'm
different
gonna do it
traits. You
tomorrow.
can see that early on before you even move in with them.
All right, I'm gonna say
I mean, you
this.
can
I'm
see
gonna just
certain
speak
traits
for myself.
if you go to their
I
apartment
respect the fact
and
that
spend a day
y'all.
at the apartment together. Like you could see certain
Listen.
things.
I respect that y'all don't want to move in, but I need to move in with this person to see what I need to see because I didn't know my
He's
girlfriend.
still moving in.
I'm still
Yeah, he
moving
don't
in.
care. That's touche for you.
When
That's
me
what
and
he
my
do.
girlfriend got an apartment, I
Have
seen
your baby
all of
too. You
her
better have a
habits.
baby too.
No, I
That's
don't
gonna be
gotta have a
next.
baby. I live with somebody. My ex girlfriend lived together for 3 years.
No, what I'm saying, they gonna change when they have a baby. So according
But
to
that's
your
cool.
logic, you got to
That's
have a
cool.
baby with them
But that's
too.
what I'm saying. I'm gonna see them. I'm gonna still see it. I'm gonna still
Right. He
see it.
wants to see it.
I need to see
There's nothing
this
wrong with that.
because if I don't see it, listen, y'all could not live with y'all person if y'all want to. I'm living with mine to find out,
You got to go
or
full
we
out
not
then
gonna be
if that's the
together.
case.
So then at that point, why not just get married?
But I'm not
Thanks. That's
Right.
saying
what I'm saying.
no because if what if we live together and we can't stand each other's habits
Then why are you living together? If
to
there's a
find out
possibility
if
that
he
you
can
cannot live with
tolerate
them,
it? I just said that. I just said that. Why did
if there's a possibility that you are not, because you're saying a habit can't be changed, right? Or it'll be difficult to change.
people change for who they want to?
Yeah, they gonna change what they want. Yeah, you can't, but you can't
You
change nobody's habit.
Yeah,
They got to
like
change it
you
themselves.
can, but I'm saying I'm gonna take the chance of living with this person to find out if I really like this person and if I could tolerate certain stuff. Yes, you're not gonna get
No,
everything you want.
Okay.
that's too much.
Well, thank you.
Somebody
Homie
asked
Hey,
in
in the
the
comments,
building.
"Do
hey,
you
What's the
buy a
deal,
GA,
my
car before
brother?
you test drive it?"
Huh?
No,
He
Somebody
the
I
test
actually
driver
before
in
a
person
test
anyway,
drive,
just like
and I'm not
yeah.
buying no house before I look and see what's inside of it.
Mhm. Dangerous.
I'm in danger. Well, I respect
Go
your
buy that
ideas.
baby. Go ahead and buy that baby and then see how she act.
Having no baby off back either. No, thank you. We go sit here and we go be in this relationship and we go see what we can
But
do.
when she change on you as soon as you had a baby? What she gonna do? You know what I'm saying? But
Okay, but that's understand, bro. I think you missing what I'm getting at. I think you
I
really
feel you
missing
though.
the main point.
I feel you. I told you, and I said that. I literally said all three of them things is when people change, or it's something that change about them. Like when you start
I mean, and
a
we agreed to that
commitment with
earlier.
somebody, that it's like that happens when you have a kid with somebody. Things change, and when you live with somebody, yeah, it changed. But I'm saying
Yeah.
that according to my thing is you should. It still got to do with vetting though, because they ain't gonna be that super off of a change because it's just gonna unlock some things that you was already missing out on anyways.
But what I'm
That's why I say
saying
you
is,
got to vet and see what type of character you messing with before you even have to do any of them things. You should
okay,
be dang
right,
near kind of confident that if they do change, it ain't gonna be that far off from what
okay.
you
right.
expected.
Can I give you an example? Me and my ex girlfriend went out of town. We went on vacations. When I moved with her, that I seen everything. Like, oh, this is really, oh, this is how you sleep. When you wake up in the morning, this is what you do. Like, I seen everything that I need to see. When we were just going on vacations, yeah, I can see, but that's a facade. Some people put on a facade because they're like, oh, I don't want this
That's your
person to see
fault.
it.
You getting
Man, that's
tricked
not
all the
my fault.
time.
People,
Okay, I'm
how's it
put it
my
this way
fault?
then. So you said they put on a
Wait,
facade, right?
People put on a
So the
facade.
next
Everybody puts
person,
on a
how
facade.
can would you get tricked again like that?
No.
I have
So
a question.
okay.
Okay. Do you think it's a facade that they're putting on? So when you said that you went on vacation and then you saw how your girlfriend was living, do you think it's a facade that they were putting that she was putting on,
I
or
think
if that's
everybody
just
puts on a facade when you date them.
Wait,
huh?
wait,
Anybody
let me
ever
hear. I
could.
want to hear what she about to say. I'm
I was
trying to
gonna
make sure I don't have to give her no more coins. Hold up.
I was gonna say I need you to explain to me how this works because I don't even know how that stuff
Because
works.
I
But thank
think
you.
I
Um,
could,
hold on, wait. So do you think it's a facade, or do you think that's just her way of living and that she just needs to adjust because now there's somebody else in the household?
Ooh,
it's that just part.
Okay.
But
that's dangerous
I
though.
still think if you do certain stuff when we just going out on dates and we don't live together, and then when I move with you, you don't do the same thing like that. It's a facade.
You mean going out on dates? I think you should still be going out on dates, but I mean
Is it
like
No,
facade
I
or
think
did
you
you
miss.
miss out on
I
some
think you miss.
flags?
Oh my God, Kev, I'm done with you.
It works two
right.
ways, man. You can't keep putting it on everybody else,
Bro,
man. It
it's
works two
true, bro.
ways.
It's the same thing as if a woman go out with a dude and he got a fresh lineup and fresh haircut. He got these fresh, like people. Some people don't be like that when you live
That's
with
her
these
fault for not
people.
being around and catch him on the techie gear. That's
Yeah,
just like me
exactly.
getting.
I can see if you
I
tacky
know
if
that
I
she
live with
wearing
you.
makeup, and I'm be like, "Oh, you tricked me," but I know you wearing makeup. I gotta wait till I see her with no makeup on, and I see her, and then I make my decision after that. Get yourself. You tricked me. It's like, no,
Oh wow, you all right, Kev? I'm done because you playing right now. We
you ain't got
having a
no
serious
eyebrows.
convo.
It's like, no, something. Ain't that serious, but yeah, I think it's two sides to that situation. That's why I always tell people to try to look to understand people rather than be understood. So you want to understand who you talking to. So I always say our choices is what we should be held accountable for. You picked this person, so it was something about this person, and you just refuse to check in more deep things that's within them. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It's always like that.
Hmm.
I'm not buying a car
Right.
without a test drive, and I ain't buying a house without looking inside of it.
Hey, that's you, my brother. That's you. Tell me how that go though, man. I wish the best, man. I think everybody got their ways. Though. I wouldn't recommend it for anybody, but you know, if it work, it work. You know what I'm saying?
If you like it, I love it.
There you go. Nah, if you like it, I respect it. I ain't gonna say I love it.
That too.
All right. Uh, Hormiga.
Good
I
evening.
know he in here right now. He probably got a whole book by now. Ain't no way he put
Oh,
his notes.
oh man, we about to get
Somebody in
it.
trouble.
We
Hope
about
it
to
ain't
get
me this
into it.
time.
Well, let's start off by saying hello, everybody on the panel. Hello, everybody in the
Hello.
chat. Hello,
What's the
Hello.
Mr.
deal,
Kevin.
Hormiga?
Hello.
Bueno.
Um, Come on, start, Touche.
My
Well, we're gonna start with Touche.
we're
Hey,
not accepting it. Oh, go next.
We cannot continue to live with people to get to know them. Even though they say you don't know someone until you live with them, are you gonna move in with everyone to try to figure out who they are, or are you gonna ask the necessary questions prior to all that during the dating phase?
mm,
I'm not moving in with nobody to find out who they are. That's too expensive. That's too risky. 9 months down the road, what you gonna do? Break the lease in the middle? Lease is 12 months.
no, never mind.
Think about it. There has to be a better way to find out. There has to be a better way to be aware of who you're talking to, better questions, better disposition, better assessment without having to live with someone.
I don't think I don't think I mean like everybody you date, man. I think you know when somebody is serious, and then you guys are on a certain level of seriousness. I don't
I
think
get that.
I don't think you meet somebody, we're together, let's move in. I don't think that's that. I think that's crazy.
Some people do that shit.
Thank you.
That's sick. That now those are mentally them are mentally what's the word? You know what? I'll figure it out. But no, I do.
Man,
Everybody should move in with a person right when they date them. I think that when you are seriously dating somebody and you guys have been dating for a while, then it is a level to move in with each other to see how things are going to be.
What's a while? Can you tell me what's a while?
Not determine a while
I'm
for
gonna
you.
really like her, man. Oh, I see her.
I think it's subjective to what you kind of like feel like
What what
when
what
you when
what
you're
what
ready. When you're ready.
so for you personally, what would you think what would you deem like
Me and my
how long would you need to be dating a person to know that you're ready to move
well,
in with them?
well, me and my ex girlfriend dated for a year before we even thought about
So
even being.
why didn't you guys talk about marriage after a year? Why did you
Cause I'm not talking about marriage after 1 year. I gotta see you in all your seasons.
after 1 year you didn't see them in all their seasons?
No, because we were talking and we were friends for a short period of time, and then we started dating. We didn't get to really we moved in with each other probably like a year like a year and a half. I wasn't thinking. I'm not. We were and I was 22 years old.
Oh, okay. Okay. That is young.
I mean, if you unless you know, I mean, I wasn't just jumping into no moving into no with nobody or marriage. I'm not jumping into marriage with nobody at a young age. No.
Should be doing it at no grown age either.
Yeah, jumping into marriage is crazy.
No, you don't want to do that. You want to jump into anything. You know what I'm saying? You gotta understand and get to know your person, man. That junk is like
So
real talk.
is 2 years good
And
enough to, I guess,
some people
learn
would jump
somebody?
into their bed is just as fast. You know, that's a problem. Would you say, Tex?
No, I was saying like, is 2 years sufficient enough, I guess, before you propose to somebody or whatever?
Every relationship
I'm
has a different biological clock.
facts.
There's people that known each other for 30 days and been married for
Facts.
30 years. And there's
Mm-hmm.
people that been together for 15 years. The moment that they get married, everything goes to hell.
Mm.
So again, different strokes for different folks, a different equation for every relationship.
Right.
The next woman that hugs me and shows me love, I'm gonna marry them on the spot.
That's
You
crazy.
better make a move in too.
You guys are sick. I'm not doing that.
Come on, Touche.
If you guys really thought like that, like that Kev and Hermiga, if you guys think of me moving in that fast, you guys are crazy.
No, you have your
Wait,
own.
how long?
But everything is not traditional though.
Correct.
Everybody's situation doesn't go like that, where you gotta learn somebody for a long time
Mhm.
before you establish a relationship. It doesn't go like that for everybody. And I hate when everybody tells everybody to think that way. It doesn't go that way.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
I've seen stories of people that dated like 2 weeks and they've been married for like 45 years.
And then
I'm
sometimes
agreeing
people
with.
might be embarrassed to tell somebody, "Oh, I only know this person for a month and we're engaged." And they be like, "You're crazy. You don't even know that person." They say, "Well, this person is for me. We're for each other." And they say, "Well, how do
Mhm.
you know that?"
I feel you. It's
I would
automatic. It's like a defense thing or protection of somebody else because they know that probably that is less likely to happen. If you're going off numbers, I think that's
Yeah.
less likely to happen.
I
Two
I mean,
think
days
but
and all of a sudden
when you
get
think
married or
about back
something
in
like.
the day, I don't even think our great grandparents was even getting to know each other that long.
No,
No.
I beg to differ. I think my grandparents took a little while to learn each other.
they did it while they was with each other probably
No, I think they learned
Right.
it. I think they learned it before they
because they
did
took
that.
relationships serious. It wasn't no app you can go to and find somebody else next. They was going with who they
It
was
wasn't.
going with.
I don't even think it was no dating. It wasn't none of that.
Nope.
It's I like you. You look good. You look
It
good.
was
Okay,
dating. I
Right.
could
hey.
act.
It was like
I
when
could
you
ask
come
Can I
to
people
spank it
all
to
right
the
Florida,
now, and
booty?
they
call
gonna
them
tell me they
cute.
was definitely dating back in the day, but they was not
that's
rushing to
that,
get
that's
married.
how it was though. Hey, I like your
Yeah.
eyebrows. Hey, you got a nice mustache. Okay, let's get
Right. That's
married.
it's
Okay.
the
So they was, but
cheesiest
they was getting
game
married.
ever.
But
I
then they was
swear.
getting married for
Oh, I
genetics.
like your
Then
cloth shirt.
they
Oh,
was
you
getting
think
married for genetics. But I'm with
you
Nyla
want to
on
move
this.
in?
I'm not. It takes time to really get to know somebody. So I mean,
Look, the truth is that let's be realistic. There has to be a time consensus in general, right? It doesn't work for everybody, but there is a foundational amount of time before you get to honestly know someone. Um, I want to say somewhere between 1 and 2 years. The thing is that are you really paying attention, or are you in the honeymoon stage for the first 6 months and then realizing that this lady or this man is a psycho after 7 or 8 months? You
I
understand?
Mm,
think a lot of people get stuck in the honeymoon phase where they be like, "Oh my gosh, he's just everything," and or she's just this and it. Like that's what I be saying. That comes another phase as well. Like I got to get out of that honeymoon phase and actually see everything about you.
Mhm. Oh, also something that I forgot to mention is that there needs to be a mutual goal to the relationship. Like, what is the
Right.
goal? Like, are we
That's what I
getting
said
together
earlier.
because we? Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry. I
where are
didn't
we
say
going with
anything.
this? You're
No,
right.
you're fine. No,
Yeah,
you're fine.
like
So that way you guys will know what you're doing, and within a
yeah.
relationship, you won't be all over the place.
right. So for touche, like if the goal for you isn't marriage and you just want to live with your partner until you decide what to do next, I guess that makes sense, for you. But for me personally, like my goal is marriage. Like
Thanks.
my goal is being married, getting a husband and doing life with him, and then eventually bringing kids into the mix and starting a family. So yeah, so that makes sense too. Food for
Nice.
thought.
Nice. Nice.
Look, get as much information as you can. When I date someone, I want them to bring a copy of their DNA, a copy of their blood test. I want to know what they're allergic to. I want to know what their accolades are. I want to know as much as possible. I'm exaggerating a little
I
bit
wanna
about.
That on the
know.
first date,
No,
or
I'm exaggerating a little bit, but it should be expedited. It should be get the info as soon as you can.
I'm gonna have it
That
in a
way you
folder
don't get
just in case
stuck.
my next date asks.
That's what I
I
said.
think, you know what? I think as time go on, you ask different questions. Like when you were in your 20s, it may not be
Hmm.
as deep, as it
That's
would
what she
probably be
said.
in your
Oh
your
wait.
40s and 50s and things like that.
I have to agree. I have
Okay.
to agree because you've been through a lot of
Touche go.
shit. The older you are, right, the more experience you have, and the less tolerance, and the more you can identify with yourself.
Right. So what you said earlier, like you shouldn't have to live with somebody to learn all of that. It's like when you get older, you have so much experience to the point where you could just probably look at a person and be like, "Oh no, I'm not interested," just off of experience. But when you don't have experience like that, you'll probably be like, "Oh, I got to move in with this person to do all of that," because your experience ain't that tight. Your discernment ain't that good.
Those are all contributing factors.
Mm.
Like again, we all have our unique paths and our unique preferences, and what does it for us. It all depends on how well you identify with yourself before anything else. So
Right.
Facts.
you don't want to get to know yourself through somebody else. The same way you want to learn about someone, maybe live with them to get to learn them, you don't want to learn about yourself during that period because that means that you really should be already identifying with yourself before that stage.
That's the
Right.
touche is horrible, bro.
He
He is
told him
ten
I'm moving
toes
in. He's still
touche.
on his I'm moving in
He's
stuff.
still right. And the girl
He is
over there
not
Hey,
helping
changing his
too.
mind.
hey,
He
if that
don't.
He
I've
said he
never
is
met him
not.
change his
if
mind.
that's what works for him, then hey, so be it. You know what I'm saying?
He's
Yeah,
But like I
I
said,
think it
everybody's
is very
different.
important that you do learn yourself before you get into any relationship, so that way another person won't define you. You
facts.
know.
Facts. Facts. Facts.
Right. You
You should be
gotta
Breaking
do it.
confident in
news on
yourself,
Channel
not
5
relying on
Live.
somebody for your confidence. That'd be the
Right.
problem.
Well,
A
Yep.
lot of
then you
people be
And
gotta
like,
do it
"Am I
sometimes,
yourself.
looking good? Do I look cute?" You don't have to do all that. If you
right.
feel the freak, that's what people be messing up
It's all
already.
fun and games until you move into somebody's house and he take that
To me,
toupee off the top of his head. Then you gonna be looking
Oh my
crazy.
God, he came back in with this movement.
and
No,
the
you're
That
person,
right.
dude gonna stick with that moving in. We gonna be talking about a whole nother topic, but you
yo,
gotta move in though before you
what
plus
you
point.
gonna
When
what you gonna
he rip
do?
that toupee off on y'all before he go to sleep with that
So
mannequin
you've
head
been
and everything.
smashing all that time, right? With it, not knowing that too. That and that's. I'm glad you said that. Good one right there. So all this time you ain't been vetting all this time, but you had to wait till they move in and for him to know that they had a toupee
Hey
on.
man, you know how
Ex-
many girls I thought had real good hair, and I seen that I'd have been to their house one time, and I'd be like, "Oh,
Well,
you got
hello.
these is
well,
wigs."
that's what I'm saying. You get to learn how somebody is by visiting their house. You know, they might have a collection of toenails. You know what I'm saying? Like they might have
Ooh.
Hey,
hairy
Hormiga.
knuckles. You know what
So here
I'm
go
saying?
my follow up
Good
to that,
one.
right? I
Good
believe
one.
you,
That's why I
right?
said spend a night. You can spend
No,
a night and
There
but
still
you go.
listen,
and still
You can spend the
but
observe
night any
things.
other time, you know.
listen, people will hide that stuff too.
Catch
after
them
a
off
while,
guard.
Come
Catch
on,
them
man.
off
I feel
guard.
like
Nah,
you
you got to
reaching
be a
out,
good.
man. You
in
doing
a
too much.
relationship,
But all
It's
right,
Catch
no
I'm gonna let
catch
way.
them
listen.
off
I'm gonna
guard.
let
You want
but
to
y'all
when
move
you're
in so bad, you
listen,
trying to say they
listen,
gonna hide it? That
listen,
oh my
listen.
when you're
I'm
gosh.
in
gonna
a
let y'all.
relationship and you get comfortable with a person, at some point they're gonna stop cleaning up before you get to the crib.
Thanks.
All I'm gonna say is
He's
this.
not lying though.
All I'm
He's
gonna
not
say
What?
this.
lying.
Where did she
Kev,
come from,
Kev,
man?
Kev. I hope
She
you
on
date a girl with some nice long hair. You think it's hers, and when she take it off, it's a bald head underneath
But
there.
why you don't pull it in
I
the
don't
date?
care. I'm not going off looks
You don't
anyways, for
check her
real. Not
Instagram?
that bad.
Pull her
I'm
Have
hair
you
just,
on
have you
during
seen
the
her put
date.
her
I'm gonna
hair
give up a
salve
good girl
yesterday?
because her
Hormiga,
hair not real.
Hormiga, Hormiga. I date
I
black
can't
women.
date you
Pulling
anymore.
hair is not a thing we can do
Bald
like
head,
that.
mother. It's like,
Do it by mistake. Pull her hair by mistake. You know what I'm saying? See, see if it comes
Tell
off
her
or
y'all are
something.
going swimming. How about that?
There you. Oh,
that's
that's a
too
good one.
easy.
Take notes.
It's too easy. Touche. You gonna stop dropping, man?
Right.
No.
It's a lot of stuff that you can catch before even doing certain stuff
Yes,
with people.
that's what I'm saying.
All I'm saying is this, right, Hormiga? He said pull her hair. I date women in the black community, and pulling their hair is not something you go get away with, my brother.
I get it, but what somebody else said, invite him to go swimming.
Like personally for me, I don't wear makeup that often. And a lot of
Mm.
times when I why is it every time I try to talk, this dog wants to shake her collar?
She
Zuri,
scratching? Is she scratching?
yeah.
Was he
Okay,
doing? Was she? Was that dog
listen.
doing it before he
Don't
moved in?
Huh?
don't. Here you go, Kev. You being petty. Kev, you being petty. You being petty now.
What?
Listen,
I'm
I'm
doing
not
the
against.
same thing you doing. What the
Listen,
freak?
So
You don't
no,
say
no, I'm
did the
not.
dog
Kev,
was the
I'm
dog
not
doing
being
that
petty
before
to you,
she
Kev. I
moved?
don't ever be petty to you, Kev.
I'm saying. Oh, I'm just going. I'm prolonging your joke, man, because you
No,
wouldn't leave
let's
it
not
alone.
prolong it. At the end of the day, I respect that y'all want to do that, but I'm just not doing that. I learned I'm gonna date somebody for a long time. We're gonna definitely go out of town. We're definitely gonna take nights where we spend the night together. But we will not be getting married until I see your habits and with you. Now, I'm sorry, I'm not doing that.
so the point that I
Bro.
was about to make before my dog interrupted me was that when I go on, like I don't wear makeup that often, and so when I go on dates, like the most that I do is like my eyebrows, because I feel like, and no hate to the women that wear makeup, but personally for me, I feel like makeup can be like overdone, and I never
Yeah.
want to be put in a situation where somebody sees me with makeup and then without makeup and they thought that I lied to them, even though I don't wear a lot. Like when I do wear makeup, I literally do my eyebrows and I throw on some like color match powder and I go about my day.
Mm.
But even so, when I go on a date, I do my brows and that's it. And so that way there's no surprises. You're making a choice right now with what you see and we're gonna keep it pushing. You either get with the program or you get lost. It's
There you
very
go.
simple.
She
And so if
preaching.
you find a
Well,
woman that is honest, you won't have to worry about that.
well,
Preach.
Red flag when Face ID don't recognize a girl with no makeup.
Come on. Who? Let me ask you a question. Who here has ever been catfished before?
I
Oh,
have.
I've been
I
catfished.
have.
The
I
the
And
have.
answer
that
is
fish got
the
left
answer
cat.
the answer is everybody. The answer
I
is
feel
You know
bold
what?
too
You
when
know
I
what?
did
everybody.
it.
What you say? You
A
left
famous
that fish in the
president said
water.
before,
Yeah, I
Hormiga?
did.
You fooled me once, shame on me. You fooled me twice, can't fool me again. I'm
Right.
not going for that.
I'm sorry. You got me too good. Those filters is working it. I ain't gonna even lie. She got me for sure. And she had that extra chin she had.
Hey,
I
all
was
Oh
I'm saying
no.
is I done seen a girl who
Bro,
looked amazing from the face up. And then when I finally seen her in person, she was big as all outside. And I was like, wait a minute.
I
gotcha.
listen. I went on a date and I couldn't find her. I walked right by her.
Oh my.
Oh, yep. I
I
told her I
walked
had to
right
go
by
home.
her
Never came back.
twice, two
He
times, and
said
she
he
said,
said I walked past her 2 times.
"Yeah," and she said
Mhm.
hello, and I said, "How you doing? I'm looking for somebody." She
Hey,
goes,
you know
"Yeah,
me. I don't know you.
shit."
That's their fault,
Listen,
man.
all I'm saying is this. Uh, uh, power off, please.
I know what you
He
just
self-star. I
answered.
love an answer for that.
I I didn't even call her name. Why is she talking?
He came in just in time.
Listen, I respect the fact the way y'all do things. But like I said, it's phases with me, and I have to go through them to make sure that everything is good.
Okay.
Hey, if it works for you, do you
Hey,
feel good about it, and that's it.
it is what
Cormiga,
it is.
Cormiga and Kev, I don't know why y'all don't act like I'm in the same me since y'all met me.
I never said you not. I
No,
already
we
know.
we
You know what
we
I'm saying?
expect you. There's nothing wrong with what you say. Honestly, it's not far-fetched at all. Um, you're being extra careful before you make a commitment of such sort. I get it.
Because I don't want to marry somebody and be like, now I gotta go get a divorce. Oh my God.
If it was meant to be, it was meant to be, and if it wasn't,
Fact.
it's not gonna work. That's it.
Facts.
Facts.
Trust me, all of my ex-wives will tell you the same thing.
All of your
Mm.
ex-wives.
Absolutely.
Cormiga, you're not gonna run by that like you didn't say that. Like
This dude.
he said all of his ex-wives. I immediately thought like 5, 6. Wait a minute, Cormiga.
Touche was not
He
about to
said
let
you're
that
not gonna
slide.
run past that.
You're not
well,
gonna run past that like I didn't hear you just say that right now. I'm just letting
well,
you
the,
know.
the the reason why I had so many is because I decided to live with them first.
Oh man, that sucks for you. I'm gonna still live with mine first. I'm not getting married to him until we done been living together for a while.
That's what I'm saying. You're gonna be like 55 on AARP and still
And
like,
guess what
hey,
I'm gonna be 55 doing? Still
He
trying
said,
to
"Cause I
find out
lived
if
it
I'm getting
all up."
lied to or not.
You know what I equate living together with a person before marriage? I equate that to have somebody having a child and then or being pregnant before marriage and then getting proposed to at the baby shower.
Oh, I
yeah,
wouldn't. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. That would be me. I'm sorry.
I
I
know it
get
would.
that.
Yeah.
I could tell.
She said, "I knew it."
Because now we got this baby. So is we doing this for sure? For sure, we doing this for sure now.
Well, now, yeah.
And that be the
Li-
problem. They be trying to think they gonna force or change some things just as soon as
Oh
they
no,
done
we
had
ain't.
the
Well,
kid.
if she and listen, if she choose to decline marriage because she don't want to do it, that's your choice. I did my part. I did my
That's
part.
it.
Nobody
She said,
look
why are
hobo.
y'all so
Nope.
against living together?
Yeah,
I don't, you know what?
nobody's
I
against.
feel like you can go either way with it, but
We
I don't
against
see
trying to
nothing
do
wrong
that
with either
first
way.
before you get to know a person. That's what I'm against. I won't
Uh,
have no problem moving with somebody because I'm already going. By the time I make that decision, right, I'm already gonna understand them. I'm not gonna be iffy on. Dang, I wonder if they're gonna change. It's different. You know what I'm saying? I'm really about to get to know a
If I'm
person
moving
before
in
I
with
do
you, that means
anything.
that our wedding is so close, like within that
Facts.
month, that year, not
Oh, I'm not
too
moving
far.
with you then.
Touche is
No,
also against it. No, he the one promoting it.
Right. He said that's she the main one.
I'm not moving. I'm not moving in until I get to know you.
that's it.
And
But
He said
I
they're
don't.
signing their name on the lease
No,
before
Kev.
they even give an answer.
Kev. I see what you getting at.
you
Don't
already
do
know
it.
about
Don't do it
that.
because you tried to eat just now. Give me your plate.
I was
She
No,
said,
about to. I
so
was
what is the
trying to get to it
disagreement?
when.
I'm not moving in with you until I get to know you. That's that's a phase though. It is a
Nah, I
phase
get
of getting to know you. Let
you.
me clarify because Kev was about to say Kev was double scooping his plate, ready trying to eat. Chill out, big dog. I seen your face. I knew exactly what I meant. You tried to make me look like I was crazy. I ain't crazy.
I was about to go say something,
Yeah,
man.
you
I
was
just
gonna be
wanted
like,
to.
well, that made no sense. I know that's exactly what you was gonna say. Oh, man, that made no sense. You just said no, Mr. Water Boy.
Uh,
I'm
But
gonna say this: if I do move in with you, I'm still keeping my place, just in case.
that's
That
cool.
I was
I'm
just
not. I'm
about to
not. I'm
say
not
that.
giving my
You
place up.
got
That's listen. That's
money.
I was
cool.
just
If
about
you
to
see,
wanna,
say that
if you
same
wanna
shit.
pay all your bills at your house and not be there, by all
Facts.
means, you do
all I'm
that.
saying
You
is
got money, man.
nobody should. If y'all like both of them things sound like insecurities on both of what y'all saying, right? My thing is, if you shouldn't be doing anything major with anybody if you ain't for sure that's that person. That's all I'm getting to. So you should never have no insecurity, even though life gonna happen, but it is what it is. But if you like my thing is once you did a lot of work with yourself and vetting in yourself, you gonna know your person most of the time. I mean, even though humans is human, but I'm just saying that you're gonna see the main things of what to look out for or what not to look out for. But if you still got that in your mind that dang, this might not work or something like that, I don't think you should do it. You just shouldn't do it because it's gonna be waiting on it to happen type situation. So
No risk, no risk, no reward.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Listen, I'm not gonna disagree. A relationship is an investment.
yeah,
No risk, no reward. That's all I'm saying.
I'm
All
with
I'm saying
you.
to y'all.
you are leading with it.
Listen, whatever
But
it
I,
Set your
takes
mind
for
that
you
it's
to
not gonna
feel
work out
comfortable,
right.
do it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but you
Nyla said it perfect right there. That's perfect. What she just said. If
I
you lead with that,
agree with Nyla.
listen. Y'all could sit here and live in La La Land if y'all want to. I's red pill, y'all's blue pill.
I don't want no fucking pills.
right, I'm just the real
Well, welcome.
pill.
I don't
Hormiga,
want no
welcome to
fucking pill.
Hormiga, welcome to the Matrix in real life.
Well, listen, I'm gonna tell you something, man. I've had enough experience to know if a person is even worth talking to,
Facts.
even worth having a conversation. The flags that I can see can tell me so much about a person. Doesn't mean that I'm ready to dismiss them right there and then because everybody needs to be given a chance to
The
show a
chance.
different
Yeah.
side, right?
Yep.
But I'm already iffy. If I'm already iffy about you, it's because you show me things for me to be iffy about, and I'm paying
Mm-hmm.
attention. You know what I'm saying? Because I want to make sure that I could exist on a table with you. I want to make sure that we have at least some similarities. Because I like to
Facts.
start with the positive things first. I'm not looking for negatives. I'm not looking for things to
Facts.
cancel you. I'm looking for compatibility. I'm looking for common interests. I'm looking for positive.
Right.
So that's how I started because I'm a firm believer that if you start something on a negative round, you will
Mm.
look for more negative things to validate that.
Facts. Facts.
I'm gonna say this
So
again. I feel you, but I'm also looking realistically. It's gonna be certain stuff that I have to be looking to make sure. I'm just gonna be sure before I make a move. If you guys want to do stuff your way, by all means.
there's
So
nothing wrong with that,
realistically, is
Touche.
looking at the negative thing.
And again,
There's
it
no
all comes down to what the end goal of the relationship is, or what the next goal, not the end
absolutely
goal, but the next goal of the relationship is, if there
right.
is a next goal.
Right. And you could tell it ain't just all about what somebody tells you because anybody can say anything. Them sweet words is what the problem is that's getting everybody nowadays.
There has to
So
be
Right.
is you got to pay
exaggeration
attention to
behind it.
actions. That's one thing we learn as an adults. We've been playing this little kid love and oh, I love the way you look and what you said and all that stuff, but we're not really paying attention to the action because people who say anything, I love you, but then treating you like trash. You know what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
that's one thing we need to pay attention to is actions. That's why I got something against that words of affirmation stuff. Like my thing is that I'm big on actions speak louder than words. You don't need no words of affirmation if you can know how to uh, uh, see people. I mean, actually read actions and read,
I mean,
different
but words
situations.
of
I agree
affirmation
with
is a
that.
love language. That's just something, and a lot of people would get mad at this. But words of affirmation is sometimes things that people lacked as a child or adolescence.
Yeah, you're right
That's
about
why.
that. Anybody that pick one out of that's something that they like.
But you built. It really goes from most to least. Like for me, the least thing of that would be receiving gifts because I've never had that problem. I was the only child.
You should be
And
able to. Like I said with the love language, there should be no I need one or two. My love language being words of affirmation. It's you should if you find yourself only liking one or two, that means you gotta work because I feel like a real love is a balance of all five of them. You know how to just mix it in,
It
and
is.
it's even more than that, right? I feel like it's more than that though. But if you can know the balance and be able to be receptive of love from any five of them, then that's when. Because if you actually asking or I need that, I need this, I need this, and I need that. That's literally like, and that's I can actually agree with Touche, even though I've been saying it. With me, I agree with that one. With that's something you usually lack in, you know what I'm saying? Because you're looking for
You lack
somebody
as
else
a
to give it to you.
yeah,
You know what I'm
you
saying?
lacked it as an adolescent. Like a lot of people who don't know what people who say that they only have one love language does not make sense because your love language goes from most to least, right? The most
Right.
the top part of your love language is something 9 times out of 10 is not always 100% true that you lack as an adolescent, which is why it's so detrimental that you have it. So when people say my love language is acts of service, I'll be like, what's the other ones? Like, what's the most the least? Because all of those are the components that make up you. That is just the truth. And when people hear that, they don't like hearing that. They're like, oh my God, that's not true. It's the truth.
I just think that whenever you hear people complain about a love language, they're usually just complaining about the one thing that they're not getting from their partner.
Facts.
Because,
While
but
other languages are being spoken to them and they hear that just fine, but they're only going to complain about the thing, oh, my one love language, you ain't doing, blah, 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 blah.
They
but that's
don't
the
get
thing.
noticed. The other
Like
one don't get noticed.
that's the thing. That's the thing. The one thing that they complain about is the one that they never get.
Yeah.
It's the one
And
thing
they
they
don't
never
notice the
get.
other forms of love that's had to them. That's that ungratefulness. That's why I said, I actually how I started learning about that love language stuff or whatever, and I realized that that junk just sound weird of just saying I need acts of service or physical touch or something like that. No, you just a lustful person. That's all it is. You know what I'm saying? With that, thing. I need to be
Well,
touched all the time and all that stuff. And
Physical touch. I don't think means just intimate. I think
I'm
people
just saying. I'm just
like, for instance, I have a thing to where, and this is just me, and my ex girlfriend figured it out. I have a thing to where when you rub the top of my hand, it makes me feel calm. But that's something that my mother did to me as a child. And
mm.
physical touch is not in the top part of my love language because I got it.
Oh man, we say love language too many times. Guess who's in the building?
But you get what I'm saying? Like I don't require that because guess what? My mom was not physically affectionate with me, but my mom was not verbally affectionate with me. So
Mm.
that you get what
He
I'm
said,
saying?
"Shut up." I swear you came in like Candyman. We said it like too many times, and you popped in love language. I swear, me and her been going back and forth on this love language thing, and
But
then
you
she
got, like I
popped.
said,
I swear,
but
Kev, you be manifesting stuff.
Oh,
that's what
that
I'm
mean
saying.
I
Like
let me keep talking about this. I'm about to find me a wife.
I'm
Never.
but even with that, Kev, like when you said the other day that you don't really be into manifesting, a lot of people manifestations don't work good because guess what? They're not specific on what they're speaking into the universe. They're not asking exactly for something. They saying, I want a good person. Well,
I
how do you
believe
want a
it
good
though.
person?
Yeah, I believe that stuff is real though. That's why I be big on how people use their words and stuff. When you speak on negative stuff gonna happen. You speak
Happen,
on
yeah,
positive stuff,
it does.
positive gonna happen. That's why I'm always trying to be positive, which
But
is
then that's
not.
what I'm saying. You got to also look at this too. It's a difference between being realistic and being negative. And a lot of people do
Then you gonna
use
see
these.
realistic things happen to you. You know what I'm saying? So we,
Well, I mean,
whatever you would
yeah,
have called it.
I
But
mean,
I'm
it's
big.
the
If we
truth.
talk about
hey,
manifestation, that's how it works. You know what
hold
I'm
on,
saying? You
hold on,
gotta
hold
talk
on.
to yourself. You gotta talk to yourself. You know.
Hold on. Let's not drop the ball here, right? There's a difference between realistic and real. Realistic is a composite of real. Real is undeniable. Realistic is something that seems like it's real. And furthermore, when we're talking about the language of love, it is not a language of spoken word. It is a language of action. So if you're not
Yeah.
starting on that foundation, you are lost.
Hmm.
Facts.
Okay? Don't talk to me
When
about
you
the
say
language of love. It is action.
when you say
Hmm.
you can't say that realistic isn't a thing because it is realistic people out here and it's ideologist I can't say it.
I never said that realistic is not a thing. All I said that there's a difference between real and
Real and
realistic.
realistic. Right.
So they both exist.
I think when it comes to relationships, people just need to look at each other's point of view and see the loyalty that a person brings, see the mindset behind the person, see
Facts.
the comfortable spaces that you love being in or desire to be in. Some people just really need to see what type of woman you are or what type of man you are or what type of man or woman you want to grow into, like, because these are things that people need to know about you.
Bless you.
These are things that tell a person, oh, who you really are, and it gives them the option if they want to deal with the person like that or not.
Correct.
Facts.
A- And that's the fairness. The fairness is in the assessment, whether somebody's honest about who they are. But a person's going to tell you whatever they want to tell you. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're there, because remember the laws of attraction. You attract who you are, not what you want.
I think
Right.
people, hold on, I missed this. I think people should mind
I
their
I
own damn business.
I
People are,
I want to
read
ask
that one.
Touche something if I can.
who that
go ahead,
mad?
bro.
Hey, Touche.
Yo.
Um, you're talking about the way that you like to do things and whatnot with the timing
Hmm.
and moving in, and I get all that. And this isn't like a gotcha style question. I'm just curious. Um, are you getting closer to your desired outcome with dating using this
Hmm.
I'm gonna be
methodology?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not really actually dating at this very, very moment. I'm actually working on like my career and certain other things. I'm not dating isn't like a number one thing of what thought process is happening right now, to be
Okay.
honest.
I was just curious how it was panning out in reality for you. Like, if it's giving you the good results that you're looking for, and you're just not finding the what you need is quote unquote like wife material, or if it's just the method itself is just not giving you good results. I was just curious which one. And it sounds like you're not really putting a lot of energy into that pot right now, which is fine.
Nah. No, I have so many other endeavors and goals that if I find the person, I find them, but I'm not out here looking and doing extracurricular activity to find them. Like my life is very much very simple right now. It goes me going to work, taking care of making sure my little brother is doing good in school and stuff like that, and taking care of my family. Other than that, like I'm not dating. Like I can't even tell you like I don't even have an answer. I don't even have an answer for you as of right now. Like I'm really not dating.
Yeah, and I just want to point one thing out. Hobo just took the words right out of my mouth. You're a lot closer than you realize. Because I always tell people, don't go out looking for love. Uh, that you're not going to find that. What you got to do is you got to create a place where love can exist, which it sounds like you're doing. Maybe not on purpose, but it sounds like that's what you're doing. You're getting your ducks in a row, taking care of your business, focusing on
Hmm.
you. So I just wanted to just, we're conversation was going around. I was just curious, what kind of results you were seeing, if any, yet. And it sounds like you're putting in the work to get to the good results down the road. So I just wanted to
Um,
bring light on that.
I'm always growing, right? And a lot of people who know me know that I'm very much headstrong. Kev knows that I'm very headstrong, and I'm like I said, I'm really just focused on. I just been home a year. You get me? Like I went on a journey across across the states to get my career, and so last year I wasn't nowhere near in the city, and this year I'm finally back home, and now I'm attending to my little brother and him growing up with me being something like a big brother and an ideal person to want to be like as far as like handling business and I'm just dealing with my family. Like right now, is a relationship would be great, but I'm not like I said for it. I'm not pushing for it. I'm not even manifesting a relationship as a whole right now. What I'm manifesting is getting better as a person and being an ideal person for my little brother to be like career wise, chasing his dreams, goals and stuff such like that. So that's my focus as of right now.
Well,
But a
I
relationship, I
want to
mean, like
commend
it's
you on
gonna
that.
happen when it happens. I appreciate it. A relationship is gonna happen when the time is right, and I'm ready, and the higher power will already know that, and that's when he'll bring my wife along. But as of right now, I'm focused on this career.
Do you
Like I
know
said,
what you're
I've
looking
only been
for?
in my um. To be honest with you,
That's
like
a
I said,
very
I'm not
important
focused on
question.
that.
I had to realize.
No, no, I'm not. Like I said, I'm not focused. So I'm not even. I can't even tell you exactly what I'm looking for because I'm not looking for it. You get what I'm
Mm.
saying?
I'm
I'm
not
looking.
looking for it,
What
but
I'm
I can
looking.
tell you what I'm looking for, though.
Same.
Yeah, but see, I'm looking. What I'm looking for is the thing is I'm looking for my career. I'm looking for a process of me getting my own business. I'm looking for stuff that different things. I'm not looking for like a person is not like when I think of my future right now. My future is my business, little brother. These are my future. These are my thoughts. Like throughout the day, I don't even think like Kev. I ain't been okay. Let me even say this. I haven't been uh you know active, blankety blank blank active because I've been so focused on working and grinding and making a difference to my for my little brother. So like I said, that's why I don't have an answer for you because I'm not even focused on that. And I would be lying to you if I be like, yeah, I'm out here getting the buzz. No, I'm not. I'm really just chilling and learning more stuff about myself every
I
day.
feel you
I just
though.
bought
I'm
a
gonna
book.
ask this then. Say if because I'm big on
I
like
got a
if I
question
I don't
too.
want to miss on opportunities either if I did have a girl in my face or something like that. So I would know. I mean, I would give it chances and stuff because I know what I got my boundaries. I know what I'm looking out for and all this stuff though. So that's also part of like knowing who you want or who you looking for or whatever. So I was about to say if the girl was to come up a girl one day come up to you or you end up going past a girl, would you know like if you would be interested or something like that they might have a chance?
Um, I don't like I said I don't have an answer because I
Okay.
like I just
So
know what I know
all you
what
gotta do
I
is
know what
say
I like
okay,
when I
so you,
like.
that mean no. That means you just don't know. That's all it is.
Yeah,
It's
no, I
okay to
don't.
say you don't know.
I'm being. No, I'm gonna be honest and be real about it. I don't know
Okay.
because even in the past, a lot of people be like, "Well, what's your type of woman?" And I'll be like, "Ooh,
Well,
I kind of like what I like when I like it." You get what I'm saying?
yeah. So I'm gonna put it this way, and I'm put it this way. I'm gonna say well how I start figuring out what I wanted. Right. I think once I start focusing on myself so much and realize the type of character I am, or the person and building up my because like we all I remember some Hobo put out earlier about habits versus character and no your habits is what make your character though. So once I build character, I mean build habits of myself and build understanding within myself, loving myself and all this because everything got to start off with self for anything to be genuine anyway. Self love, self respect, and all that stuff. You ain't gonna be able to respect nobody if you don't even respect yourself. But all that stuff like once I start figuring a lot of that stuff out, I that's when I realized the type of people that I need in my life. You know what I'm saying? When I also realized that I needed peace. All my stuff revolved around peace. I mean, peace is my number one thing. And peace and understanding is like really the two things that I look for, especially in a woman and in friends. And then I
And I
feel like
can and I
everything
can
else
and I
can
can
walk around. Huh?
and I can agree with you on that. That's something that I kind of look at too when I am like conversating with women, how they verbiage is with me, how they like I see them on a bad day and stuff like that. So it is a peaceful thing, but I think that's with anybody around my life completely. Like yo level of peace, because I don't want to be. I've been in a chaotic relationship before, or I've been talking to women who were, somewhat chaotic.
Yeah.
So I mean that is something that I kind of like. I just watch people character. You feel me? Like it's hard to understand, but it's like I'll watch everybody character when I meet them, and then I kind of see where I place them in my life, or if I even put them in my life. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean,
to counter off of what Kev was saying about knowing what you're looking for, that is an important step. But if
Most
you have
definitely.
a hard time knowing what you're gonna like in the future, an easier option is knowing what you don't want as well.
Facts.
Because then you
Okay,
can
so
open up the spectrum to maybe there's things I don't even know that I like yet because I haven't been exposed to it, but I am going to prevent myself from getting exposed to these things that I really didn't like. So even if you don't have a for sure this is what I want, you can have a I know this is what I don't want.
Mm-hmm. That's perfect.
talk about the don't wants. I got a list.
Yeah. At least have that. That's where boundaries set in at. I
I
got a
don't
bunch of
want.
don't wants. When I realize I prioritize peace over everything, it's a lot of don't wants. You know what I'm saying? Peace so serious that's the reason why I kind
And
of gave up, sex until marriage, right? Because I realized that that's like even effective, like that causes problems too, especially if it's with the wrong people and stuff. It was because I could go out and just be smashing all, but it's no purpose behind it. You know what I'm saying? Then I'm missing out on my wife and all that stuff because she's seeing what the heck I'm doing. So it's like I'd rather be prepared. I'd rather be having head because your head would be clear. You know what I'm saying? Once you got that. And not saying that you have to do it, but I'm just saying in general, like that's the reason why because my piece is like super serious. Like everything got to revolve around it, and I'm not looking for somebody to give me peace either. I just want it to be where because I have my own. You know what I'm saying? As long as you not putting the
yeah, I
making
got my
mine
own piece as
worse.
well,
That's
Kev.
huh?
Hey, can I say something, man?
I said I got my
Go
own
ahead,
piece as
Zeus.
well.
Welcome to the live, man.
How you doing, man? Yeah, dog. I don't know if I don't know if you see my channel yet, but take a moment when you have time to check it out,
Mm-hmm.
because I advocate for children and for what's in the best interest for children
Mm-hmm.
in regards to relationships, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of fathers, where I feel that everything starts in the world, when with the youth, with how they're raised, how people are raised, and I wanted to ask you, how old are you, man? How old are you?
Who me?
Who me?
Yeah, you.
We both said me.
Uh,
Who?
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry, the host,
Oh, I'm 33.
Okay, cool. You about around the same age as me,
Mm-hmm.
So my thing is, I was raised in a single parent household with my mom, right?
Mm-hmm.
And my dad died when I was 8. I had a relationship with my dad, till he passed.
Mm-hmm.
So that'd be a lot of the problem with these older individuals. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Where they never got that, and I feel like it's. I want to say this and I don't want it to sound in a bad way, but it's almost like it's a waste of time to really try to convince the older generations to try to kind of change their ways. You can just speak it and put it out in the atmosphere, hope that they grab it. You know what I mean?
Thanks.
When it comes to children, though, I feel like every man. This is my take. Because I have a nonprofit for this, and it's on Instagram. You can follow me. It's damage_proof_,
Mm-hmm.
where and I be going because I'm actually submitting to get in law school because I have a story
Mm-hmm.
where I feel like everything starts with the children, and then but it's everything starts with men.
It do.
So if we
Thanks.
focus
Preaching.
on everything starts with men. I'm telling you, and this is like literally where even when it comes to women, and how women act, like the way that the negativity and all of that stuff. That honestly, it may
And from
sound
the
crazy,
Simps and stuff, man, they the one messed the game up.
no lie, I'm telling you, but it's like but that comes from men. No lie,
Facts.
that is because of certain type of men who dish
Mm-hmm.
that type of behavior to women. Because no lie, every woman that has come to me in a negative way, right? And if they take a moment to take just a second to have a conversation with me on where they disagree, right, and explain why they disagree, they'll come to some understanding, right? But most women don't want to take time to do that. They want to more so they want to take defense, and get mad before understanding. You know what I mean? And I have
Mm-hmm.
to tell my I could just open up your light to some stuff, man. But I like your page. I respect what you're doing.
All right, well, I'm about to
For
sound
sure.
like what you're saying already. You preaching already, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I be
man.
feeling like, even with my page in general, like, I feel like it's a major thing with just accountability. That's one of the main things you're going to hear me probably say 100 times and stuff because I
Favorite
feel like
topic.
huh?
I said your favorite topic.
Yeah, it's always it's in the name of my room. I just try to make that the name of the room, but it's something gonna be revolving around because that's the only way we're gonna be able to grow with one another. We got to, and I love how you said that too, because I be saying that too. Most of my messages is to hope to reach out to the children because it's like adults is just so freaking stubborn. They're gonna stand on whatever they stand on. You can't tell me anything because I'm 18 now. So forget you. I can never be wrong. You know what I'm saying? But it's like some of them I do feel like I can get through it. I have been getting through a lot of people. As long as I've been on this app, I've been helping people out and they didn't even know. They've been telling me. But it's just like it do got, and that's who I care about the most is the kids, and that's how you can be able to judge bad behaviors and good behaviors. Because I'm like, if you wouldn't let a kid do that, all this other stuff, or you wouldn't recommend your kid do this, this wrong. So why are you taking up for it now because you're an adult? Oh, I can twerk and I can do all this stuff, like all this stuff. Like I'm telling you, would not show your kids this stuff. Even like what's that one girl name? But the city girls, right? She
Hmm.
told her, she even said her own kids not about to watch her own stuff. Like, you see what's going on? So she know the stuff is wrong.
Yep.
You know what I'm
Cardi
saying? So
Cardi B too. Cardi B doesn't let her daughter listen to her
crazy.
music. When she comes into the room, she shuts her own music off.
Yeah.
But at the end of
Because
the day,
What?
they're still going to be going to school with these kids and be around these kids if they are listening to their music. So
Yeah.
it's like you may separate your kids, but you still got to think about them being in that generation still. So
Mhm.
it's defeating the
but then
whole
that's when we
purpose.
gotta
You
talk
just
to
gotta
our
have
kids more.
conversations.
That's
Yeah.
You
when the
gotta
parents
explain
need
to
to
your
talk to
kids
the kids
why.
more.
Yep.
You
Yeah.
have to explain to your kids why, you don't listen to that music in the
Thanks.
home and set that boundary. You can't control what they do when they leave out the house, but they
Mhm.
know when they come into the house, mom and dad aren't playing with me. They whether they got to put headphones on or change the music up,
Mhm.
whatever they got to do, at least they know that this is not accepted in the home and they know
Mhm.
why too. You always got to explain to your child that at a certain age you got to give them a why. You can't
Yeah.
just tell them no and no reason behind it.
Well,
Yeah.
I think it start with kids. It start, I mean, just literally as soon as possible. I mean, when
Yeah.
they're 1 years old, you tell them why. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like, because they intelligent, and I think every man on this earth, just because I think every woman inadvertently mentors women. I'm gonna just say that. You know what I'm saying? But every man. Like if I know men, if I know men and I associate with men and they're not trying to encourage other young men, if
Mhm.
they don't at least aren't trying to touch at least 10 younger men to influence them, every man individually, right?
Mhm.
So because women inadvertently they encourage women. It don't matter what women are going through, they're gonna support each other. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, I get
Like
you.
and I'm just saying in the younger generations too, right? Because they're talking to them and telling them things that they need to hear. But men don't do that for younger generations. They just go through what they go through as older men, and they don't. They probably say, "Oh yeah, yeah, you're gonna deal with that," but they don't talk to them on how to encourage, to acknowledge them on what to be aware of, so they won't go through those hardships. And additionally to the hardship that they have to experience in the generations that we won't have any idea about, right? We'll think that we know because we've been through what we've been through, and say, "Oh yeah, it might be similar because things happen consistently in life. They be repetitive in life over generations, but they do change. And they get harder. They get more difficult. They get more complex. How the system has been created, then the social media has been created. These things wasn't back in the day. You ask any old person, they'd be like, "Man, yeah, time's crazy now. Social media." You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
yeah.
So it's really something to think about, man.
Yeah.
Well, there's this old phrase about children, man, that if you want something to live into the future, you have to teach it to the kids.
Yeah.
So
Right.
you can look at every civilization that's existed. Whatever that civilization pushes onto its kids is what it's going to have for its future. Because children are very impressionable creatures. I mean, we throw the word indoctrination
Very.
around as having just a bad word, a bad meaning to it. We all indoctrinate in various ways. It's
Facts.
just what are we indoctrinating is the question. So,
Yep.
I just want to say, Zeus, I love everything you said when you first started speaking. I'm gonna look at your page. I already followed you. I have an idea for you that I'll talk to you later on between you and I, if that's possible.
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
I do a lot of outreach for communities with my company. I say a lot, but it's a lot for me. Whatever extra money I can bring in with my company, I turn it right into resources to help other people, like show other people there's other ways you can create in life. So like I'll sponsor a local school where I'll have all the third grade kids create their own t-shirt, whatever they want, whatever color they want, whatever image they want. They got to create the image. They can't just use something they downloaded. They got to create it. And then I just send it to them free of charge just because I want to inspire minds. So
Right.
if there's something you can see in that where it's like you have a group of people you're working with where once a year we could throw like 30 shirts or 40 shirts at a group of people that you'd love to help out,
Absolutely.
let's get in
Absolutely.
touch because
Yeah.
I'm all
Man.
about showing people that there's other ways you can do things. You don't even necessarily know how it works. Like, dude, I'll tell you right now,
Yeah.
third graders, I do a lot of third grader work. Third graders have no idea that they could make their own clothing. Like they had no clue, and it blows their
Right.
mind. They wear these
Right.
shirts
No,
every
man.
day.
I'm with
So
you, man. I'm completely with you every word. Yeah, I meet with the workshops, and what I'm working on, definitely working on. I was working on sponsors in particular because so far I got one barbecue company, and I was working on Walmart. Because I go in and I talk to the kids, and I just applied to Dick's Sporting Goods sponsorship. So yeah, we can definitely collaborate because I got the kids, and I coach too. I'm actually submitting to law school. I'm actually going to law school. And because I was an investigator, I was a deputy officer, I was wrongfully incarcerated for child support, all this stuff. I've lost over 60 grand, lost my house, my car, storages. I've been homeless. Listen, you understand what I'm saying? Just check out my page. You'll see it. Y'all be shocked. It's definitely interesting. Let me just say that. And
Very
some people's
interesting.
yeah. Tax is she actually she be on my live with me too as
So text be
well.
hiding people, huh? Okay, I'm gonna get all y'all
No,
friends. Y'all be having some real good people and never be
I have
inviting
my
them over here.
go-tos that I go to. So I come over here, I go to Zeus page, and there's some other people I like to visit too.
For sure.
But yeah, his page, he puts it all out there. That's all I'm gonna say. But you'll have women come in there and say, "Well, why are you dragging her?" He said, "How am I dragging her when I'm just stating the truth?" Some women
Right.
don't like
Mm-hmm.
to hear the truth. And if you put it out there, they try to say, "Oh, you must be gay, or you don't like women, or yeah, you got mama issues," because he's telling his truth. So men can't tell their truth, huh? So that's like an
Yeah.
all day thing where he has to keep stopping in between conversations to
I'm
explain to women what happened and why he said this, because they would come on and be like, "Oh, just go through the court system." I said, "The court system?" I said, "They are against us." So that's what we'll be
that's,
talking about pretty much. It'd be
that's the world
interesting
we live in.
conversation.
You see the
Yeah, people
problem
are
though,
so
because look,
brainwashed.
he just got done talking about the man. Ain't nobody said nothing up here. What the heck?
Yeah.
Right. Hobo
It's
Yeah.
said
just
can't
it's
she said nobody can tell their truth on this app. No, they can't because people will try to attack you and it change your experience.
yeah.
It's like they want your experience to fit their experience. First of all, we wasn't
Huh?
even given the same fucking test. So how we gonna have the same results? How is that
Right.
possible?
Right. That's right.
here's my
It
thing on it.
pisses
I
me
think what's
off.
I
happening is great. I
I'm
think what's
sorry.
happening is great. I'm gonna say this, guys, and because I got to do some reading for this LSAT stuff. I think everything that's happening is great, and people that are great-minded and like-minded, like everyone that's collaborated on this live right now. Just
Mm-hmm.
these little moments in particular, right, where other people are watching that may not be of trying to do something in life to try to impact other people. They just probably got 2 followers on TikTok, and they just have a page where they just maybe the main people commenting about stuff. They don't have a purpose. You understand what I'm saying? But the people who have purposes, and like minds, like Mr. Print, like yourself, tax, and it's just like
Kayla
that's
pretty
what
good
needs
too.
to
She been
continue.
quiet, but I just met her today too. She pretty
Oh,
cool.
okay. Well, I didn't mean to leave you
Yeah.
out,
No,
but
I
just
was
in
just throwing that
general,
in there though. I was like, I
yeah,
just met her today. I had to add her too. I'm like, dang, she preach. But
that's what needs to continue to happen because this is what I consider a panel. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
for sure.
It's a panel, and more panels need to be created for more people to gravitate towards, right?
Facts.
Because what we're doing is we selling the truth, right? We selling the
Yeah.
truth. We want more people to see, and we want more people to buy it. And buying it, how we mean buying it is buying it is understanding it. You understand
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? Buying it is understanding it. Like a lot of times, a lot of people go into words and stuff and what they mean or what they think that they mean or what they actually really truly mean. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So like buying into what we're actually selling. We're selling the truth. We're selling real life experiences. Like anybody view my page, I have 2 kids, right? I'm
Mm-hmm.
just saying this is real life things that fathers go through, mothers go through experiences too, and I advocate for moms, for single moms, right?
Mm-hmm.
Trying to create a way to where we can move people away from the system, right? Because people have been so programmed where they so dependent on the system to solve their issues and resolve the conflict in their lives, right? To where they don't know how or have that ability to digress, or if they have disagreements, how not to allow them to escalate to where it's going to be catastrophic. You know, things like that aren't being coached and educated to regarding our youth. I'm telling you, it all starts with the youth. And it would illuminate the bad doctors, the bad judges, the bad attorneys. You understand what I'm saying? You know, to where people need good attorneys, and these attorneys don't take people cases because they might have had a bad experience. These things are actually happening. It's not what people think. Judges make decisions on people's lives because they hate men or hate women. You know what I mean? Like that is what's really going on. You know, and I think more people need to get in tune with that. Because everything in the world, if something go bad, it leads to court. Some go bad, you got law in this, healthcare, law. Everything is law. It's
Money.
like they written, money. It's crazy. I want to become an attorney because I decided to help people that don't actually have the ability to really go to court. I want to fight against bills. I want to fight against these child care laws that are not fair towards fathers or and things that aren't fair towards moms. Think about all the moms who have military dads where they die, right? They're dead. Like my dad was military. You know what I mean? He died when I was 8. So it's like it's not just the dads who aren't present, or the deadbeat, quote unquote deadbeat dads. You know, there's a lot of dads that are dying, right, or incarcerated, or that to where those moms don't get any type of support from the system, right?
Hey, Zeus, can I get
So
one
it's
second?
so
Kayla just want to say something real quick, and then she
yeah. Go
about to
ahead,
dip
man.
out.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, you
Hey
good, brother? You
guys. Sorry Zeus to interrupt you, but
No, you're good. You're good. You're good.
I'm about to drop because I've been awake for over 24 hours, and
oh my.
now it's time for me to catch some really hard Z's. I just wanted to say thank you everybody for this discussion. Every time I get added to a live, I always, tell people we should be learning something and we should be taking something when we get off of these panels that we can apply to our daily lives. So I just wanted to say thank you guys for your conversations. I appreciate everybody's point of view. Zeus and Mr. Prince, I'm gonna be honest, the sleep has turned my ears off, so I don't know what y'all were saying, but I hope I caught a couple stuff. You guys mentioned stuff about business. I hope it works out. What you guys are doing is wonderful. And yeah, hopefully when I awaken from my beauty sleep, I could join another live in the future. But again, I thank you guys so much.
Yeah,
All right. Take
appreciate you,
care.
man.
Have a good
Have
night.
a good one.
All right, good night.
Adios. Hey, before Zeus starts going again, because I know he's got some steam when he starts rolling. My wife came out here and she got on my ass because I didn't mention her when I was talking about the outreach, because she does she does all the digital editing work for all the stuff the kids send out. So my wife wanted me to let everybody know that it ain't just me that puts in the work on it. She does all the cleanup work and everything to make sure these kids get what they want. So.
You better.
That's
You
nice.
better.
Yeah, that's exactly what she poked her head out and pointed at me just
Yep.
like that, Kev. She's like, you make sure
You
they
gonna be
know they
sleeping
got shoes.
outside in a minute if you
And
ever do that
don't
again.
slip up again. You better mention her every
Right.
time,
Yeah, she's
Yeah, don't
listening.
miss
or you
that,
gonna be on the
man.
couch.
Right.
Hey, it is
Exactly.
true. It is true, though. I believe it's true, though. Women definitely make men stronger. Those real women that love the man that they're with, right? I believe that they actually make that man even stronger. They
The
make him
motivation.
think better. They make him. I'm telling you, that is true. That is absolutely true. I believe that. I do believe that. The right woman for you as a man.
Oh, the right
Oh
one.
yeah.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
I'm 10 toes down. What's up? Whenever, however.
I
They can
got
Yes,
make
the
I
you
English
wink it
would.
word
too
to
if you
back
let
up
them.
what you were
Shit,
saying.
because you benefit me too. So why would I not chip in or participate or encourage or support?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, me and Kev got into it, I think, when I said something about how a woman can take a king and turn him into a peasant with her actions, and then vice versa. She can
Okay,
put
I
a
Right.
guess I
peasant
Right.
get you
into a
then.
king. Was it your
Right,
live
right,
that I
right.
got into it
I
about that?
guess yeah. I guess I hear you. I heard you on
Wait,
that. I
like
think
y'all got into it where y'all disagreed
yeah, we
heavily?
disagree.
Like,
Uh,
okay.
Oh,
but I think
okay.
when I was getting to
Okay.
about that was I was just saying that because it's some dudes that's out here right that's already just basically bums and they think that just because you get a girl that it's gonna change your because I'm gonna just say it's possible, right? But it's less likely to happen because if you ain't got that drive in you already, if you using somebody else to push you and all that stuff, it's just you ain't got it. It ain't it. It's not
Exactly.
gonna happen, and it's gonna be setting you up for failure. You know what I'm saying? But I can
Right.
understand if you already have that little bit of in you, and she can. Yeah, I can see. And I think who else is in here?
It would
Um,
help. It would definitely help.
they can
But
help. Yeah, it can
if
help
I'm
though.
sitting
But you,
here pleading with you, that ain't gonna work. I don't want to be with anybody that I have to plead and convince and keep showing results and stuff like that. Like you don't get it. I don't have time for that.
I don't
Well,
know,
like
but
the
It's
example I
simple.
brought up on it was like really anecdotal. It was that for myself, I'm well driven. I'm ambitious. I have no problem going out and working my back to make money, and I was doing all that, paying the bills. Everything was good, but my wife came at me from a very feminine energy kind of direction where she was
right.
like, she's like, listen, she's like, I'm not complaining about what we have at all. I just see you and I think you are capable of so much more, and I would love to see you doing a
Hmm.
job that you actually like and enjoy doing. And if you want to go back to college and you want to do that, we can figure that out. That's the direction she came at. Instead of
Yeah.
saying,
Hmm.
I want a college man who's making six figures, why can't you deliver, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? It was all about approach. And that
Hmm.
approach, instead of demeaning me, it was like I had my flashlight set up on a high focus point I could see right in front of me, and then she twists the end of it, and then the light expands out, and it's like, okay, now I got all these other options I wasn't seeing before.
Yeah.
So that was the point that I was
Hmm.
bringing up with, she took me, a peasant, and what I feel like she turned me into a king.
I think that's the thing that's getting
Well,
me right there.
I'm
But you
glad you
ain't
were
have a
open minded about it.
yeah. I was about to say right, but you ain't have a peasant mentality. You had something that was in you. She just basically like kind of unlocked it. She kind of like it's like you had the seed already. She just basically
Emphasized
watered the
it.
seed. You know what I'm saying? It's something like that. But
Right.
it's
I
like
get what you're saying. I agree with you so much. And I get with like with the bum type of mindset guys that I've seen, it's like even if the woman get with a guy like that and quote unquote he has some type of way of molding himself to being able to, okay, let me put on a suit or whatever, right? Okay, but he's so used to being some type of way. But even if she say, okay, yeah, I've gotten him to this point, he gonna always resort back to that
facts. Exactly.
wrong. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
a
He
peasant.
always
That's a real
result
You
peasant
you
right there.
okay? Hey, Kev, have you ever heard the story about the black girl that won all that money in the lottery, and her
Mm.
boyfriend? I guess he was like a dope dealer. So she tried to buy him cars and business and stuff like that, but he kept
oh
resorting back to
yeah.
that life. And I'm
Hmm.
talking about she was blowing money, and then he ended up going back to jail. I'm
Yeah.
like, are you
Mm,
kidding
mm,
me?
crazy.
He did not
Yeah.
want to change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Some
I
what's
think
people
Hobo got to add?
women can support the men who already kind of got it
They
instilled in
got
them.
it
You know
right.
what I'm saying?
Exactly. They already got
Like,
that seed in them. They just need to get watered sometimes.
right, and I think that's what like Mr. Print and me as
I
well are
think,
saying is that that's we're not talking about building a man from scratch. Like
but he
it's
said peasant. That's
seeing
the
what's
word that's
in
getting me.
him, right? Because that's what you're born as. You're born with the title of peasant. So if
No.
that's where you are, then that's where you are. But that doesn't mean that you don't have kingly qualities. It doesn't mean that you can't become that. That doesn't mean that's not your aspiration. I can't give you aspirations and dreams and goals. You have to have those. But I can make
right,
them
right.
achievable to you. I can make you see them as a reality. All a woman does is awaken who you actually are, the right woman. All she does is
Hmm.
Oh,
awaken
yeah.
who you actually are on the
Well,
inside.
ooh, can I say something to that? Can I let me say that because okay, awaken if it can't be awakened if it never was there. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You can't awaken it if it never existed in his mind at all because
Agreed.
Facts.
he'll hear you and it'll appear like he's awake, but no, he's just testing out what you're opening up to his eyes because it's new to him, right? So,
Right.
but
again, you got to understand, and that's what I say. I got family members, who raised in a different environment. Like my mom kind of kept us away, but I just seen some men, and I'm a grinder. When I tell you, I was influenced by the best men, my cousins who went to college, played sports, went pro. I saw good influences, right? So it was instilled in me with my dad too early on because I saw him love my mom. I saw how he treated her. I saw him, I saw these things early on. But if that hadn't been instilled in me and I met a woman and she was trying to give it to me, I would have resorted back to some bad type of behavior that that was originally there. You know what I mean? But
I
I
got
get where
another
Prince
one
comes
then.
from.
I got another example then. The reason, because like I said, all that peasant and all that stuff, that's a subjective thing anyway. I guess that's just how you feel or how you want to name it. But it's another thing too, right? This what is that another thing what he meaning is like, say if I'm at a gym, right? Because you can have somebody it's just motivation, right? So you gotta do that's you training with or something like that, and you like, no, I'm not about to, I can't lift this or something like that. But a dude unlock this thing and you like, bro, you gotta, hey, I just need you gotta do this, man. You stronger than this or whatever. And whatever's inside of him, he going up deadlifting that 200 pounds that he said he couldn't do, whatever, whatever. So it was in him. That stuff was already in him though, but he had to he got motivated to basically, get to that point, but it was already in him. You know what I'm saying? But I wouldn't could call him a peasant because he just did he ain't do it at first, but
No,
he got motivated because everybody get motivated from one another. It's
you
just
wouldn't
some
call him
people
a
just don't
peasant, but
feel
you would
like
have
it.
called him
Some
weak.
people, huh?
You wouldn't have called him a peasant, but you would have called him weak. He wasn't strong
Well,
until he did it.
well, no,
Well,
no,
you can call them weak to
It's a
motivate
mindset.
somebody too, but because
It's a
they not weak.
mindset though,
but it's
and
a
I'm
Yeah,
calling weak
mindset though
even
from a
after he
physical
does it.
standpoint.
yeah.
Let me say that from a physical standpoint, you motivate somebody, they get physically motivated, right? But mentally, if you learn something and it's instilled, right? It's like you can't break that. You can try to break it, but it's
Hmm.
instilled. That's why those type of men who aren't raised that way, they can't meet a woman that's a good woman and then she show them the way and it really work. She gonna always
Disagree.
fail. Like he gonna, you know what I'm
I
saying?
disagree.
I,
I disagree.
you think
Even if
you
it
don't think
doesn't
so?
work with her, it works with the next
Mhm.
one.
Okay,
What?
okay. To kind of open his eyes up
Can
I
to
don't
I
know
Hmm.
about
how.
that. I don't know
can I
I
about
jump
mean,
that.
in really
I get where
quick?
she's coming
yeah,
from, though.
we talked about that the other day where we said that certain women bring out certain traits in certain men. You're not gonna always, I guess, get the same results with
But
the same
something within
woman.
yourself had to change then from that different woman, because like whatever's inside of you is inside of you.
What
Right.
I would
It's
like
gonna
to
be
Yeah.
do
like.
is try to draw a commonality here. So, from my perspective, I think there's enough room on this table that we're talking about to where we can admit that there is truth to the Kevin's perspective that the men that are out there that don't have any of these skills in them can't be coerced by anybody else to express them. But then
Yeah.
there's
Right.
also room on the table for what I'm saying, whereas because I try to be very precise with my word choice. And when I described what my wife did, I
Yeah.
tried to quote her perfectly when she said, I can see the potential in you to
Yeah.
do more.
I
So
Yeah.
got
it's
another one.
not that she's pointing out that she sees me doing something that isn't already there. She's just illuminating to my eyes because society had convinced me that I wasn't
Hmm.
capable of doing more.
I got
And
another one then.
so
Let me put
I
it
just
this.
think
How
that there's
about this?
enough
Have you
room
gave
for
up?
both of
Have you
us.
gave up what she motivated you to do?
In some respects, yes. I gave up that job, but I pursued a different career
Right.
that I'm
So
doing
you kept the
now.
same
Hey,
drive,
hey,
right?
print.
Yeah.
Hey, print.
Yeah.
Print.
Yes.
I always say that print. Not many women, the majority of women don't motivate and support the man that way. You know what I'm saying? That's not it more so. I just believe because I'm just based on my experience, right? And I take back the majority because I'm gonna just say based on my experience. I didn't get that type of because I mean if I had women who were patient, right, and understanding, right. Oh my goodness, I would have had two more businesses. I probably would have, you know what I'm saying? Would have, so that's not common. Is I don't
And
believe. I
I
don't think
I will totally concede that point to you, as I've pointed out to Kev and anybody who's ever listened to me speak about my wife, that
yeah,
I lucked out. I mean,
yeah.
I
Like,
totally rolled the dice, and I don't want to act like there was a lot of forethought. I just saw what I wanted, and I was willing to do whatever I could to make her mine. And I just happened to pick a girl who turned into a beautiful woman who could push me the way I needed to be pushed, not push against me. So I will admit that
I would
there
have locked
is
it down
luck
too.
to what happened.
She said that's why you locked it down, Prince. I was like, I'd have locked it down too.
Yeah. Because I was about to add to
Only a
that too. A
mature man
person.
would do that. A knowledgeable man, not no immature man would have did that. You gotta
What
have
locked it
experience to
down? No, some
understand
people
that.
lock down for what they lack in too. Some people lock down too early and end up getting the wrong
For the
thing.
wrong reason.
True,
For the
Right,
wrong
true.
exactly.
reason.
How about it? But
I mean, I'm guilty of that. I ain't gonna lie. I
I'm
got
fuel
married
for
because I thought
disease. What the heck? That's how my ex was. I
I
went
got.
for my wants instead of my needs, and that was my problem.
I thought I should have got married because we had a daughter. I literally thought,
Oh,
I should have married her because I was in chiropractic school at the time,
That's
right? And
societal bullshit.
she was she was in medical school or whatever, and and I thought that I should have married her, but it wasn't right. It just didn't feel
it
right.
wasn't the right
You know what I'm
reason.
saying? It just
Yeah.
it
And
wasn't the right
Hobo
reason.
Line, you bet I locked it down quick, man. I mean, I knew her for 3 years, so it
See,
was
but
That's
like,
what's up.
even with your story,
I
and I
pray
think
y'all
I
have
did
many,
talk.
many years of success. Many years, man.
Prince
For
saw what
real.
he wanted and said, no, nothing. I'm gonna take this one off the market. Don't you worry about
Yeah,
it. I'm gonna go
but he
ahead and
said,
pull that
Right.
one
remember he
next
said,
time.
lucky. He lucked up, right? That's a true thing because that's something I wouldn't recommend everybody else to do because that's like like, oh, you love about that hobo, you do love that right there, talking about the minorities and stuff. Well, his
Yeah, because they matter.
situation is a minority type thing, so that's something I wouldn't tell everybody else to
You
do,
think meeting your
because it's
wife
less
is a
What
likely to
what is
minority?
that,
happen.
dog?
I think
Huh?
most
What
people
that
meet
was
their
it?
wife. Hey,
Huh?
well, you know. Statistically, men know if they're gonna marry if the woman in
Says
front
the
of them
all
is their
people with the
wife
baby mamas and
within
babies and
six
daddies and all
months.
that stuff, right? Okay.
Six months of meeting.
Wait.
Y'all are the one who likes stats. Within 6 months, you know if that's your wife or not.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
Statistically, that's men know within 6 months.
Women play men for 6 months into a year to where they really open up. Okay?
Hey, no,
Trust
Kev
me.
was just arguing against that. Kev was just saying no one can hide who they are for that long. You're just missing out on the
Oh
red
no.
flags. You're
No,
missing
I
all the
said.
signs. No one can hide
No,
for that long.
I agree. I did try to
I,
help. I tried to help because I'm a helping man. So if I'm a helping man and I'm like, okay, now hold on now. If I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna just if I care about a person and I'm with her, I'm like, damn, I'm failing because I'm gonna try to help her, right? If she have issues with her mom, she had communication issues, and I'm like, dang, okay, well maybe because I'm a communicator, maybe because I can see things in a different light to where for growth, for positivity, I can try to give some of that to her, right? But this goes back to what I was saying about men and not being instilled in them, right?
mhm.
It wasn't instilled in her.
Right.
Like it wasn't
Facts.
instilled in her,
That's all
and
right. Exactly.
We
Exactly.
talked about that earlier where some people just don't want to hear it. I don't care how
yeah,
soft you put it. You can put it with a
right.
gift. Some people are just not open to it.
No,
Nope. They don't care.
you
Right.
you
Cute and
missed it.
glaze it up.
You missed it tonight. I looked good. I had the dinner jacket on. I had the shirt and tie on tonight. I was at
that's
a
right.
Cause I got my suit and tie.
I was at a beautiful thing tonight, man. Watching people get married.
What you do, man? Oh, he had the wedding. He had the wedding.
Yeah, I even had the dinner
Mm-hmm.
jacket on and everything tonight.
This is what I don't understand. So you know how black men be like, oh, women don't help us. They don't do this and they don't do that. But you got women that do try to support. But then you got the men that will turn it down and be like, no, I don't want to do that. Well, what the hell else do you want me to do for you? What else can I do for you, bruh? Like,
I
There's
think
some
I
Punctuation.
men that say that. What the
understand
freak?
when.
yes.
Because that's
I
weird.
knew
So
somebody. Okay, I'm gonna tell you a true story. I knew somebody that met a
I thought
virgin.
women say men don't
She
help. I
had
thought
her
it was the
own
opposite way.
place. He was working at Comcast.
Brick
He went
lady.
to school to be an engineer. She suggested. She said, "Well, let's move in together because her rent was pretty cheap." She stayed in Detroit, And she said, you can move in with me or whatever, and then we can go from there where I help you go through school. No, he didn't want that. And he dumped her altogether. But then he
Oh
wanted to
no.
come back because he regretted it.
Mm.
Version just walked away. I'm like, who would just, I mean, you found somebody that was untouched, that was willing to support you, loved you for you, but no, you didn't want that.
Hmm.
That's rare. That's another rare
Well,
situation.
wait, hold
Yeah.
on,
What's up?
cuz. I
What?
mean, Tex. Go ahead, Doc.
Yes.
Well,
But I was
so
At
finna ask
midnight, I
you.
hear you
Actually,
up there.
that was
Yeah,
that was my story.
I
That
was
was
finna ask a
that was my
question on that
story.
too.
That's my truth.
So you saying that a woman met a guy
I met
and
a guy.
okay, you met a
I
Oh,
was
guy.
a
that's what. Oh,
virgin.
she using her thing. Oh, that makes sense. I'm about to say
You
that.
was
It
a
sounds so
virgin.
personal. I'm like, that sounds weird than a mud. What the freak? Ain't nobody.
Yes, I was.
Now it makes
I think
sense why she's
so. Wait,
saying that.
when I
But
say I was
wait,
holding on to my virginity for so long, I was
what?
22, had my own place. I was doing pretty well, going to school. I think to be a dental assistant or something like that. And I
Mhm.
met this guy that I thought was the one. I was like, oh my God, I prayed for this guy. Like he was exactly what I prayed for, right? So I'm thinking this is
Yeah.
heaven sent. And at the time he was working for Comcast. And
Okay.
my rent was pretty cheap. I stayed in a really decent neighborhood. My apartment was nice. And he was like, well, I don't want to stay in Detroit. I said, we can always move, but let's build from here. I'm like, just go back to school, finish your little 2 years up so you can be an engineer and make about
Tex,
$100,000 or more a
Tex,
year. And
was
then we
he?
can go from there.
Let me ask you this question about him. Was he a virgin at that
No,
time? Okay, so
he
that's
Oh,
wasn't.
this
I
exactly.
making sense
was.
now. Where I'm not more, I'm hearing it. Yeah,
But I'm saying
Yeah,
I get it.
he
he
wanted them
wasn't, but I
cheeks.
was. But we were very young. And I believe that's
Yeah.
why he did not jump on the opportunity because he just wasn't there. You know what
He
I'm
wasn't
saying?
ready. He wasn't
I
ready.
think, and look, but why do women who are virgins try to get men who aren't virgins though?
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Because
Like instead
do
of
Bruh,
you
I
think
was
that
so
do
young.
you think there's just a
I did
plethora
not
of
know
virgin men?
no better.
There's like three in the whole
I
US.
mean,
There's like
there's a
three
plethora
virgin
of less
men.
experienced men. There's a plethora of men who aren't experienced, like with you know. But I
I
think it's a
don't.
lot of virgin men. I didn't lose my virginity until after high school.
Yeah, I
That's
lost mine at
crazy.
18 or
Most men I
17
know,
going on
especially
18.
black men, most of the black men I know lost it at like 12, 13.
12 and yeah.
Yeah,
But at the
well,
same time, so I told somebody else the story, and they was just like, "Well, maybe he didn't want to move in with you, and you know, you just still help black men, just still help them, just still help any man." I was like, "No, I'm not about to help anybody that's
This
not
makes sense
open
now. So you
to
about to
wanting
use that
to
one
elevate."
story to you gonna use that story to what the freak out? What's the word? To what you
categorize.
call it for to be the image of all men. I'm gonna put it that way. Dang, I should have
No,
said it
I
that way.
don't. I ain't take it that way. I ain't take it that way.
No, I'm
No,
just saying, but even based off the
I
story.
learned my lesson to not. I guess okay. I'm not gonna say I don't want to help a man, but I know don't help certain men. Now I'm gonna just say
Yeah,
that
there
Thank you.
you
I'm
go,
glad
the
you
ones
said
Kay.
that.
There you
that's
go,
not
Kay.
open.
There you
Yeah,
But
go.
he made it
Right.
seem like he was.
yeah, that was just
But it
that
was
guy.
off the
That's all I'm saying.
play.
Because they wanted to hit.
I
Right,
don't think it
exactly.
was
He
off
ain't
the
gotta
Clearly,
wait.
play. I think that
wait,
sometimes
but my thing is,
your idea
I
of
said
who
you
you
could have had
can be.
anybody you wanted. You're not a bad looking guy. You could have had anybody you wanted. Why did you have to waste my time and stop over here? Like you could have went
Why he
elsewhere
left it? Why y'all
if that
broke
was
up?
your intentions.
I don't think he
Why
was
y'all broke up
wasting
again?
y'all's time. I think that he thought he was ready and he thought that this was something he could
All
do.
right.
And then the reality of
What that guy
being
agree with
a
her though?
husband
Oh.
and a grown man and doing all of that shit, it got scary. And so he ran. And then he realized he
Facts.
fucked up,
Right.
tried to come
I
back,
can read
and it
that
was too
without
late.
Right.
right. That's crazy. I can off hearing her story, I can realize that. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe
Some of
you
the stuff we
look
can
like a
answer by hearing it.
victim.
Huh?
Who looked like a victim?
Everybody in Chirac.
Maybe you look like what the heck?
Who look like a victim?
I don't
You
know
mean
if
Oh,
y'all
the
maybe
remember
Moving
that
you
on.
look
That's
facade
why I
you
say
like
mean
a
you.
victim.
It's like
you
you
mean
cannot
Target?
tell
He
your
probably didn't want
experiences
to be
on this
that guy
app
that
because
got
it's like
you.
you will have people coming in and giving their opinion and have no idea what's going on.
But
He
like
just
I
he
never
just
said I was
asked
a
first
no
victim.
comment, you can see
I
that
no
his
he
didn't say I
comment
was
was
a
is that
victim. We were
no
talking
they
about basically
yeah
supporting men.
yeah I don't think it was
Yeah,
like
straight.
she
I
was
need to
he was
catch up.
is this a
We need
she or a he? I'm trying to hold it.
I don't know. They say
I don't
straight
think
The
to
he
Jew
was.
hell.
He
might
was
have
just
saw
saying
you
that
as
that
being an
might be one
easy
of the reasons.
pickings.
It was nothing to go against you. He was saying that might be one of the reasons why he might not didn't want to go full in that situation. That's all it is.
That's fine. I'm pretty sure the devil sent him. That's fine. That's been how many years
Why I
ago?
got it? What?
Over.
Why you gotta be so
Oh,
negative about it? That had nothing to
it's
do
the
with that. It's
truth.
just
It's the truth.
we gotta start giving people grace. That's all it is. Give people grace. It's just
I'm
the dude.
calm. I'm calm. This is just the way I talk when I'm passionate about something. I'm
Yeah.
calm. I'm not
What?
upset.
So
Not you. I'm talking to the guy in the comments.
I know you who you talking to. I'm saying the guy because he talking
It
about the
is
same exact.
hilarious.
The dude
It's
in the
sad
comments saying the
too.
same thing I'm saying though. The thing is that you didn't give that guy grace. You automatically said that he's a devil or something like that because you
Yes,
feel
he
like he
was.
wasted your time. But it's not always about your feelings all the time. That's what I'm saying. You making it all about you. The thing is, the dude probably was not ready and he just ain't feeling, so he copped out. He backed out.
That's
Just like no different.
fine.
Right.
That's fine. That's been so long ago. I just wanted to share my experience about when I wanted to help somebody or when I suggested something. That's all I was doing.
Yeah, but you gotta understand people. That's all it is. So
I don't care
that's
no
working.
more.
That's got to be now. Like I mean, if you
I saw what I needed to saw. I experienced what I needed to experience, and
but
I gave my opinion on it. I felt like he was a bad guy. That's just how I still
yeah,
feel about it.
and we giving you the other perspective because it's obvious that you didn't see the
I don't see
keys,
it.
but based off what you just told us, that's what we read, and we're telling you that probably what happened. You got to
Hey,
look at things from
I
both
get what
I
sides.
Tech
get
coming
that. Yeah,
from
he
though.
got scared. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Tech,
We were young. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All that,
Tech,
all that.
Tech. I
I'm
look.
listening.
The reason that she feel that he's a bad guy is because, like, he knew that she was a virgin, right.
Yes.
So that he knew. Okay, if you have a virgin, you gonna have to put in time to get to where okay, situation is serious, right? So Tex being new to this entire, she ain't shared herself with a man. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? So
First,
so
everything.
Right. So it's like, that's kind of like that, that connection of getting to that point where they're going to be share their what that is, but they're going to what is that movie called? What a Blue Moon or some werewolf movie where they bond together, or something like that. Where they
Yeah.
what movie was that? Dang, it's a werewolf movie where they bond but they don't have sex. They just look into each other's eyes
Mm.
and they
I don't know which
pair.
movie that is.
They
Kev,
pair.
I
It's
feel like you be jumping more on the man side. I swear every time I come on here.
No, no. I
Yeah,
just
you
look
do.
at both sides, man. I don't
I
look at
get what
one
you
side. That's the thing.
he
You just gotta.
he
I just give benefits to certain things. It ain't
yeah,
always got to be a bad thing because
yeah, I don't think he
if
is. I
something
don't think
ain't
he
working in
is.
your favor. That's that. I mean, we gotta start giving because I talk about forgiveness too much. I talk
That's why I
about
said
grace.
I was
I talk about
confused
looking
as
at
to
more
why
than just
when
one.
men say
Huh?
women don't help, I mean, or support,
But-
where you do have women out there that want to help and support. But
Yeah,
then you
but
got
right,
men that
and you
would.
lump that one story and say and make it seem like guys don't want that because and I could tell that, and that's how I could tell that
That's why
it
I
was
said I
about
know
you.
the difference. I didn't say that I don't want to help men, period.
Dang.
She learned. She said she
You're not
learned, dog.
hearing what I'm saying, but whatever. That's whatever.
I hear what you're saying. I heard what you
You
said.
getting in that mode again. I'm just trying to show you another point of view. That's all I be doing. That's all I
I
ever do
heard
on this
you.
app, man. I'm not trying to make it that hard.
She hear you, dog. She hear you, dog. And you made it clear, dog. You definitely right about what you saying because she just amped up. You know what I'm saying? I'm just
Mm.
hearing it from both of y'all perspectives.
I hear you.
She do.
We already went down that road. We just said that. Well, I just said that I don't mind helping, but I know it's a different type of men that you should not help. That's
Let me
all I was
turn the
saying. The
page.
ones that are
Let me
closed
turn the
minded,
page
the
real
ones
quick.
that don't have ambition. That's all I was trying to say. But go ahead. I just wanted to tell that quick
Let me
story.
turn the page right quick and tell y'all about a story. Just recently tonight, a woman, her ex boyfriend had a heart attack, and she said that she left him. And right, this is what she shared with me, and I'm like, why? Why'd you leave him? Right? She said she'd been with him for 23 years, and she just fed up. But I'm like, and she said she made it. This is, and I was just like, why is it that, like, I don't understand how is it that she went complaining about the man, saying he wasn't this and wasn't that, right? And she the breadwinner and all this and stuff. And then she said the man had a heart attack, and then she said that they done, right? She wouldn't give me the full story, but this is what she was telling me, right? And I'm like, okay, this ain't making sense. This is not making sense. You saying your boyfriend had a heart attack and you're not with him no more. You just said you fed up. Is he okay? Is he living? Did he make it? Yeah, he fine. I'm like, okay, good. Well, if anything, a heart attack will bring y'all closer together. But she was saying that she just done. So my thing is this: is I said, why y'all done? And it just wasn't getting anywhere. And I was just like, okay. So I had got on my live, and then she had admitted, right, that he had cheated, she had cheated, and he had a heart attack, and then she just couldn't take the idea of him dying while being with him, so she left him,
Mm.
right? And I'm just like,
Women.
it's so confusing. Right, that's what I said too. But I couldn't. I just don't want to feel like I be on an attack or make them feel like I'm on an attack. But I'm just like, listen, you dealt with this man for years. You put up with his bullshit. Why? I asked her why. I said why. This man wasn't doing nothing to show you that he respect you, value you, to build things with you, and you was putting up with it. Why? I just want to know why. And a lot of women do that. A lot of women put up with men that they know aren't in their best interest. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? And I see that a lot too. And a lot of women are be hurt at
Hoping
the
for
end.
change. They
But,
hoping for change.
but this what shocked me. I'm like, why are you hurt? Please tell me, why are you hurt? You knew this man wasn't, to this way. It
See you
wasn't this
later.
way.
I think she's saying
I'm,
bye.
No, she's
I'm just
putting her
Just
hands up. She
raised their
trying to talk,
hand.
man.
go
Mm.
ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. It didn't make no sense.
But I
Go ahead.
feel right. I feel you, Zeus, for sure on that one. That's it's sad. That's not sad.
Because of how a lot of women do cause the issues for themselves in certain instances where they can see it, they'll see it, right? And I say this, and I'm like, okay, women don't need to be the helpers, right? And I'm just saying that because they need to see if the man isn't trying to help in the light in a positive way, they don't need to try to step in that way, right? Unless they see that man is capable of that, right? And then they
Mm.
give that to them too to meet it to where it becomes that power couple. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
Facts.
So I just see it real differently than
And they gonna get
I
themselves
agree.
more hurt than that. That always be like that too, because they hoping that they got the magic touch to make them change and stuff. But if it ain't in them, that go back to what we was talking about earlier. If it ain't in them, then you going to be hurting
I
yourself.
don't,
A lot of mates
I
is just
don't get
not
it. But
ready
this,
for
this will be my last day telling something personal because I feel like people don't be understanding where I be coming from, and especially on this app, especially on this fucking
Wait, who you
app.
talking about now?
What
No,
Sam?
I'm
I
just
don't
saying,
think
just
it's
in general.
about.
I said that's my last time sharing something personal.
Well,
I
I'm
was
gonna
talking
say
about Mr. P situation. What the heck is going on?
who that
But
though?
I, I don't know.
What's up?
What
No,
happened?
we was talking about when he was basically saying that it was a chick that was trying to basically change a man or something like that. Got in a situation, basically knew this type of guy he was and tried to make him out to be something, and it didn't work, and she got hurt.
Yeah.
My advice on that, man, is when you see something's doomed, fail fast, cut your losses, and move
Got
on.
to, yeah, I feel you on that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Some women say it's hard for them to do that.
yeah.
'Cause we
Like
can
Go
walk
Hobo,
ahead,
away.
Hobo.
wait patiently.
That's what I was gonna say. That's like one of my biggest things of why I go against and push for other people to go against societal bullshit because just like based on society, that's what women are supposed to do. We're not. Our value is in how selfless we can be, how little of a fuck we can give about ourselves on a daily basis, and so it doesn't matter if the guy is in your best interest or not. It's is he going to meet societal standards? Is he going to push me to this area? Is he doing these things? Well, then that's good enough. And then once she finally realizes that that's not actually good enough, because there's the hope that if I love him enough, he'll start loving me the same.
Hmm.
And that just doesn't work that way, unfortunately.
And then
Like
how
I
many?
agree
I
with y'all
always
to a certain
wondered this
extent.
too. Even with that, how many times a person
Who is
gonna get
that
tricked
just
before they
spoke?
learn that it don't work that way?
What do you mean
Who
trick?
is that just spoke? Who is that? Mr. Prince's
That's
wife?
hobo.
No, the
Hobo.
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 Oh, Hobo, you need to what you said, it was immaculate for real. Like literally. I mean, that should be branded on the T-shirt for women. Shit.
Make shirts, by
But
the way.
Uh,
Hey, I got something I want to share that's kind of not on this topic. If everybody's got a minute.
yeah. What's up?
So, um, I say to people a lot of time that we need to stop wasting time talking about what good people should look like or should do, and we should just go and be those individuals, and then that'll change the world one person at a
You
time.
asking for too much.
So I always try to basically, with that mentality, basically put my money where my mouth is and give people grace. So, to my story, Friday, I was at work and I have my own business, and I went out and I was on a smoke break, and this young brother comes up to me, 22, 24, right around there. And I'm wearing one of my company shirts that's all decked out, and he's like, "Man, that's a nice shirt you're wearing." And just instantly I fire back with my shameless plug. "Well, I made it if you're interested." And he's like, "Oh, that's cool." Actually, he's like, do you have any job openings? And I was like, honestly, man, I was like, my business is really struggling right now with the robbery I had and a bunch of other shit. And I was like, I really don't got a lot of capital to be spending on somebody. And he's like, well, I don't want to get paid. He's like, I got a job. He's like, but I'd love to learn the skills that you have at your job because your stuff looks really good. And I was like, you know what? I was like, I don't think anybody has ever approached me asking just to be taught. I was like, you know, that takes a lot of courage to come from a position of saying I don't know, but I want to learn. And I was like, I'm gonna take advantage of this and teach this guy, and I am gonna pay him. I already told him I'm gonna pay him regardless. I got to. It's for legal reasons, but I'm gonna bring this dude in. I'm gonna show him how to operate 3D printers and how to go through the sanding process and the painting process. And I got an appointment with this guy on Monday, and it was just, I don't know why I necessarily wanted to share this so much, but it just restored so much faith in the younger generation because this young man was able to come up, admit that he doesn't have skills, but he wants to learn them. And it's just like, I could have just been like, nah, I'm too busy. I don't want to talk. I got a million things on my plate. But I decided to, you know, water this plant. You know what I mean? Someone's looking for knowledge, and I'm going to do my best to pass it on. And I just wanted to share this. To me, it was a beautiful experience.
Man, keep doing what you doing, man. Shit, keep doing what you doing, dog.
Hey,
For real, that's some awesome shit. For real, dog.
Yeah, that's good.
Keep it up. Keep it up, man. Yeah, and it's like, man, wow, that's amazing. I love to hear it.
Yeah, man. I mean, I had a probably 2 hour conversation with this guy. You know, I went out there for a 5 minute break, and I really wanted to get to know him before I let him into my shop and, you know, trust him with the thousands of dollars worth of tools and shit I got. And I just got a really good feeling about this guy, man. I mean, I think he's gonna come in and be willing to learn and take tutelage, and it
Talk
just
to
really
him.
restored my faith.
How old is he, man? How old is he?
I want to say 23. I can't remember. I want to say
Hey,
he said 23, but it was young.
what I do, man, when I talk to these younger guys, what I do is I get in their heads in a positive way, right? And honestly, I like to call it positive manipulation. And I ask them, I say, how many friends you got, buddy? You
it's
know,
you know what that is though. I figured out it ain't manipulation. Positive version of manipulation is persuasion.
okay,
I done figured that out because I heard
I can
somebody
agree.
try to make that. We
I can
talked about that
agree.
before in the live.
I can agree. I can completely agree
Yeah,
with you there.
I don't know. I ain't gonna lie. We just literally learned this like last week or 2 weeks ago. It was like
That
that.
was
That's
me.
what
I
that.
pulled up all the definitions. That was me.
Well, let
Oh,
me
that
say
was you. Yeah, you was in here. So I can't. Yeah, I
I
almost took his
completely
credit
agree.
away from him. Yeah,
I
he did.
completely 100% agree with that. And that's what I use on the kids, on the boys when I talk to them about their friends,
Hmm.
right? I ask them if they have any friends around their age, same age range, you know, who they're hanging around, you know, talk to them about what they're doing to, you know, and how it's helping them, right? And you touch him, you touch those that they're hanging around, right? Or
Hmm.
some of the guys they may be in contact with. And it works, bro. It
Yeah.
works. Tell me it works. I ain't lying to you.
Yeah, I just
Hmm.
really wanted to share that. I mean, it's been on my mind, been on my heart, really heavy, and it's like I'm just really excited to give this person some skills. You know what I mean? It's like these were skills that were taught to my dad, that were then taught to me. Hang on a second, my daughter's asking me something. I'll be right back.
Cool.
I had a situation like that where I think I had volunteered to work for someone. She was a fashion designer, and something happened where somebody stole my car, so I wasn't able to transport myself, you know, back and forth to be her assistant. But I did agree to work for her for free, and I think a couple years later she ended up making it to Project Runway, which is huge for fashion designers, and she was from Detroit.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's
So
amazing. But I'm sorry your
I
car
saw
got
something
stolen.
within her, huh?
I'm sorry somebody stole your car, but that's dope that she made it to Project Runway.
Just
Yeah, she made it to
Detroit for
Project
you, man.
Runway, and it's like the first time that I walked into her shop, I just felt something in my spirit. I was like, it's something special about her. And at the time, I was in school to be a fashion designer, so I went to the counselor. I said, "Listen here, I'm about to drop." She said, "Why are you about to drop?" I said, "Because I got this fantastic idea." And she was like, "What's that?" I said, "I'm about to approach somebody that I think is a great fashion designer." I said, "I'm about to ask her if I can work for her for free." She said, "I don't think you should do that." I said, "I'm doing it. My mind is made up." So I called her up. I told her who I was. I told her that I admired her work. I said, "I'm not trying to steal your ideas." I said, "But I want you to teach me the fun stuff." I said, "I don't feel like really going through all that school stuff. I just want to get straight to sewing." And she was like, "Okay, come in, I'll give you an interview and all that stuff." And then, like I said, my car had got stolen. And I was like, "Listen here, I don't want to be unprepared." And I just reached out to you saying that I can be your assistant. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't want to give you excuses when I reached out to you, and I don't want to waste your time. And she was like, "Well, call me back whenever you get yourself together." And that was the story. And then I found out that she made it to Project Runway, and I think she ended up moving from Detroit and moving to California, where she continued on with her business.
Yeah, I had a real interesting experience when I became an investigator for the state hospital. I met a woman that ended up being my boss, and she taught me a lot, right? And I learned a lot from her because her mindset was different than what I was used to, right? And because I was used to working in a different setting, right, with patients, and then she helped me with an different environment and she also taught me more about the political aspect of the in hospital setting and how business the hospitals are, and they're not actually about necessarily about the patients, but we have to draw the line where we making sure the patients are getting the quality care that they deserve, right? Even when there are things that happen like surgery that may go wrong, a doctor may be cussing out a patient, because they don't get along. These type of things happen,
Wow.
in the hospital. It was really, really an intense job that helped me in a lot of areas where I work with risk management, patient affairs, legal, compliance, just so many different departments. Where it helped people in the hospital because it's like a community. It's where all the people filter through the community, through the hospital,
Hmm.
right? So it really shows you social workers over social workers and everything. I had to talk to her mom about giving up her kid. I had to talk to a family about a death that they had to be made aware of. They just found out. I had to facilitate that type of cases, as you want to call them. But it's interesting if nobody know how a hospital works. It's something that people need to be educated about as well, because they may have a loved one that may go to the hospital and might not know how to help them from that perspective to where they won't get jaded if they
Hmm.
need something done, that insurance needs to pay for a surgery that they need to save their life, because at the point where it's about money in the hospital, it's like, hey, they don't really, they don't operate how people would think. It's just interesting. And
I
she brought
hope
that.
I hope as a Black community that we can have our own hospitals, because it be so many stories that you hear about women going in, and some of them, you know, be more sicker than, because the doctors be sending them home and be like, "Oh, you okay?" But they're really not okay.
Yeah, that happens as well, and that's unfortunate too. I've definitely seen my share of that in the hospital, and it's definitely segregated to where the quality of care isn't equal.
Hmm.
I've seen that, to where I've also seen, a lot of whites to where they definitely uphold. My mentor, she was a white redheaded woman, you know,
Hmm.
and she's like one of my best friends. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's the nature of too. I believe that goes back to what's instilled in those individuals as well. So it's not, more so about, I don't know. I don't even look
Yeah.
at it that. And we was having a conversation because I went to Mississippi State. I played soccer. You know what I'm saying? So most of my buddies are white. And I have a lot of black buddies. So it's like for me, I really see the world like unlike a lot of black men, that they don't want to open up their eyes to that area of understanding, right?
Right.
I've had, they don't even be wanting to have a conversation because they want to still have that form of, it's hatred, I believe, when people say racism, you
Which
know what I'm
taught
saying? It is.
Right.
I mean,
But
I would just say that the medical system has its flaws across the board. And I can't
Mhm.
speak for what other people have felt, but I have heard stories of what Tax has uh, talked about, and I've heard it predominantly with pregnant black women. I've
Yeah.
heard had historically more issues, and I think that we could attribute a percentage of that to malice directly. But I also think that it's fair to say, and maybe this is wrong, but I think it's fair to say that there's a percentage that is ignorance on the doctor's end as well, not
Yes.
necessarily malice. I'm not denying that there are people out there that just suck. I'm not denying that.
right.
But the experience that I want to bring up is that even, my wife, she's, blonde hair, blue eyed, porcelain colored skin. You know what I mean? She fits the bill for what people would think would get all the care in the world, I guess. But I've literally been kicked out of doctor's offices because they thought she was a hypochondriac and that she's pill hunting. And
Wow.
it's like all she's trying to do is figure out what the hell's wrong with her. And she's
Right.
getting doctors giving her, the side eye, like, you can't be in
Bullshit.
this
Not
much
trying to
pain.
give her other options other than, yep, not trying to lower the prescription and not trying to give her a solution. Trust me, oh my God, I did advocate for patients
I've
just like,
heard that before too about the people trying to get medicine because I don't know if they think they getting high off it or selling it. I have heard that before.
And it's like
I
my wife
remember.
has a rare condition that hasn't even been able to be found until the last 10 years. And we're
Wow.
finding that it's
Wow.
probably something that women been dealing with this whole
Mhm.
time, and it's been getting improperly diagnosed. It's called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. So if you got weird body
Yeah.
pains that you don't understand where they're coming from and your doctor's looking at you weird, tell them
Right.
to test you for Ehlers-Danlos, because it affects every woman differently. It's predominantly a woman thing. And it's
Mhm.
like, we hunted for 8 years. I can't tell you how many doctors I've looked in the face and been like, you're fired simply because of the tone you're talking to my wife. We're out of here.
Yep.
And we're up and we're out and we're on to the next doctor. I ain't scared to fire a professional. I don't give a shit.
Right.
If you come over and you want to charge me and you're a plumber and you can't do plumbing, your ass is fired. So
Yep.
same way with a doctor. So it's like, I can hear what Tax is saying, and I agree that we need better. We need doctors who are more open, not just they think they know it all because they have that
Mm.
PhD.
Right. Hey, Prince. Hey, is your wife familiar with CMOS?
No, I've never even heard it.
Hey, look
Really?
it up, man. Look it up. Look up CMOS. I actually make it. It's a. I think look it up so she can read about it. It helps you internally. It helps your organs, your liver, kidney, everything internally. It's a good
where
product.
can you get that from?
CMOS, like the sea, like the ocean, CMOS.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
CMOS.
yeah, I've heard of it,
I've
but
been hearing
I
people,
don't know
but
much about it. So
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
look
Look it
into
up,
it.
bro. Yeah, look it up, man, and just a lot of fruits and vegetables. Because I do fitness training. You know what I mean?
You
So.
look like it, shit. You look
Right,
like
that
you got
little
some
picture,
Adonis
right?
and
You can see that
Amantis in there.
You said that little picture.
that little picture. See his whole. No, he muscled up. But
But yeah,
where do
dog.
you get that more stuff from, though?
So what? Oh well,
Tony.
I haven't created my website yet to start selling it online. But they sell it at stores. You just have to find your local vendor. It just depends on where you're at. You can look online too. A lot of people sell it online.
Did I
But
get some off of Amazon?
I think so. Yeah, but you had to
You
blend
know what?
it
I'm about to actually
yourself.
try that out. See, you're
You
right.
had to blend it yourself and make it yourself, like a
It's gonna be the
smoothie, or
fakest sea moss everywhere. I'm gonna try to see though. I hope it don't
well,
ain't
it's
gonna
the
hit me
ingredient.
bad. Like,
It's
what
the
is this?
ingredients to it. Either you can eat it raw, which is like it's no taste to it. To me, there's pineapple flavor, is different flavors. I make different flavors, and like I said, I started a business, see my business for my daughter. My daughter's 8, and I haven't seen my daughter in 4 years now. And my, unfortunately, her mom keeps her from me. So, and I, have made a business for her and called it Ava's Fruit Juice and Sea Moss, and because my daughter's name is Ava, and when I finally see
Mhm.
her, I'll have a huge business to give her and an account with money. You know what I'm
That'd be
That's
saying?
crazy how
awesome.
you
Why would
said
you
that
do
name.
that,
That was my
Tony? Why do
ex's.
you exist in this way? Why?
What the
What is that?
what
Look
the
at
hell?
that picture.
Why I look up and Tony over here
What is
showing his body off now. That's crazy.
Jeez.
Oh my.
Is Halloween coming up? Is that what it
He
is?
said
Right.
he
It
said
looks like
Zeus in
a,
there showing his body. Let me
I don't even know.
show
I don't even
mine.
know what to call that. That look like a skeleton with skin or something. I don't know.
What
That's
that
Tony, man. You
is,
can't be
Is that a
talking about him like that.
shoulder?
what that
Is that like a
is that
side boob? A
Someone said
that
side
that's my
boob?
dog.
that image was
No.
being passed around as a supposed image that came out of a test that Russian scientists did of
Uh-huh.
keeping people awake with a gas they pumped into a room,
Oh
and
my
it gained a
Oh,
god.
bunch of
damn.
traction as this like torture story, and then turns out it wasn't true. It was just some decoration that somebody got from like Spirit Halloween, and they just took a
Uh-huh.
black
CMOS
and white
jail.
photo, and it just turned into this huge like myth.
Hmm.
They got
Mm.
CMOS jail and
There'll be a
CMOS
creepy
vitamin.
pasta about it in like a week.
Yes.
And then
Oh,
there's another product called Artist Life as well. Artist Life. My mom actually, I had started her business with Artist Life because it's a good product too.
she don't like.
Artist Life. Yeah, for real. I'm telling you, these products you need to. These are herbal. These are real fruit products. And this you got to think about it. Like look at Congo. Look at the jungle with animals, right?
Mhm.
Gorillas are like the strongest animal. They eat fruits and vegetables because those are the products that are in the what I'm mentioning, right? Like the artist is really
Now
a
you
lot
got a
of things
point. That's crazy. I never thought
people
about
don't.
that.
They're the strongest thing in the jungle, and
Off
that's
of
all they eat.
veggies, right?
But let's
You know what I'm
also
saying?
keep in mind polar bears are 1,200 pounds and they only eat meat.
Hold on, wait. What type of meat they eat though? Fish though? No.
Seals, fish, whatever they can find, but
Yeah,
they're
they're pretty
strictly
strong
a
as hell too.
strictly a meat
What
based
what
diet.
diet is fish? What's the diet? What's the diet with
Poultry.
You
fish?
know, like it's like a pescatarian or something like that.
Poultry.
That's
Yeah.
a
Okay.
good
Yeah.
diet too. That's a good diet though. That's a good diet.
Yeah, I be trying to eat
That's what
chicken
I've
and
been eating
fish.
lately. Just
That's a
fish,
good diet.
nothing
But
else.
I didn't. That was just a funny thing I wanted to throw in. But you are correct
I
in
know
what
he
you're
gonna throw
saying.
the
It is.
opposite right. I just thought about that. He said you know that. That was a good one.
That's pretty silly.
They be like, I don't know which one to do. Hey, yeah, I don't even do red meats for real. I try to stay away from it. I try to stay away from pork. But yeah, I be eating chicken and fish mostly. Might have to slack on the chicken too. I see sea moss jail. They don't got the other stuff, man.
You use the gel to make the smoothie or the juicy how you want it. You know what I
Hey,
mean? You just
Is it as
I got a
good?
question for everybody on the panel. Since we're talking about dietary stuff, is anybody got any solutions of what you can do to curb inflammation through your diet?
You have to
Mm,
stop eating dairy and stuff like that because that causes like mucus and all that stuff.
mm,
yeah.
Like cheese and milk and stuff like that. Because you notice
yeah.
like sometimes you would be coughing and you'd be like, what the hell is that? And then you coughing up this phlegm.
Yeah. She's right.
Sounding
She's
like
right.
that
Or
thing,
like,
that
or
picture that
like
Tony had up.
sugars and stuff like that. Sugars like white breads, rice, pasta, things like that. So from what I heard, if you really want to reset your body, you'll have to do it with fruits and vegetables.
Drink more lemon water.
Sea moss
Lemon water.
gummy.
Lemon
And you
water.
don't, and
Lemon
I
water.
don't even want, I don't even, somebody even said that you don't even supposed to be drinking like 8 glasses of water. They said that's not true. Like when you think
Right?
about it, you actually flushing out probably like the good minerals and vitamins that you need.
Probably
Mm.
that.
Because you gotta keep consuming. Because you gotta keep consuming the vegetables after you done flushed them out. You gotta keep nurturing your
Right.
body. You can't
Oh,
just
I
say, "Oh,
get
it's
you. I
no
get
longer."
you. I get you.
So
Like
you
recycle.
pretty much, I guess, want to just sip on water. You don't want to just
Yeah,
drown your
stop it.
body with.
Lemon
Well,
water. Drink
people
lemon
No,
people have
water.
a
you
weird
drink
idea of
when you're
what water
thirsty and you eat
does.
when you're hungry. That's it.
Hey,
We
People
but
overcomplicate
think like
it, but just drink when you're thirsty.
people
so
think
Yeah.
like
pretty
we
much,
got like a
yeah. The right
reservoir that
water.
fills up with water, and like when our body needs it, we just empty that reservoir. But I've actually heard some people talking about it that that the water, it goes through a process where it bonds with the sodium in our body, and it creates like some sort of connectivity between all of our tissues through this process,
Mm-hmm.
and that the
Hello.
So
I
excess
heard,
goes
when,
well,
out.
when
someone was
water,
saying that
say no water.
it's good to like take like a little pinch of like Celtic salt and put it on your tongue and then drink the water. So that basically helps something with your cells. It does something to your cells. Like where it just don't go straight through.
Yeah,
I
that
just
and
want to
essential
say,
oil too.
my name is Dr. Pepper, and I went to Koch University, so I know what I'm talking about. Um,
They got good rails at that university.
What's the deal, six
yeah,
four?
right. Hey, they make sure you stay in line. No, listen. Let me shut up. Listen, right? Our bodies are
Somebody feel like
80%
everybody just
water.
dropping.
Our bodies are 80% water,
Right.
right? So we really don't need water. What we need to do is stop eating the stuff that takes away our water.
Mm.
That helps. Stop eating those things that dry up your water sources.
Salt.
Because your body, right, sodium and the sugar and stuff like that, and the yeast and all the preservatives that soaks that up, which makes us thirsty. Sometimes when we think we hungry, you get that feeling in your stomach. It's not hunger, it's dehydration.
Hmm.
So
What's
what we
your diet?
do
What's
is
your
instead
diet,
of
dog? What's your
getting
diet?
hydrated, we
What's
eat
your diet?
we eat
What type
something.
what
Huh?
type of diet you got?
My, oh man, my diet is
He put
wild.
you
I
on the
got a wild
spot.
diet. Most people couldn't keep it. No, I'll tell you, most people can keep up with
So
my
why you ain't
diet. My
practicing what you
diet is
preach?
I don't eat. I don't know. I don't eat for 12 hours. I don't eat throughout the day. What I
It
do
sounds
is
like
I
you
eat when
fast
I
every
wake up.
day.
Wait a second.
Well,
Wait a second.
it's not so much
You know,
fasting, it's controlling my appetite. So here's what I do. When I feel that I'm hungry, I don't eat a meal. I will eat something to suppress the appetite. Like I might chew some gum,
what?
and
Oh, I
that
don't
would
like that.
suppress the
That'd be the.
appetite.
I feel like that's teasing your stomach.
Yeah,
That's why my job be
That's
growling
how
like
much you
crazy.
weigh?
yeah.
How much you weigh? How much you weigh?
I'm 6'4", 220 pounds.
You weigh
Now you're talking
220
to a guy
pounds.
who used to be three. Now I used to be
But
Like
wait,
I weigh
350, and I
how
215.
lost
long you
all of
been
that.
doing this diet? How long you been doing this diet?
Yeah, I've been doing this diet for over 17 years.
What?
I had to
You been
train myself. I
so
had
you
to
been so
train
you
myself.
wait a second. This is hard to believe that you've been doing it for this long.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah. I
so
don't believe
It's
it either. You should
possible.
see the people. My people around me always come. They always come. They always telling me, man, you the only one who still look like you look when we was coming up. You back to looking the way you look, and your weight loss was a healthy weight loss look, not like when some people lose weight after they've been big.
oh
It's
you lost
like you
weight.
tell.
Oh you
Yeah, I
lost
lost
weight?
weight. Yep, I lost weight and all of that. And I kept the same regimen. After I lost the weight, I kept it because I realized something
Oh
in that
wow.
journey.
I can tell
In
you
that
what's late
journey.
lost
How much
weight.
you used to weigh? How much
Cause
you
I'm
used to weigh?
215 at 6 foot.
How much you used to
I
weigh,
used to
dog?
weigh
Are you
350.
6 foot, Kev? I thought you were
Yeah.
shorter than that.
Nah.
How,
60. I'm
how,
mostly legs.
how much you used to weigh, dog?
350.
350? And you
Yep.
lost how much you lost overall though?
Overall, I lost 170 something pounds.
Over what span, a year span?
Over a 2 year. It took 2 years to get that down. When I was done, I was down to 280. Once I got down to 280, that inspired me, and I kept going till I got to 240.
How
Once
often
I
you
got
worked out
down,
a week? How often you
I
worked out a
worked.
week?
Oh, every day I did crunches. Every day, every day.
That's what I
That's how I
need to
got.
be doing.
That's how I got the stomach down because a lot of
I'm
them I
looking
had big
sloppy,
ass gut.
man.
I had a big ass gut, and at
Yes,
It's
sir.
that
never too late
time,
for anybody, man. It's
Nah,
never
it
yeah,
too
I
ain't.
late.
know, right?
real
I
talk.
feel I feel like that sugar and stuff be aging you. You look old.
Hey dog, you need to
Not
train. Do
you.
you train folks? You train people, dog, because you got a good
No,
story.
well, people don't like to discipline them. They don't want to They
That
don't want
You
to be
gotta
discipline is our
disciplined.
biggest
motivate them
problem.
to. Dog, that's your job to
They
motivate them
don't
to,
want to give
dog.
up the
Yeah, but
red meat
listen,
and the
if I
sugars.
show them, when I show them the pictures and then they see me now, if that ain't enough motivation, ain't shit I can
Nah.
tell them. Ain't
No,
shit I can
well,
tell them. Because seeing
no,
is believing. Seeing is believing.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that much.
I
And when
went
I
without
tell
eating
people,
meat for a couple months and I dropped my stomach quick.
Some people gotta.
when I tell people that too, don't eat meat, they don't want to do that. They want to bug back. They
They
don't want to do like
protest.
I did. Yeah, they don't want to do like I did. I had to cut red. I stopped eating red meat cold turkey. No
Yeah, I did
cheeseburgers,
too.
no
so, so,
hamburgers, no steak,
so,
no nothing
hey,
that comes
six,
from a cow.
six. Let me ask you this, six. Do you tell them what you did when you was at that moment where before you started to do it?
They
Yep,
don't
Like,
I
care.
tell them. They don't
but,
care. They want once you tell them that to do it, you have to be disciplined and trained. Okay, like here's a good one. I don't drink soda pop.
Nope.
And when people ask me how did I stop doing that, I tell them I trained myself to like sparkling water. Man, sparkling water nasty. Man, I ain't drinking no sparkling water. Okay, well keep drinking the soda pop and end up with diabetes. But I tell you what, I I learned to like soda water. I mean sparkling water.
but
And
I
that
hear
is how I
it is
stopped
nasty.
drinking soda. Well, it's nasty if you just drink it once or twice. But like anything, you get used to it, you'll like it.
So you don't drink no
Facts.
water?
No, sometimes I drink filtered water. But when I'm out and about, I don't drink bottled water. I drink sparkling water.
What I hear
Because
Six
Man, you
saying,
got an interesting diet, dog.
sparkling water has the carbonation in it, but it has the zero sugar. It has no sodium in it. So it gives you the taste of pop without pop.
Yeah.
And especially if you get some that has the flavors in them. Like I
Yeah,
love
okay.
coconut.
I got
I love coconut. So I go to Dollar General and I like the
you.
Clover Hill. I like the Clover Hill brand of sparkling water because they fuse the fruit taste real good. So
So question. Oh,
You
huh?
should
so
try
so so
pop.
over the 17 years, so the 17 years that you've been on this diet, have you been sick? Did you get
Nope,
COVID?
nope.
Wait a
No,
minute.
and
I
listen,
rest my
here's the
case.
thing, and here's the thing. Here's the thing about that COVID. Now, I run a small but impactful
Can we talk
transportation
about that
service
already?
in my city.
I don't know.
I was going during COVID while everybody else was locked in. We were still because we deliver for the Red Cross. So if they need blood, kidneys, platelets, or whatever, we one of the companies that's on deck. How come I'm the only one walking through the hospital without a mask on? And
Mm.
nobody said nothing the whole time. Not one doctor, not one person in the blood bank at the hospitals. Nobody ever said to me, "Sir, where's your mask?" Nobody ever asked me about a shot or a mask. And the whole time, we were double busy because some companies who were doing it went under. So I ended up inheriting some big extra business. So we were like literally going 24 hours a day. And I being one of the owner, I have my own van, so I'm helping. I'm helping out because we have a hell of a load. So I'm noticing, and I'm asking my drivers, I was like, y'all notice when we go in these hospitals, we the only ones who don't wear masks and don't nobody check us talking about a temperature, a mask, a COVID test or nothing. And they like,
Six
yeah,
foot. Did you?
huh?
Oh no, I was about to go off topic, but I was about to say, did you go see Cat Williams? He came. He came to the city
No,
yesterday.
man. I wanted to though, man. I was up in
Yeah, I
Ann
went. I
Arbor.
went
I was
yesterday
up
with
in
my
Ann
boy.
Arbor and they had me. I know he clown. Cause my dog and them,
Tommy Davidson was there. Cooper, Mr. Cooper was there.
oh hell no.
Yeah, Mr.
I know
Cooper.
he clown. I know that nigga.
Red Grant. He was there.
Oh wow. I
Yeah,
know Tommy Davidson. I know Tommy
he was
Davidson got
funny.
down.
He was funny, but of
Yeah,
course,
I
I
Cat
know.
just
Williams was the
wanna I just
funniest out of
wanna say
everybody.
that I be doing crunches every day too. Uh, like when I roll the bag up, it makes a crunchy sound for my cracking.
Nice, nice,
Hey, make sure you
nice.
do two. Make sure you do 200. That's. But no, that's what happened.
Captain Crunches.
When I was on tour with my boys, my weight, my stomach was being a
All right,
problem
pretty
at the
girl.
turntables. And my dog pulled me to the side one day, like, nigga, I be hearing that shit, motherfucker. What you gonna do about that shit? And I was like, do about what? He like, you keep bumping the goddamn tables. That big ass gut of yours, messing up the cuts.
Oh,
I was
Hey,
like, oh,
if I can share some personal growth or opposite of growth, 2 months ago I was at 272, and now I'm in the 240s. So I've
oh,
been on a
see,
weight loss journey the past 2 months.
oh,
That's
it's
mm,
good.
going, it's going. So I asked him, so I went to my cousin who's a personal trainer, and I told him, I said, man, I ain't got time for what you be putting your people through. We on tour. I need a solution. And he was like, do crunches. He was like, do 200 crunches a day, 7 days a week, all year. I thought he was joking, because that's just how he said it. He was like, yeah, do 200 crunches every day for a whole year. Just fire that shit up, nigga. I thought he was joking. I did it. I started off doing 50 crunches because I wasn't used to that process. I started off, I do 50 a day. And then I wake up, I add 10. I just kept adding 10. And it worked. What happened first was my waist got smaller. I was looking for my stomach to shrink. And he was like, that you'll discourage yourself if that's what you're looking for. He said, the fact that you need a belt now should have inspired you. Before you didn't need a belt. Now you
huh,
need a
the
belt.
stomach be the last thing to go sometimes.
Yeah, so the waist, my waist started getting smaller. And when he pointed that out, oh, now I'm inspired. So I start kicking it up to 200, to 250, to 300. And if I didn't have a big ass gut, I have a Bruce Lee six pack. As many crunches as I was doing, if I didn't have that big ass gut, and that's what he told me when after my journey was over, he seen me, cuz was like, I'm gonna tell you something, and he said, because you're not a health nut, it's not going, you ain't gonna give a fuck. He said, but if you were, you'd be crying, because if you didn't have that big ass gut and you was doing all those crunches, you had the world's best six pack, but all that energy went to getting rid of that gut. And he was right, because when I
I need to
tense
get on
up,
my
I could
diet.
see it. I could see it. I
You
could
got, I
see
mean,
something.
you got older women out here that's killing it, like in their 50s. They look
Oh,
great.
and let me tell you this too. I bought the new wave oven. This is important. I stopped frying my food.
Oh
I'll be
yeah, I
remiss
used to
if I
bake
didn't
everything.
mention that. Yeah, I stopped frying my food. I bought that new wave oven, and that helped me still be able to enjoy my meats like my chicken without having to fry it. And that was a blessing. No, real
She
shit.
said you late.
That new wave oven was a blessing.
Is it like an air fryer? Is that what it is,
Well, it was
basically?
before the air fryer, and I still think it's better than the air fryer. But most people swear by the air fryer. But the new wave oven was the first, and it worked so good. I actually thought about buying a lot of them and selling them at this place we got in our city called the Eastern Market. It's a place that sell meat, like a big swap meet of all meat,
Hmm.
and it works. I'm talking about if you buy a new wave oven, you will not need your stove. You will not have to fry shit else, and everything tastes damn good. Your French fries taste like McDonald's fries, putting them in the new wave oven.
Man, get the heck out of here. Ain't nobody ever said McDonald's fries. Nobody.
Dude, listen.
Ain't no way.
Let me tell you
Ain't no
something.
way.
You like Boston Market. You like Boston Market. You like the way they
Tony said he
rotisserie
got
their
one.
chicken.
Was
Yeah,
it? Was it?
rotisserie chicken. You love the way Boston Market do they shit. Get you a new wave
Oh
oven. You
yeah.
got Boston Market. You got Boston Market with a new wave oven.
I probably give you that. I probably give you that on the chicken, but ain't nobody. It's like McDonald's be doing some with their fries. Some fresh fries.
Look,
You know,
I'm telling you, without fail, you get your fry. You can cut the potato yourself into fries. Cause I'm old school like that. And
Mm.
that motherfucker will taste good. You can bake
That
potatoes in that
rotisserie
thing.
chicken be
I
off
got
the
an air fryer.
chain.
I got an air fryer.
Look, that rotisserie chicken will give you that taste, that same taste like the restaurants all the time in the new wave oven. It sure will.
I used to work for Royal Life.
In the stock, you can make gravy out of the stock because ain't no grease in it. So it's the natural stock from the meat that is cooking because the new wave oven cooks the meat from the inside out, not the outside in.
Oh, look at
So
Miss
it
B.
gives it. Now look, I sound like an infomercial, but
Hey,
it
look.
worked.
Hey,
It worked.
hey,
No, but
no,
it
see,
worked for me. If I wouldn't have had
okay.
Yeah.
that, I wouldn't have been
Big
able. I would have been frying my food because the
big
fried
four.
foods, huh?
Big four. Look, have you ever fried? You talking about frying stuff? Like I did a mango because Miss B said she said she liked the skin on her fry. I cooked a mango on the grill. If y'all ain't tried nothing different, I be experimenting food because I used to work in a restaurant. I used to manage a
Hmm.
restaurant, Red Lobster, half shell, and but that's another day. I'm done with the restaurant. But try frying a mango. Try frying
Excuse
a
me.
pineapple. Try frying a cucumber, right? But you gotta season it the right way,
I've
and
done
then
it.
you gotta butter it. You know what I'm saying? It may
Yeah, I've
sound
done it.
funky, but trust me, it's good.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
it also
Talking about
depends
it.
on what you fry them in. Like some people use like peanut oil. Some people fry stuff in peanut oil for a reason. Some people even fry stuff in shea butter. When I was on tour back in the 90s, I was in countries I mean, literally, they use shea butter to cook with. You know, I'm like, man, over there, we use that when we get out the shower. Over here, they cook with it. They eat shea butter. You know what I'm saying? So it depends on
What is
the oil.
shade? What is it?
They
I don't
probably
know.
like the chemicals. They probably
I
like the
just,
chemicals in
yeah,
that.
I guess.
Or something.
I thought some African girl named Shay was selling her butter.
Oh, it's a
And they like, yeah, you
canola
buying Shea butter? You buying some Shea butter? Yeah, I don't know. I'm Shay. My name is Shay. Okay? I don't know. Shit. I don't know. But I swear by the new wave oven, and it help you cut down on your electricity bill.
Yeah,
You know?
I can attest to that
So,
actually. Them new wave ovens is crazy, especially when it comes to rotisserie chickens and shit like that. That I'm telling you, I damn
What the
near
freak?
cried. I damn near cried eating that damn
Why
rotisserie
Tony
chicken.
sound different? Am I
Oh
tripping?
yeah, I have a
you,
new phone. I got a new phone. I have
Bro, this how
iPhone.
you sound for real? I didn't even never knew that.
Yeah, it
dude,
is.
you
Yeah,
can
You
it
bake
caught
a
is.
me off
cake.
guard.
Look, you can bake a cake in a new
He
wave
got
oven.
he got a different voice now.
You can't bake a cake in an air fryer, can you?
I mean, I'm sure
No,
someone's tried.
yeah, no, you can't. No, I don't think so. Actually, no, you
But you can
can.
bake it.
I think
But
you
you can bake
can.
it. You know,
I'm about to say, I know I
I
ain't
baked
been
the
off this app
pineapple
that
upside
long.
down cake in the new wave oven. Yeah, I baked the cake in that motherfucker. Yeah, you can bake a cake in that motherfucker. That motherfucker the truth right there. You can bake a pizza, you make a pizza, your pizza be the shit. Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, I do
Your
that.
pizza.
Yeah,
Heat
yeah,
up
them
your pizza
pizzas.
in the new wave oven. It tastes like you just ordered that shit, don't it? Real
Hmm.
talk. Don't
Oh,
ever put your pizza in the microwave if you got a new wave oven. Warm your pizza up, and it's gonna taste like that motherfucker was freshly delivered. Real shit.
Man, with all this talking, I'm gonna get stock in new wave oven. Shit.
Bro, I'm about to go
Right,
downstairs and
right.
get
If
me
it's
some.
I
that
used
good,
to.
might as well.
Yeah, I
No,
used to
real shit.
work in a restaurant where we did
No, I
that.
gotta
Yeah,
get
the
used to
new wave ovens is crazy. Yeah, it's nice.
Look, if I found out a restaurant was using that, I wouldn't be
it.
mad.
Catch me off guard, bro.
man, the
Hmm.
restaurant's going to
I literally
AI.
gotta get used to
Oh, I
this.
catch you off guard.
I'm talking
The
about
restaurants are
Tony.
going to
Oh,
artificial intelligence.
I've been hearing Tony for so many years. This is my first time hearing how he sound for real.
The
What you
restaurants are
mean?
wait,
This
going
is
to
what?
this is how I sound. Yeah.
Huh?
y'all.
Your voice, it's just
Y'all ready?
it sound you sound like I'm trying to think. It's not the same. You just don't sound the same. That's what it is. Just throw me off.
Are y'all ready for artificial intelligence? Y'all talking about restaurants because the restaurant industry is where more bots are going to be at the McDonald's and at the. Would y'all still go out at the restaurants
Hell
and it
no.
be robots? Well, listen to me. Would y'all still go out to the restaurants and it be robots serving y'all compared to real people? Would y'all want real people serving y'all or robots?
I don't even like them over the phone, let alone in person.
That's
It
what it's
depends
coming
on
to.
what restaurant you want to put them at. Now, if you want to put them at the
Okay.
McDonald's, the
Uh,
Wendy's, the Dairy Queens, and all them type places, I'm with it because at least the shake machine gonna be working.
they gonna be
They
like,
probably gonna have engineers on deck all the time because those machines be breaking down.
Yeah, you
if
right.
they don't
You
want
go
to
like,
lose money.
well,
What happened
yeah,
to
that's a
Lion?
good
I just
point.
thought about that.
Go to Walmart nowadays
Hmm.
in some areas. It's like it's all AI. It's not, or it's self checkout. It's not customer service with people no more. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
it's a little
All
bit.
I'm saying to Walmart and all those places with self checkout is like, you ain't do no background check on me, and I didn't get no goddamn training. So y'all need
Right.
to
I
not
heard
be
somebody
upset
say that,
since
said
you
they
ain't
wasn't
done
about to
that.
work for Walmart. But you know what? Walmart is actually catching people up where they're making it seem like people are stealing at the self checkout. And they got a lawyer, they got lawyers and stuff like that where they would send letters out and be like, all you gotta do is pay this fee. And I heard that they made about probably $1 billion off of that.
Huh? So say it again.
Yeah, what they'll do is they
Walmart
get you
is
on.
Walmart is falsely accusing people of stealing at self checkout, which is not true. They got a lawyer, they got lawyers that they hire, and the lawyers be sending out letters to these people and be telling the people that they got to pay these fees, and they usually do because they don't want to go to jail and they be scared. And they made about close to $1 billion off of this.
What the heck?
I ain't stealing something. It's gonna be a TV in my
Yeah, but
pocket.
what they do too is that they get you on the camera, and then you got your card that you swipe when you go through it, and it's
Right,
all time stamped. And then
right.
they send you a letter with your picture, with your tongue sticking out, punching in numbers, and they're like, "Yep, you got that ring pop that you didn't scan, and you need to pay."
Yeah, that candy bar your son ate while you was waiting in line. Yeah, we got that one too. We got him.
Right. Those grapes that you snuck.
Because you know the picture ain't gonna be
Phone
good, the one they
17,
send.
Sir,
Utah.
could you please stop wiping your grapes on your shirt? That's not cleaning them off.
Y'all got me hungry, but I'm about to take
Yeah,
me a little
I'm a whole different
quick break.
person.
Duh.
I'm a whole different person, Kev. Don't worry.
I can't get used to it yet.
I'm about to say Tony sounded like that the last time we was on a live all together. He still
Not
sounds
to
the same to me.
no.
He sounds
I
proper.
I mean, I'm not saying like that. He sounded the same. The tone. I mean, not the tone. It's the. Of course, his style of talking is the same, but his tone. His tone is different. Okay, that's what I should say. His delivery is the same, but his tone is different for sure. Because I've been listening to
The
him
perfect
for
tone.
a long time. He been sounding like a different tone. It was a different tone from Tony, a different tone from Tony.
I have the perfect tone, just to let you know.
His name is Tone E,
It ain't
as
the
in
same. That's
multiple
what I'm
tones.
saying. This dude done brung his back up in here. Bring perfect tone in here, dog. This dude is horrible, bro. Nigga with the smiley face.
Wait, is that the same person?
Hey, this is the same person. That's his backup.
Oh,
Uh, this world blow. This alive will blow up with two Tonys. They ain't gonna be able to take him.
But hey, just before I jump out, I just want to make sure that Zeus, I really want to get in contact with you, so we can try to collab and help some young people around you, inspire some of their creativity. So I gave you a request already. Tax, you and I are friends already, so
yeah.
I don't need you to add me. I don't
I
gotta
think
add
I'm
you in.
following everybody.
And
And
Hey,
Tax, I need you to
I'm
start
gonna follow
sharing
you
some
too,
more
bro.
people that's like Zeus
yeah, and
and
Nope.
this
Broderick.
is a great. I
I don't like the way you was treating me today. I ain't sharing nobody.
Uh,
She
Yeah,
don't like. She do not like being in the hot seat. Hey,
Texas.
this the room, man. I gotta care for everybody, man. I love everybody, so it is what it is.
Whatever.
yeah.
You be waiting for somebody to roast me or something. I know you
No,
do.
you the only one take it like that. I
Hey, you
literally
know
get
what
on
y'all remind
everybody
me of?
head.
You
You
know what
just
y'all
don't know
remind
me
me
like
of?
that. That's all.
Hey, Tax, you know what y'all remind me of? You remind me of my brother at the time when we were younger, and Tax remind me of my sister.
If,
When I saw both of them arguing with each other, they both had good points, and I'm just like, look, stop fussing with each other. Y'all just listen to each other.
she,
Y'all understand each other.
yeah, she not used. She not. I mean, we just met like maybe a month ago or something like that. But she not
A
used to
month?
me though. That's the thing. But if you
Yeah.
ask anybody else that's like that, I'm always like this on everybody. It's like if I see some type of a situation that I feel like we should talk about, I will mention it, especially if it's a story or anything. I get on every last thing for real. That's just always been me.
Yeah,
Always
I
be
mean,
like that.
even me and
So it
Kevin
ain't no
go
personal
back and
thing
forth.
on any situation I talk about.
Yeah, me
Even
and
though
I
Kevin
felt
used to
like
go back and
the
forth
person
on
that I
certain
was
things.
describing was on some bullshit, and you didn't want to. He was on some bullshit, plain and simple.
yeah.
But yeah, Frank, I'm gonna hit you back, man, for sure. Sure, we gonna lock in.
Yeah, yeah, me and Kevin's even gone back and forth on certain topics, but yeah, that's just how
Well,
it is.
that's
Uh, I got a question though.
I
For
was about
your
to say because the Aquarius will not back down. Just know that.
oh yeah,
so, see you on
I'm an
that science stuff.
Aquarius.
It
Oh,
makes sense now.
you Aquarius too? You
Yeah, I'm
Aquarius
an
too?
Aquarius.
Okay,
I'm a
Yeah,
I'm a
what else,
asparagus.
what a girl?
Asparagus know
I was
his
about to say
place. He just
Tony.
some people you
Tony
can't
is an
talk to.
Aquarius too.
Yeah, January 28th.
I'm a
Okay.
Y'all like me,
asparagus.
so y'all like me. Y'all ain't never had no outside birthday party.
Nope. We
No,
had like one on the
me
fourth, and
neither.
that was it. One on the
I ain't
14th.
never had an outside birthday party. Cause it
Yeah, I feel you.
always rain, it always snow like a motherfucker on January 25th.
Oh, 3 days
Right.
apart. Okay.
I think that's
Yeah.
where
And
I
you
go
know it's
wrong
funny,
with
text
y'all.
like even Toushay, he all them. It's funny though. That's what I'm about to say. Everybody. You'll see. You'll see, man. You'll see.
What? Everybody
I'm
what?
just, I'm just saying that a lot of people, because I'm like, I noticed that you don't, you just not used to me. That's what it is.
Yeah,
Because
Touche and us, we really don't
You
agree
don't
on
you
nothing.
don't bother me. I think it'd be your guests that be coming in, not the guests. I want to say I'd be like the people in the comments be getting on my nerves.
I know. Hey, but I actually love it now. I be loving it because I be trying to see if people. Because my thing is, my room is like a healing room, or it's meant for people that's healed really, because or for healing just in general, right? So I do some stuff I allow, some stuff I don't, because it be making me mad
I've
sometimes.
been on here almost
But
a
I
year
be
straight just on TikTok. So I would say I don't know if I've changed when it comes to just certain stuff. I'm still kind of like, I guess getting used to certain stuff, like telling my personal, experiences and things like that and getting feedback and understanding
yeah.
it and applying, all that. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, when you finally over, and that's why I be talking about grudges. I used to talk about that. I was like on episode like 11 or something like that. I was talking about that because everybody, I be feeling like the lack of forget. It's something that we hold on to from our past and stuff. Reason
So
why we
my
are
so
certain
so so
ways.
so
Reason
what
why
I
we get
mentioned
triggered. So
earlier, I feel like some men mess over good women, and then it turns into a nightmare. And then when they try to go find a good woman, then they can't find her because you done fucked all them over.
but
That's
he
what you
wasn't a good
did.
man. He wasn't a good man at that time, or he wasn't
So
ready.
I would say it like this, yeah. What Kev was saying was pretty much true. It's these aren't good men if their intentions are to pretty much mess over women, they're not good in the first place. But let's say
Right.
if they were, right? Let's say hypothetically this person is a good person and they can't find anybody else. More than likely they're creatures of habit. We're bound to our habits unless we understand and fix them. So more than
Hmm.
likely, they're not going to find anybody else. But, we try to tell this same thing to the women and, this is what, we usually get.
That's one thing I can tell you, Tony. Your voice clear though. That boy clear. I can tell it's a microphone like mine. You can hear your voice clear.
Zeus want me to speak on his platform. I would tell the young girls, listen here, do not date in your no, date in your 20s, but don't take nothing serious. Just date. Just take observations. That's it. Because the
Nah,
guys do
that's
not
not
be
Come
ready in
on
their
with the trippy
20s.
red advice.
No, it's
Trippy
the
red,
truth.
yeah, Sexy Red gave that
sexy
same
red
advice.
Let me
advice and
tell you
stuff.
this
What
right
the?
now. Let me tell you this right now. Me and the girl got into it on another line because she said that same stuff, and I said that's your problem. Let me
That's a
give you
problem. That's a
something.
problem.
Let me
Yeah.
give you something. Let me tell you how you should
What's
reword
wrong with
that.
just dating? So
Hold on,
date first before
wait. Let
you
me tell
take
you this.
anybody serious so you won't just be
Hold on,
giving
wait. I'm
yourself to
about to tell you this.
anybody.
I'm about to tell you this right now. I'm gonna tell you who to give yourself to.
It's not terrible
God.
advice. I know
Hold on,
exactly
wait.
what I'm saying. Not you. I'm not talking to
Listen.
you, Six. I'm talking to
I know
one in
you're
the
not.
comments.
I know. So here's what I tell them. In your 20s, reverse that curse. Start, don't date. Get you a
Right.
job.
Get you a
Date your job. Date you a job.
date you a
That's what
church.
you do. Date a job, okay? Date some money. Date an ideology that says I will not be a broke woman in my 20s. That way, in my 30s,
Yeah.
if I want to kick back and chill a little bit, I've done the work in my 20s to prepare me for this. The
Facts.
biggest problem with us is we want to have a period where we could just not be responsible. And that's the period where you should be responsible. Like I tell the young guys coming fresh out of school, your only intention is to get money, not women.
Matter of fact, that's
Your
what
intent
glow.
is to get money.
Yeah,
It's
Not,
six
it
four.
ain't trippy. It ain't sexy. That was Glorilla that came with that advice. She
Glorilla
said
said
something like
that.
that.
She
Hey,
She
said
yeah,
said
six four.
you should have
yeah.
fun in your 20s or something like that.
yeah.
I'm like,
Hey,
oh
Hey,
man.
six
hey,
four.
6'4", 6'4".
Yeah.
These women talking about dating. You know what I'm saying? Like dating. Hey, look, in their 20s, that's when you want to be. You know, I don't know how your parenting was. If your mama taught you how to be a wife, if your mama had a husband, that's
Right.
when you supposed to be trying to. Don't wait till your 40s to try to find
Yeah.
a good man and get wifed up.
No, don't
You
do that.
you spend all your 20s. You don't even are you even wifey material.
Facts.
So get your money, save yourself. Don't be out here and then raise your body count up because
Facts.
men ain't gonna want you
That's
in your
what I
mid
was
30
saying.
to
I
your
was
40.
saying,
Yeah.
basically, I was saying that I feel like they should take their time. Don't rush into
Well,
anything. Don't take nothing serious because I've met young girls who's like, oh, I'm in a relationship, maybe like 2021. And then it's
oh,
like, it be issues because it's like they be expecting certain things to
yeah.
happen, but the young men don't be ready.
Well, no, here's the
Glorilla said
Hey,
thing. Neither
something
one
like
of them
that.
at 21, neither one of them is ready because both of them
True.
broke. Both of them broke. So neither one of them should be with each
exactly.
other. And that's
Exactly.
how I cut the cheese at. That's why I told my sons and my daughter, y'all don't date until y'all got money. Y'all got to build yourself first. You got to find yourself before you find somebody.
Yeah.
Number one,
Facts.
find
I
Facts.
was
yourself before you find somebody because you ain't gonna do nothing but mess somebody's life up in yours. This is what a father teaches his children when he raises them, okay? You gonna mess somebody your life up trying to do that crap. What you do when you in your 20s, you are continuing what you were doing when you were in your teens. Now, when you were in your teens, you ain't even supposed to be in no relationship. You're supposed to be
Hmm.
learning in school, trying to be the best you can be. You ain't thinking about no dude. You ain't thinking about no girl. You thinking about what you want to be when you grow the fuck up, right? Bam. That's simple. You stay on that path. Once you graduate from high school, that's time to do everything you said you wanted to do once you got the fuck out your mama in them house. Now, you always want to work. Get you a job at 20, 19, 21, 22. You ain't got no responsibilities. Hopefully, you ain't got no children. You ain't in no debt. You get you a job at one of these plants, starting off at $15, $16 an hour. You ain't got no kids, so you ranking up that overtime. So you saving, you stacking, and you stacking. If you get into a relationship, this is where things may go south because at that point in time, your mind, your heart, you're not ready for that. You got to build yourself. And you build and you build. You understand what life is all about. And in that
but they
building,
ain't got no
you,
school for marriage.
huh?
You said what?
No,
So they don't got
No,
no
no,
they
school
don't
for
see.
marriage though.
There's no school for marriage, but there is common sense. There is
Yeah.
logic.
I think it got a
You
lot to do
feel
with
me?
parenting though. Like
it
your
does.
parents,
It does.
if they not bring you up for like marriage or something like that, you ain't gonna learn all that through getting a job and all that other stuff or whatever. I think you need to if you really trying to take marriage serious and all that stuff, you gotta be looking at like investing your time in, especially women, right? Because men probably can care less about a woman getting the degrees and jobs and all that stuff or whatever. They care more about how you gonna take care of their kids and how how much of a wife you can be. You know what I'm saying? You don't go to school for that stuff. That's a whole different type of mentality.
That's what I
I
was
think it's more
saying.
of a
Why not
mentality
date
that
and get those experiences? Just date and just take notes. Get to know what
Well,
you like and what you don't like.
well, see,
Is
Tat,
sex
see,
is
Tat.
sex
Now
is
the
sex
world
part of
is
that dating process? That's
No,
the big
sex is
thing.
not involved in that.
so
Well,
Tat.
man,
So
You're
what
young
you're
getting
girls
to
saying
don't
that's
know
more
know
that.
likely to
what's
happen
out
though
hold
there,
if you're
on,
what you
doing
like
It
it.
and what you
is.
don't like.
Oh,
hold on,
that's
Tax.
what.
Hold on. Let me
It's like
explain
get the
something.
experience.
Let me
Huh?
explain something.
It don't take 100 people to learn
The,
something. You can.
so when it comes down to it with this whole just dating around and stuff like that, this is where the loaded value exchange comes in. An extreme loaded value exchange. To date, more than likely you're gonna need money. And we already know that men mostly supply this. When you pretty much put out a loaded value exchange, you pretty much use a man's protection and provision to go on these air quotation dates, and you do this a lot. This literally upsets the balance. You're upsetting a
Mm.
balance.
Hmm.
That because men are gonna expect something out of that, and getting nothing but what your words out of that. I'm sorry, that's not enough. That's just one-sided thinking. So when it comes down to this, learning through, dating and stuff like that, it won't work. More than likely you're either going to look like a gold digger or you're going to use your body. In other words, you're just going to like pretty much diminish yourself over time. When it comes down to it, I would say you either go the route 6'4" was talking about, build yourself to where you'll be
Yeah.
able to, support either yourself or, be in a family unit, blah, 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 be a wife or a husband, things like
Hey,
this,
hey.
understand the other's gender, sex, you know, understand reciprocity and respect in relationships. And this is how you would build into a good relationship. And you should do this as soon as you get out into the dating world. Find someone that is compatible, and you should be able to do this reciprocity and all these types of deals. Because dating, I'm gonna tell you right now, me personally, I don't think
That's
people
today's
who
problem.
aren't yeah, people who aren't married shouldn't be dating. They shouldn't. I think married couples date because that's where anything goes. If you're not, you're at this point. If you're not looking, not looking, but if you're not married, you should be trying to court somebody for a longevity in relationships. That's what you should be doing.
I, I think
Yeah,
I get what
Man,
Tony was
that's
saying though.
real
It though
talk.
it sounded weird, but I think I get what he's
No,
talking
no,
about
no,
though.
no, 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 no. I understand. I understand where he going, but
Yeah, I
he's hitting
understand them
stuff.
though. I think I was
Hey,
talking about the dude
hey,
in the comment.
listen.
He didn't
I was about to
understand.
say
Oh,
Print wanted to say something.
go ahead, talk.
Hey, so really quick, I just want if I can make a demand of the panel really quick here, and maybe start off with Kev, so we can all be on the same page. In 1 minute or less, describe in your own words what does dating mean and what is its purpose. Because we're all bouncing around with the word dating, and it
Mm.
seems like we all got different ideas. So just to consolidate the conversation, I think we should all kind of give a brief of what we think dating is. For me, dating is something you do with intention, and the intention for me is marriage. And that means sometimes you got to have an uncomfortable conversation and you ruin a first date and you find out that it's not meant to be, but that doesn't mean you ruin it and like get in an argument. You just find out that's not for you, finish the meal, part ways. So I look at it as it has a purpose
That's
too.
court, right?
It's not just about going out, getting the squeeze, and finding the next. That's not dating, and that's what's being used,
Mm.
in my opinion, as dating in today's world.
So yeah, I see that now. You is getting somewhere there. So that
Yeah, I
dating is
wasn't.
going to
Yeah,
be
so
it's
so
going to
when
be.
Caprice asked was sex involved, no, I hope it wouldn't be involved. I was just basically saying what just Hobo just said, where she said dating is getting to know someone you have interest in, right?
Yeah,
Where it's like you're seeing what's out there, so you know what you like and what you don't like. So that way you can, I guess, accumulate information and just be like, okay, I want this type of guy because it's like now that you got the experience, you know what I'm saying, you can move forward. That's all I was saying. Just basically take your time. Because we already know that they not just going to be just focusing on work all the time.
mm. That's all about to say. We could from even hearing that sound like everybody got their own definition of dating, or it's a subjective thing. So I don't know about that. And then from just the point of view of just dating being used in the general, from what my experiences and just seeing it and hearing and looking at it on TV, dating don't seem like it's a cool thing to do because it seems like that they are. Even though she says you might not be sleeping with them, but that people, that's how they do. They test the waters. Even like the person earlier was like, I got a test drive it before all this stuff. So it's like they testing in every last aspect of marriage, right? And that's where a lot of these problems be coming in because of dating. That's what everybody been doing. But the same day, the dating you talk about, that's dating with a purpose. A lot of people is not doing it. You know what I'm saying? So even just saying that, it's gonna end up bringing a kind of a messed up message because everybody, that's what they doing. They have been doing that and stuff. Well, this ain't my type. I'm gonna go to this. I'm gonna get this out this person and this. You know what I'm saying? It end up turning to something else. So you would have to literally say with a purpose and have to know what that purpose is behind that. Because if you just make
No,
it
I
broad
get
and just
that.
say
Like
dating,
I
You have
that's
just threw
to.
that out there, but I didn't know that everybody had a different
you most
meaning of it or
definitely.
whatever. But we already know
Yeah.
that they're not just going to stick to work and school. They're going to be
Nah,
curious.
but
They're going to want to be with someone or start a relationship. So I'd rather say that than not say nothing at all, you know, if I'm going to give advice, but I will give the meaning of what I mean by dating and taking your time.
Well, I would say
if
this:
you,
if it's all about getting to know you, you know what I'm saying.
Be friends.
There's ways to see. I tell people, there's if you observant, you will see what you need to know. Let that one sink in. If you observant, you will
Right.
see
We
what you
talked about that
need to
earlier. You
know.
missed that conversation.
Say that
Yeah,
again,
because
Right.
please.
Yeah,
Louder. Say it
right.
again.
if you are observant, you will know what you need to know. Like, okay, like this is why I tell people to get busy. Remember when I first came on, I was telling people that, Kev, I was like, the problem is I noticed everybody bored. You know, they work, they do this, and then they ain't got shit else to do. Whereas, if you had something to do, it will fill those voids of wanting a relationship with another person. Where you got some people who might be, you got one guy who come home and he spends a lot of time working on the engine. You know, he's trying to get that old 78 Ford back up and running. You know, that's just something he likes to do. Outside,
Mhm.
you know, that's his peace. That's his
A hobby.
solace. Right. Right. We don't have hobbies. We make relationships the
They
hobby.
right.
Instead of
Especially I
saying,
don't know what to say, but
instead
I've
of saying,
noticed
you know what?
people
I got a hobby that I do, and
make
the
their
sisters
partner their
got a
hobby.
hobby that they do. So here's where I guide your lens to see. There's a young man out there, and he doesn't have a girlfriend. And you say, well, what is he doing with his life outside of working? Well, outside of working, if you're not married, you're supposed to be getting busy in your community doing something.
Something.
So this is how you know he's already a leader and he's already a protector
I'm
and a
getting busy
provider
by playing that
because he's
video game.
currently doing it. He's currently doing it for other people. This is how he knows to do it good for you. For instance, I ran a shelter. I used to run a shelter. So I know how to protect. I know how to provide. You ain't got to ask that question if you just observe what I've been doing for the last 4 years for people that I'm not married to, for just strangers.
Big bro, let me ask you a question. And this
Hmm.
could be
I'm
for
done
any
with
other.
this topic.
And this, let me ask this question. And this may be for any other parent that's on the line. Um, Do you all think that it should go to where, like how it used to be? I think in some cultures, they meet with parent. One parent has a child around the same age as this other family who has a child, as a girl, and they actually are going over family values with, each family about the children. You know what I'm saying? Like what if the
We had
world?
that. We had that. We had that. We used to have
Mm.
But
that.
what
Oh,
get back
very.
to where
But they got to
we
be the
just, you know what I'm saying?
Let me tell you what that looked like. We used to have that. In the Arab culture, they do that. And we know a lot about that if you live in a city that's populated with Arabs. We understand that part of their culture. But ours was similar, but it went like this. You lived at home, the women lived at home with their father and mama until the dude was able to prove that he could sufficiently take care of her. That's how it went. But because there's no fathers in the home today,
oh
there's
my,
no
don't
one
go there.
there
There
to
you
do
go.
that.
Uh
But
oh.
that's how it's supposed to
And the
work.
room will jump to
Even
500 now.
if it's not
No, I'm
500,
just being real with you. I'm telling you,
I
if you
get
want
it.
to
But
know how
look,
that
He
process
said
look, I'm telling
500.
you. You're talking
but
to
think
somebody
You
who
only take
lived it.
six
I'm
four.
telling you.
even
I'm
if it's
telling you
not
how it
500,
went.
and I'm feeling that. I'm feeling what you're saying, but I'm just thinking to a little, trying to put some logic into solutions. to where people like, what if the single moms get with each other and they know that they have a son or a daughter and they know that they
That's
are good mothers, you know what I'm saying? It's like, and they know that they can build these relationships with these children, and they have this is who you should date. This is who we know is a
God.
good
Listen,
person.
brother. God said that ain't gonna work. God already said it's not gonna work. We could
What you mean?
try, but
What,
God said it ain't gonna work.
what you mean when you
What?
say that? What you
Say
mean?
what we talking about?
God said that ain't gonna work, man. I'm
What's not
telling you,
gonna
I
work?
know what you're saying. Listen, what we are seeing is script is biblical. Is what unless that man returns, it's go fall flat. It's been 60 years and
Oh, you
nothing
talking
has
about
worked
FO?
like that. Here's
Oh,
what.
it's
Man,
Listen,
what you mean? What
listen.
you talking about, like father?
The children will be ruled by women and oppressed by each other.
Yep.
That's what we see.
Yep.
Why are the children being oppressed by each other under a woman's rule? This is God speaking, not 6'4". Let that concept sink in. He said
Uh
the
oh.
children
Yeah,
will
that's scripture.
oppress each other
Watch the numbers
and the
raise up.
women will be the rulers.
I'm
Let it
watching.
sink in. Now, this ain't nothing misogynistic. This ain't 6'4". This is God speaking in the
Yep.
Bible. If you believe the Bible,
You know they
He
I was
don't
gonna
care.
say
said
that's
the
scripture.
women
Yeah, I remember that.
will rule, and the children will oppress each other. And it will get to the point where the men will say, I'm throwing up my hands. This is God.
Say that last part again. Say that last part again.
It will
This is
get to the
literally
point
scripture.
where the men will throw up their hands and say, I'm done. I can't do this.
Bro, I feel it. That's crazy. I think I got a 13-year-old son. Hey, I'm trying to work it out with the mother of my son. But you know, he's 13. Before her rulership, if that's the word, disturbs my peace, I'll wait till he's 16 and I let him know the game. Cause me fathering with this whole co-parenting thing that she put in place, because we could have worked it out, even though it's 12 years, and we're a co-parent, but you ain't following the guidelines of co-parenting. You ain't have your daddy, your mom ain't have her daddy, I ain't have my daddy. But hey, I'm you know, I'm I'm cognizant of, if that's, I can never get that word right, but I know how this thing is supposed to work. Where it'll be healthy, but you don't dictate how I father.
I
Cause
get you.
what I give him, in terms of, cause hey, when he was born, he's your little pooty snook. Now, but hey, yeah, the older males get, especially in our community, yeah, you ain't cute and
Now,
cuddly
man,
no more.
you touching on something that I'm gonna just bust in and say something about, because ain't no way any woman finna argue with what I'm about to say, right? No woman can argue about the fact that
They'll find a way. And
when no woman can argue this, I'm telling you, even if they try to. And this is realistically speaking on a boy child, right? When women have boy children, right, they should automatically, after that nurturing stage of that nurturing needs, which I feel is about 5, because my son is 6, right? And after that age of about 5 years old of nurturing, the boy child should automatically be shifted to where the dad, right, is consistently with the boy. You know what I mean? Because women be thinking, "Oh, I'm raising my son. He needs to be with his mother. He needs to be with his mom." No, the fuck he doesn't. Are you fucking kidding me? He needs to be with his mom. No, motherfucker, he needs to be with his dad. Are you fucking kidding me? He
Bro,
needs to
I
be
don't
with his
understand
fucking
that.
dad.
Bro, they
What the
That's
fuck
crazy.
are you
They
talking about?
crazy.
a
What
They
the
hundred
fuck are
crazy,
you
percent,
talking
bro.
bro.
about? What are you talking about, woman? He needs to be with his dad. He don't need to be walking like you. He don't need to be fucking talking like you. He don't need to be looking at you fucking put
they don't
makeup
care.
on. He don't be, what the fuck are
Don't
you
care. They
talking
don't
about?
care.
That's
They
What are
don't
you
they
care,
that's
talking
bro.
they
about? And
boyfriend
then
nowadays
this
though.
the problem.
That's
This the
their
problem.
man
She,
now.
hey, listen,
No,
homie.
my man, you need to look at my motherfucking page. My motherfucking son has been fucked up.
You ain't understanding. I know your son is 13, my guy, but my son has been abused on so many levels, man. I've been in the jail, wrongfully incarcerated because of this type of bullshit. And it hit home for me because
Mm,
I've been fighting for my children, and I'm going to law school now. You understand
mm,
what I'm saying? I'm going to my son's case has pushed me to go to law school. I was originally going to law school, but before that, my son
mm,
started getting abused. Okay, and at the end of the final hearing, after prolonging over thousands of dollars, after 3 attorneys, after fucking guardian ad litem, after fucking filing judicial performance complaints on the judge, like I've cussed the judges out because I got a frat brother who a fucking piece of shit judge who didn't give a fuck to help me. Like, listen, you gotta fucking fight. Do you hear me? Because
mm.
it's sad that they make fathers do this shit, right? They make fathers do this shit, right? All because they hate us. They didn't want the relationship don't work out or whatever. That's why I vote. That's why I'm pushing to become an attorney specifically to fight against these laws to where children should be automatically pushed to where if the father is willing, and they have all type of stigmatas in court, right? If you're willing, if you're intentional, if it's a threat or whatever the case may be, they have wording for everything. Codes, they have levels to court. That motherfuckers need to understand. That's why I say it's a lot of shit that people can learn, right, regarding law and where I'm pushing to. I'm a motherfucker who have went through this shit, this process. They call it a quote unquote process, right? No, this bullshit, right? I'm telling you, no woman can argue this shit. And that's what I'm fighting for. That's what my program is for. That's what I need support for. And I'm telling you, the more and more it gets stronger, the more and more the bill will get passed because it's for the best interest of children. They say that fathers aren't in the household. Okay, that'll fix that, right? They say that the children are suffering in school because fathers are involved, right? That'll fix that. Like, these motherfuckers need to get on board with this shit so it can save these young boys and
What up, now?
inversely help the young women as well, because the damn men will be grooming them to be respectful, right? They'll be more consistent with them, right? It'll fix all the problems. It'll provide a solution. They don't want to give the solution, but you got to fight for the fucking solution. You got to fight for the fucking solution. Don't ever let nobody tell you differently. Hit me up, follow me on my damn channel. It's always ways, right? You got to be smart and tactical now, and you can fight. You can get your rights reinvoked regarding your children. You can learn different rights. The system takes control of the children once you give it to them. Once they're born and they get a birth certificate, then they're part of a system, right? A system, not the system. A system is the birth certificate when they come through the hospital, right? So when they get into the system is when the mom says, okay, child support, DHS, whatever the case may be. Then there they come. You giving them a code number. Every child has a number in DHS. They don't give a shit about their lives. They are a money monument. You understand what I'm
Let me
saying?
ask you something. Was your
Mm,
girl
mm.
on welfare
Huh?
when she had the
Hey,
baby?
bef- hey, before y'all go too far, hold on, give me a second. I want to reset because it's getting hot. You already know what I be doing though. 'Cause I want to say this though. Give me So I think everybody already followed me already. I think yeah. So give me a second. I'm about to really like click off and come back on.